Yo, so I'm streaming, but your phone is? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna link you just to make it easy. Link you to the stream, the broadcast, just so on your end you can also see what's going on because I don't know if anything is set up properly or not. I'm just kind of winging it because usually I have my camera set up and I don't have my camera set up because I was procrastinating and whatnot. So I was just gonna be able to then like all my videos just show my journal full of writing in it. So I'll have to kind of, and then of course this is like a just a experimental broadcasting anyways, and I'll just chop it up later on, or because it looks like you can edit broadcasts after they've been streamed. So yeah, so but if at the very least it's just something for me to because I just ran through connecting like YouTube to my OBS and everything, and setting up a like this my what do you call it, a screensaver that I always use for every stream, which is this little glitchy skull thing. So if at very least there's something on the screen and there's you can hear me. So I was trying to think of like, well, you have like the EFAP people who they have their own little HUD that like they always have the little characters at the bottom and the chat and then the video. It's like I don't have any of that set up. So unfortunately that's not going to be but that would be the yeah, that would be the next best thing for it being like a not having a physical camera showing something, so having like a digital uh, visual to keep the children, not the real, not little children. Yeah, I mean, I could plug it. I could do it right now, but in during the podcast. But I mean, it's just me expressing thoughts that were written down that have very little visual things, and I probably could pop up, art or whatever as imagery. Yeah. Yeah. Or I mean, at this point, I just am just trying to make the broadcast look at least slightly visually more appealing. So I have like, yeah, yeah, instead of just it being a black screen or something, because like at this point I don't know. I have Sketchbook open, so I can like obviously capture that and just write stuff, make my own little. Like if I'm going to start making like what are those like little spider web graphs or charts or whatever, then I I can do that. Um, At this point, no one's, I don't think, watching, so it doesn't really matter if I introduce. Oh, well, two's watching technically, so that's me and you are watching, so you know. Um, yeah, I'm used to that with Twitch. Twitch will be like two watching, and I'd be like, oh, that's me and Paul watching each other, or whatever. Anyways, um, so I don't really feel like I need to like introduce you or anything to no one. One day maybe. Do you want me to just call you Danger? You can't. You can't. Yeah, we can call. Yeah, this works for me. At this point, it doesn't matter because it's just like, well, it's sure. Yeah, exactly. Well, at the same time, I'm like, well, it makes sense to be like, well, I don't care if I say my name or whatever, but and if if there's technically, it's like I don't know, this is maybe even it. Yeah, it's like a rapper, right? It's like you got to I have to have the right a rapper name. You can't just call me Marvin or whatever. I don't even know the Marshall or whatever the yeah. Well, yeah, but it'd be like Prince, right? Where it's like Marvin. But then also people would be like Marvin Gaye, and you're like, no. You're like, oh, the artist known as Marvin. Yeah. People would be confused though. They'd be like, what's? I mean, obviously until they hear it or they it becomes. Yeah, of course, yes, yeah. So I'm multitasking because I'm late. So if you hear me sound like I'm eating something, just like how you're going to be eating something probably in 20 minutes, it's yeah, hell yeah. Exactly. That is the epitome of a ADD ridden artist shut in. Spurred, yeah, exactly. Um, no, like again, the this is more of like a test run with just if I explain any of this stuff, it might just pop up in a more official capacity later or not. If not, if not, at least someone will come across it and go, "Hey, this guy's streaming, cool." Like I'm gonna link it obviously to more people. Yeah. I think I do need to build up that like anticipation for it, like like how people do the schedule for it, and they need to know that it's even a thing. Like right now, no one knows it's a thing, and it's more or less just yeah. Like with Twitch, I would have like not a real hard schedule, but it would be like people were more on that consistently, waiting for people to just go online. Here, I don't know if that's yeah, I don't know if that's how that is here on YouTube. With Twitch, again, I would just start streaming. I get at least one person in it would be like you or Paul or whatever, just trying to get um, into the chat so that like things are working smoothly. And then after that, it would be like, okay, there's at least one person watching, which kind of triggers people's like engagement with it. We're like, oh, this is a thing that's happening. And then the people who have in the past subscribed to me or whatever you call it, following me to where they get a notification or they're already on the site anyways, watching someone else or just finished watching someone else. It'll then they'll transition to then go, oh, I'll watch him, and then I and then yeah, exactly. I'd have my regulars, so like I'm not naming names because they're all I know them all by internet names too. So like when Rage, yeah, oh yeah, sure, but the people I have been because I also have been streaming with on Twitch since like 2013 or 14 or whatever it was, 15 maybe I think I don't know I can't remember now. I've been on Twitch. I've been on Twitch since it like 2012 or whatever. Like when uh, Justin TV was still it's like count like there was that was still being Twitch was still a thing with Justin TV still being active, and you'd go over to Twitch for the gaming things. But if you wanted to watch like live streams of like Family Guy, you'd go over to Justin TV or whatever. Now you just go to YouTube. Um, so and then of course I've taken some audiences from people. Basically, it's the thing where you slowly build an audience through. I have a friend of a friend, or my friend now is who was my friend's friend is now, so that thing where same with like when you look at like my Discord server, the people that are in that are either real life friends or people that I've met over the course of the internet friendship that is early 2010s streaming kind of nerd circle. So like, yeah, so like when so again, there's a character, or there's I'm going to call him a character. There's a character. There's someone named Ray. There's someone named Raged in that is friend that kind of is mutual amongst myself, my cousin, and then his friend that I've also become friends with, and we game together. So then he's it's all synergetic, as you said. And there was another streamer that I was on Twitch a lot, like with, and um, I watched, and my cousin and I were so involved that he kind of knew us by name, and it was funny because he's like one of those like early like because he's not a big streamer, but he's big enough to where like the if kind of energy. So, anyways, but I'm trying to digress a little bit, but yeah, it's always funny. Shout outs to Devo C. He's a real Canadian uh, OG. Dude, dude, I would drink the fuck out of a pint of maple syrup with that man. No, he's good. Yeah, he he's good people. it was up to the point where like my cousin was sent him his uh, Dreamcast so he could just stream Dreamcast, and that was a whole stream. It was a whole stream of him getting the box from the post office, and he had to actually like take a picture of the box before he broke it open because it was such a bad state. It was like cartoonily like gnarly, yeah. Like just I would do the thing where to do a visual nod, it'd be just think of about the scene in Ace Ventura at the beginning where he's kicking the box everywhere. Yeah, it's literally that. It looked gnarly. But like yeah, there's like real world actual yeah people do messing that up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so for me, back in the early days of Twitch or whatever, you're just like I'm just watching someone game, and it was still retro game eccentric too, where like obviously you'd play modern games, but like it was always camaraderie amongst you know millennials because now we're dealing with everyone else who's younger than us. Before that, we were the cool kids streaming and talking about 80s and 90s games, video games, and playing them on the stream that you are now also then talking about. So we're, there's a bit of a meta. I'm sure there's a meta of commentary that I'm doing right now where I'm streaming about something else that I want to then in context talk about. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh well, that's just how life is, right? The the contextual yeah layers. It's like an onion. It's like an ogre. Do you get that joke? Instead of because he says it's like an onion, but since it's the movie's about an ogre, it's like an ogre. There's layers to it. That's a really bad. That was the most bad. Like that was a really bad version of working on material in real time. But yeah, but it's really fun because like you would that was the early days of trying to understand like what is this thing streaming on the internet and to people and like-minded people and why would they want to watch me play fucking uh Chrono Cross or whatever. Yeah, but you get some really cool people that I again I followed and then they have their own they also have a connective again like there is a bit of a who's who connective tissue amongst the people that would even come by and stop by here if versus like if I was streaming on Twitch, which I think you could do simultaneously now. Like it used to be like you have to go through a bunch of steps. Yeah, and that's not the problem. The problem is when YouTube goes, we want to have proprietary control over your stream. That's the problem, or whatever the term is for I can't stream simultaneously because it impacts the terms of service on both ends or whatever. So like right now I would do that, and guess what? There would be probably more people tuning in because there's more people most likely, uh, I guess, prepared to see my live stream on Twitch than on YouTube. Even though I think I have more. Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. Well, yeah. Now that Twitch, you can do anything on Twitch now. So you know what I mean? Like, what is it called? Hanging around or whatever the fucking thing's called. All the little subgenres of like there's the people that do like hobby painting and stuff, like miniatures and stuff on Twitch. Yeah. Either way, it's all fun experimentation. It's the thing where this is like the thing where you go, this is supplementary in things. The main course is the videos that I'd upload, and they're very amateuristic, but they're at least that's where I could easily like point direct to you. Oh hey, I'd go watch that video on the rereading the first Watchmen comic or whatever. But then after that, it's like, but here it's like, what am I doing here? But then just name dropping a video that I would rather have someone go check out and help me with my views or whatever, or what that kind of thing, sort of thing. But I think when you, especially when you're full timing it with a lot of this stuff, you just bombard everyone with constant things. You're like, got to hit him with my live streams. I got to hit him with my videos that come out every Monday or Friday. If even if that, that's another example of being having a schedule and that being professional. When I don't have that, I tend to try to upload it towards the beginning of like the week if I've done it by the end of the last week, or something like that, right? Yeah, yeah. Like right now, I don't. For anyone who's listening, I guess I don't have anything really in the pipeline, either pre-recorded already or planning to. Even though I should, I know I should be recording my third. What is it called? The third book of Watchmen. I read it, but I haven't recorded anything on it. So I'd argue I'm only halfway through with that as a video that needs to get done. Because I'm trying to see myself through like one full like series of stuff. So like I have to make at least 12 videos on the 12 issues of Watchmen. And mhm, yeah, yeah. No, I found it to be a middle of the road where I mean it's not like I don't want to talk about it, but also people will be like, okay, what's this guy's comments on this piece of work that everyone has it? Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's how I would make fun of One Piece people. What else can be said about One Piece? And you're just like, One Piece? No. So yeah, I also had to reread this uh, little list of notes I had just to see how much it made sense or not. And going into the actual meat and potatoes of the stream, but yeah, the my running like project name for it was, or my the working title was Marvel Dojinshi, even though that gives a whole different like connotations where you're like it's not about turtle brothers having sex with each other. It's a joke because apparently there's a lot of TMNT brother love Dojinshis. I don't, and that's not because I went into looking for that. It's because someone else brought it to my attention. Nope. I'll admit to the people who are trying to like get into the nitty gritty about Dojinshi itself because it's supposed to be, yeah, it's basically I mean I'm not worried about it. I love the Ninja Turtles, not that much, but enough to fall into like the oops, I went down that rabbit hole of that exists. Great. Exactly. It's that mean. Yeah. Um 20th century Marvels? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Oh no, no, like that's what I like about that because then it makes me cross reference. Like mine is it's a reference that it's basically not a bootleg, but doujinshis are basically they work on trademarks that they don't obviously have the rights to. It's fan art, of course. Yeah, it's fanfic, but it's that's obviously how the Japanese say it. But it's also a lot bigger of a, yeah, but it's a lot bigger. What do you call it? Enterprise. Doujinshis like they have full on things. What? You're gonna have to give me a little more context on that because I either don't know what you're saying or I feel like I missed the joke, the plot or the punchline. Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, like they go in hand in hand. Oh yeah. Um, Peach Momoka kind of has her own thing right now going on with that, where she's making her own like Japanese like what do you call it, like mythical fairy tale meets Marvel characters. Demon Days is the I think the name of the whole project. I would see. This is why when I have my camera on, I can just pull that baby out and just show you straight up because I have that. I know what I'm talking about, even though I'm not an expert. Hmm. No, I think the reason why I just use that word is because when I was hearing about it around the time I just was like, oh yeah, like it's basically like a lack of a better word, like bootleg against I don't have the rights to these things, so but yet people still do that with other things. And one big thing with the manga Japanese manga based community is it's dojinshi is the name for basically comic books about things that they don't have the rights to. So I just was thinking, well, that's literally what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm literally trying to do what they do, where if I want to see these characters doing things and I know I don't have the rights to it and that's fine, I can then at least use it's a little caveat, it's a little caveat or like a little asterisk there going, didn't you get it? Because it's me wanting to make, because I would try to articulate it in a comic book format, even if I'm just speaking about the writing. I still want it to be visually depicted that way too. So yeah, Doujinshi, I believe. Mm-hmm. You've never heard of that? Well, I will also not go in the other direction of why I also know about that. I'll let you imagine. There's another word that I don't need to spell that is correlated with the how do you stumble upon certain Japanese material. I'm sure you know what I'm saying. Well, yeah, you know me. You know where my tastes lie. So you're like, oh, that. Of course, that's how you found out about that. You weirdo, you pervert. I just literally just gave you the American word for it. Yeah, you're like, oh, I didn't know that was a word that. See, see. Ah, okay, hold on. They can't hear you. That's not good. They can't hear your good commenting on it. Let's see. Let's change that. Let's see. Yeah. How do I do that? How do they hear? Let me just add. Hmm. What is this? Let me add the program that is Discord. What is what? What is that considered? Display? Not display. Not browser. Application audio. Oh, right here. I mean, it sounds like it. Audio or audio capture application. Something. I don't know. Let's whatever it is. Let's see. Aha! It says Discord immediately. Is that what? Is it what's open right now? S.
It should just pull audio from the whole.
What is your full name in this? Super Danger? Because
On Discord, yeah.
It only says S and then the ellipses. So I'm like, okay, it's picking up that's you. Okay, match title. Otherwise, find window of same type. Whatever. Let's try this. Let's see. Audio capture.
Dude, I'm up. I can hear my voice now.
Yep. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Fix that. Cool.
Well, now that we had like 30 minutes. No, it wasn't that long.
No, the last little string of talk was me just trying to skirt around how to describe why I found out about Dojinshi.
Oh, well, there you go.
And you denying your creative idea that is already something that Peach Momoka has done.
So nothing was lost.
Nothing. Nothing has been lost. Oh
Exactly.
fuck!
It's
Except
totally
for
unchanging.
please. Well, I guess I did say it out loud too. So at least repeat your idea where it's 20th century Marvel. Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
I think
which
a
is
good
obviously way
frame of
more
reference to
specific to that. I think maybe I was just trying to think of other. Like I was doing that thing where you go, oh, let's just come up with a bunch of random things that I don't have
oh
rights
yeah.
to Marvel wise. But then I found out, oh, this should just be like one of those like magnum opuses where it's encompassing the whole history of Marvel versus just, oh, it'd be funny to just do a one shot of this character or whatever.
Exactly.
So the
That's
difference
why I think
now
it's a cool
is,
idea though. It's sort of all
yeah.
encompassing.
So before I decided it was just one idea, or at least heavily one idea, uh, it would have just been a bunch of Marvel doujinshi standalones or whatever. Here, yours title I think makes more sense for the specific project itself, which is
Well,
like
I'm
the
I'm glad
history
you like it.
lesson on top of
Yeah.
the creative or the fictional
Well, and that's kind of
synergy.
what I was going on. Like I've got my Marvel encyclopedia sitting here, but otherwise I'm just
Oh,
trying to,
oh yeah.
rely on my own sort of
I don't actually
knowledge of
have like
history.
that. I just nowadays I just Google as soon as
Oh,
a thought
hang
comes into
on.
my mind.
I got to hit the oven real quick. Hang on.
Uh oh, ladies and gentlemen, he's not going to be in the oven. He's just going to go grab something in the oven. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're just going to explore this silly idea that I had that then also apparently seemed to be something worth talking about with my other friend and cohort in creative crime, uh, Danger, the man known as Danger. Um, and yeah, essentially is just going to be like what we've been saying, which is like
Oh,
a
yeah.
historical. I was just reiterating what we're doing while you're gone.
Hmm?
There was no dead air.
I can't
Um,
have that.
yeah,
Unacceptable.
at least to some extent. But yeah, the just describing in a nutshell, like you and I being creative criminals in our what did I say? I already lost my off the cuff thought.
Using shit we don't have the rights to have fun,
Yeah,
Good old
exactly,
fashioned piracy.
exactly. It's stuff that I can make a YouTube video about and not get sued.
We're
Hopefully,
not selling anything.
no, we're not
Exactly.
exactly. I'm not even making money off of this.
Like not even a little bit, not a dime.
I don't want
Not
to.
one thin dime.
If I was able to make
No,
money
because
off
that
of
makes
it,
us fucked.
yeah.
Yeah, then we get in trouble. Can't
There's
have
not
that.
a what do they? Well, what's funny about it is too. It's like I think even like if you're like, well, I was just reviewing it or whatever. You're like, yeah, but you have to. What's the term that everyone uses on this channel on the site? It has to be like creatively transformative enough, or it has to be transformative
Oh,
enough.
exactly.
Which
Transformative.
this probably could get away obviously with that even
It's
more so because
completely
we're yeah,
transformative. It's an
yeah,
original idea. Like I said, there's something different than us sitting here and doing this versus, scrawling something out, publishing it, and going to a Comic-Con, sitting on the sidewalk and selling people copies of it. That'd get
yeah.
us in trouble. That's a different story.
At very
We
least
can fucking we can talk
it's
about
just like yeah,
whatever.
it's like food for
Can't own
thought
the
where you're like,
thought.
oh man, I wish these guys were in the comic industry if they were going this far hard to the
Dude,
paint.
that's the best. Dude, that's better than any amount of money.
That's
It's
where you
just
get it. Yeah.
showing up the studios.
Yeah. See that my thing is there is a secret agenda there, a little one there where it's I'm just trying to talk the talk, walk the walk.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
at least you go, okay, well he vaguely knows at least what he's doing. He's done at least a little bit of research. It's like if someone streamed their like the director streamed a bunch of their thoughts and opinions on the movie they just made of a new MCU movie to
Yes.
kind of gain a bit more respect and like legitimacy to the craft that they executed on. Like they don't need to. I don't think that they have the balls or the they want to do such a thing. Even though
Or the touch or the power.
dude, real weird sidetracking thought. They had an ASMR like live stream with fucking Audrey Plaza for the uh what was that? What's her name? Agatha All Along show.
Damn it, I missed it.
Yeah, I've never watched. I didn't watch it. I just knew of it because someone mentioned it in a review, and I'm like, the fuck is this? Like, for one, two things.
Damn.
One, and this is where I'll out myself even more than my videos do because I kind of hold back a little bit on things. I'm not going to be using any
You're a
spicy.
little tame.
I'm not going to be using spicy words, gamer words, or anything as much as I can.
Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't do
Yeah,
that. I'll refrain.
yeah, refrain from that. But it would be one.
Fuck is still on the table, right?
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Fuck shit.
See, that's what
I don't know about the C word. I don't know. I
guess we
I
have to
don't
push,
personally care. Well, we're not English or
Stick with the-
Australian, so I don't think that works. We have to be respectively from a
We'll stick with
culture.
the Carlin spicy
Yeah.
words. I can't remember all of them,
No.
but that's good. I don't need to use all of them.
But at least I vaguely have an idea like where that kind of like the limits to be pushed. You can't say bitch. We can't say bitch.
And I say twat.
I don't know. That's kind of close to the C word, right?
See, I'm stretching it.
It's adjacent to it.
Ha, pun intended.
Yeah. Ew.
All right, now we're getting gross.
Yeah, we're grossing out. We're losing them. We're
being honest.
We're
being
doing
transparent.
We're doing every comedic podcasting technique right now.
We're hitting the gambit. We're running it all, dude.
We're sidetracking. We're just riffing. You know,
rambling.
Hell yeah.
This is what it's for. It's like radio,
times.
except no one can tell us to shut up for commercials.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is they decide to do that, and I'm like, well, for one thing, I don't care for ASMR stuff, but two, I'm like,
yeah, that's an odd pick.
Is that like is there a demographic that you were trying to get with that? Because clearly, a large company like that does not do stuff like that for no reason, unless it's like
that's nuts. Actually,
the only thing I can think of is if they're being like the only time a big $1 billion, $1 trillion, whatever you want. I'm making company.
All the money.
Yeah, all the money's company. The big five of our world's creative. There's McDonald's, Disney, and Microsoft or Google, and that's about it, really. Everyone else, Amazon, and everyone else is not worth mentioning. They don't control anything else, or they're all owned by those parent companies. Anyways,
yeah, I haven't looked at that list in a while. I don't want to look at.
Well, that's me just thinking of like what would be the top 5 overlords of our world, of our modern day.
Which of the 5 labels?
We got them all. You know, entertainment, food. What is it called? What's products and service? You know, products or whatever, materialistic stuff.
Exactly.
And your internet. You know, enjoyment. So yeah. When you're a big company like that, it makes me wonder, like, did you try to get like ASMR fans what demographic? I mean, again, maybe
really makes
me it gets kind of scary because then I feel like I'm almost going into like a racial or like a stereotypical like angle where I'm not trying to, but I'm like,
I could be wrong here, but
like
I feel like
from what I've heard about the Agatha show, they were suburban wine moms. Can I say that?
Exactly.
Do I get canceled if I said that? Those types of people?
No, you already said it too.
I know. Uh-oh.
No, everyone's
spicy take.
Blast now. Nobody's safe.
That's actually the easiest group to dog on is middle-aged wine moms or whatever they're called. Suburban wine moms.
I guarantee you, they're not in the audience.
Well, that's the irony, I think, of that, because I think maybe it's just like anything, right? Once upon a time, ASMR was for everyone, or for people who like the sensation that it causes in their jelly, the brain jelly.
For shut-in weirdos, and now it's for everyone.
Well, no, then I was just like, oh wait, maybe it's more or less. Actually, you can boil it down to like specifics, but then again,
but I feel like
when you start talking about demographics, it sounds like racism, and you're just like, that's not what I mean. Demographics and racism is two separate things.
Demographics, not minorities. That's different.
One is scientifically or like actually like factually like substantial, or you can actually go like, you know.
One is a measurable metric. The other is a horrible judgment.
Yeah, men between the ages of 15 and 25 really like Aubrey Plaza. That's not what we're getting. We're not going to get that with the ASMR crowd. But
that's an odd.
If she does it, whatever the joke I'm making.
25, you're doing something with those noises, you know.
Well, apparently, again, now I'm going to get in the weeds of ASMR. Apparently, it does something for people. And I'm not going to elaborate because I don't know what that really means, because it doesn't do it for me. I actually
do my own research.
I actually hate ASMR. Like, it actually like infuriates me. I'm like, oh, stop it! Turn your mic sensitivity down, damn it! I don't want to hear you go.
People slap macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, you're just like, what the? No, stop it! Like I can understand, like
listen to me eat with my mouth open stream.
yeah, like I don't like mukbang stuff either. Like I don't want to see you slowly killing
Dude,
yourself.
you are really just like putting yourself in a box here.
I know. Well, no, I'm making sure people who frequent this channel to know exactly where I lie.
Drawing a line in the sand.
I'm an angry white man. That's,
See?
there
Now
you
I feel
go.
like now they're expecting gamer words.
No, we don't have to say gamer words. You just can say the word gamer words, and people go, ha ha.
Oh, that's good. You're
They
right.
know it. They know
This is
what's
enough.
going on. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not PewDiePie
I've
levels
watched
yet,
plenty of
so
other streamers, doing the same thing. Like, let me name names again. When I'm watching even this is relevant. EVS, the Frog Cast or whatever it's called.
oh, Trash Cast
Trash
has
Cast.
been
Thank you. Well,
great.
isn't there frogs? Something to do with frogs?
Well, Cyberfrog. He's got frogs all over the like the
Oh well, of
thumbnails.
course he made Cyberfrog.
Yeah.
This is relevant at least to the people who will go, oh, he turned it back around to comics. He kind of just starts talking about like internet drama at some point,
Everything.
or if it's
Well,
or
he
that's
pulls an audience. That's the thing. Once you've got an audience, you can really take them wherever you want.
and a big thing I notice is when you do it consistently like that, like it is like the news where you're like, dude, just throw like 10 of the biggest things that has happened today in tragedy
People love headlines.
or not. Just give me it. Oh, this
Yeah.
guy got assassinated. Oh, we're going. These people are going to war.
Oh, we can't say that word.
Assassination or go to war.
Well, I don't know either one. I feel like now we're
No, I'm just
gambling
talking
with
about.
both.
No, I'm just talking about the general concept of those things. The news would report on
Yeah, the
those
headline.
incidences. Those are events.
Should we do it? Should we do a newsreel? No, that's what we'll do. I mean, we're kind of doing a newsreel. It's just like news from the last 100 years.
Oh yeah. Again, I'll steer it back to the project. No, I was just thinking like when you're broadcasting for so long or so often or every day, you got to shove whatever you can in that block of time. So almost anything will go. Like only when you get an excess amount, then you can kind of cut shave off the top of the best of the best, the creme of the creme de la creme.
Oh, so right off the top here. So the whole idea here is we're sort of doing a sort of an origin story for the Marvel universe sort of throughout the 20th century. And so it's sort of, different instances. Sort of
Yeah, where at least I
Marvel.
guess the inception is
Right.
kind of tandem in the real world's history and like the fictional history of Marvel and how to best make those best both do the two hands clenching. I get you got to do the guy thing where you go it's the commando meme. Both roided out muscles. How do you
Dude, and
how do they
immediately the
meet?
1900 like 1900 to 1909, like that's the invention of the automobile, the first air flight, the San Francisco earthquake. Like a lot of shit happened those first 10 years.
And that stuff I would not know anything about, and you're like, that's
I literally just had to pull. It's like an
Oh.
article I found. It's just events,
Well,
like major events.
so
from
we don't
each
need to start
decade.
that far back because that's why going back to this idea.
I sort of,
Yeah,
I just laid that first that foundation.
but yeah, you
It'll get more
because you were mentioning the 20th century as a whole.
Yeah.
It would have to start
And
at
it's just a good way to sort of
1900 to
encapsulate it.
2000.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironically, it's kind of how it mostly goes because I would start it in like 1930-ish to 2001, and that was by design. And yet that's pretty much it's pretty much what you just said.
Start 1910, you get World War I.
Well, that would be like if that was to be referenced and not shown, or vice versa, or shown and not referenced, or whatever, right? Like it depends, because I know you and me are basically going to have a wouldn't this be cool off, and then find find a fun little middle ground there, right?
A little more. I think it would be the intentions to be a little more. What's the word? Cooperative.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's cooperative in large, but like you were bringing up stuff that I was like, oh yeah, that's okay. Well, now either I can steal that and put it to my idea, or we could just say, oh well, maybe now there's a third. There exists my idea, your idea, and then our idea.
Yeah,
and then.
But I'm just saying, right out of the gate,
so we can have all three right. So whatever you want, you're right, and everything I want, it will be right. And then,
of course,
yeah.
There's gonna be a fair amount of ass kissing on this stream. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's gonna go both ways.
Yeah, I needed to find my little thing to my physical pad of paper because I was doing things like writing this stuff while I was sitting in my car during like lunch breaks at work and stuff. Good,
Right. Right.
you use that time wisely as a creative. Um, and so it's a physical thing that I just had to go, okay, well then now let's literally read all the little chicken scratch that I have about it.
Oh yeah.
So let me just kind of overload you with the what do you call it, like the string of conscious ideas.
Pitch.
Yeah, the pitch, and then how maybe some of that can then be somehow because I did start writing a little bit to try and go back into like I did try to do
that's a
some
good way to
homework
get-
essentially where it's like let me
Right,
refine this
the whole
again.
thing. Sort of splay the whole thing out, and then we can, after you sort of got the bulk of the concept sort
Yeah.
of out there, we can go back and sort of discuss details and things.
Uh-huh. So I also do it kind of chronologically where the way I wrote it,
Yes.
and then just kind of that's how my string of consciousness kind of manifests itself. So like I was trying to do like this thing where I was like, well, let's do like an act 1, 2, and 3, and that's broken up into like 2 chapters a piece for 6 chapters total. And then I was like, that was like the first thing I wrote down. I was like, I must be really trying to like break it down to like maybe if you were to do like a Discovery Channel series or something where you need to have like you need to be able to organize a large subject like World War II into the beginnings, the middle, and the end, and then each chapter highlights something that would really help like bring in the reader, the reader slash viewer who either has no idea what World War II is, or to gain a better aspect of certain things. So like everyone knows the players involved to some extent, but then it's like let's really dive deeper into everyone, like not just Russians or not just Germans. Like there were other people, other countries and whatnot. So you're
What
like,
we're
okay,
basically doing is a verbal table of contents.
yeah, kind of, yes, and that's usually how I do things, where I start writing dates, characters, and then just bullet point, and then like it's just whatever. So like, obviously you would be able to see this if I had it up, and I might
We'll get there.
get at some point put a chart up, a graph up, or whatever to like that actually solidifies some idea. But then it says like Act 1 would be Origins, Act 2 would be Rise, and then Act 3 would be the Fall. So again, these aren't correct answers. These are just what I initially was trying to use as a way to format my thoughts. The story is about an what does it say? Or an interpretation of Marvel's fictional history. So that was literally just me writing like your thesis statement or whatever. Then I just wrote
thesis. That's the word.
Yeah, there you go. Then I just wrote Mignola inspired, but that's just me doing my little thing where I just write my string of consciousness stuff. That was where like it reminded me of like, oh well, remember that story? I'll get into it, of course, but it's like that was a Mignola kind of nod. And of course, he's part of Marvel history, literally. So I mean, fictional and non-fictional. So it's like it's not wrong. But people should know by now that what's the word you call? Like, what do you say when you go hard for certain people and
you stand.
Yeah, I'm a big Mignola stand. Thank you. That's the easiest way to say it. So people will know by now on this channel. I mean, I have like literally a string of videos that are just Mignola covers, and I just talk about the covers, not even the interiors of them, because most of the interior is not Mignola related. It's just his covers that he contribute to. And those I don't think have a lot of views versus like some other ones.
Not yet. This is the stream that's going to pull them all in.
No, whatever. I don't care.
Self-referential.
Yeah. So then I said chapter 1, Birth of a Hero, and that was kind of again my way to like quickly summarize like what would be the mission of like chapter 1,
right?
And then of course you use who's your protagonist. I guess you'd use to pull that together. And I was telling you how I wanted to use Captain America.
Yes.
So then, he becomes a heavy anchoring point. Let's use modern MCU terms, even though this is probably an old term that they're just now using.
Not a bad way to start. So we always go back and put
But
more detail
uh,
into it, but the
this
general
is an anchor
understanding.
in the timeline of the
Oh,
story.
yeah,
I don't know. It's like saying, "Oh, I'm using
I'm
this
actually.
kitschy word now that everyone knows. Everyone knows gaslighting, but before that, it used to be a thing, but
Oh,
not everyone knew about it. It was a dictionary term for something, but
well,
then
and
now
Steve Rogers, I
everyone
feel like
knows.
has been used. Steve Rogers has kind of been used as an anchor in a certain
Yeah.
chronological
Well, yeah,
timeline
you'd
a
always
lot of.
argue. You go, well, you got like Steve Rogers, Peter Parker. Like those are pretty solid, like arguments for like who would be a focal point in like the center of the Marvel universe. I
Yeah,
think even regardless of like, well, maybe not. Regardless of like what medium, because like Spider-Man's easy.
right.
It's like Superman with DC. You know, it's
Well,
easy
and
to
it's
say.
like Captain America specifically is such a product of a very specific instance in history. It's kind of
Yeah,
hard to
it
not
that's
use him as a chronological point.
yeah. That was also kind of the argument for that too, where it was like that's why I kind of wanted to shoot segue into Nick Fury to where Captain
Oh
America
yeah,
is kind of like the beginning of the idea of like that's the anchoring. He's like the heart and soul of Marvel's universe. Same with Spider-Man, but like
yeah.
you still need like perspective or point of view in with with the voice of whoever it is. So like I was maybe thinking that it would basically try to go from like, especially with Timely Comics is obviously when they made Captain America and then it became Marvel. So technically Captain America predates Marvel's publishing name literally.
Yes.
So like I was trying to use that, like that's why I'm saying it's kind of a meta thing where you try to mix both things together where you go, okay, well, they're writing or they're making comics about World War II like propaganda, and he is very much so a product of that time and the embodiment of like the American way or whatever. So
Yeah.
like, but so it's like it's a weird
American
like
history.
yeah, literally is like what do you call that? Like a circular pattern of like, okay, so you have
Poetry. Everything
yeah, it
rhymes.
rhymes, yeah. So you have the real world tragedy that then inspires the fiction, then and then vice versa and whatever. So like Captain America always seems to be the one that's like, well, he is he kind of you can argue he is in certain storylines. Um, you can do the thing where you're using those point of views as a way to highlight the perspective, specific perspective that is like, oh, the old curmudgeon. Oh, it's going to be Captain America, and then the young whippersnapper, which is going to be I don't know. Let's just make up a new Marvel character because they're doing that right now. They're really good at
Oh
that.
Jesus!
Uh,
No, 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 no.
Jessica
Only
Sparks.
self-insert.
I just made
Oh
up a new
God.
character. Jessica Sparks,
Oh
young
no! Why would you
whippersnapper.
do this?
She's super mixed race.
I
Not
hate this.
being again, not
I
being
hate this.
mean.
Wait, mixed race? I'm back in.
Yeah. And he has to be the old curmudgeon, and she's the new whippersnapper that has to like. So they're book ending the two thought like the comics. There's for old boomers and also really
Exactly.
cool modern Zoomers, and you're like, oh, okay.
Really cool,
Anyways,
awesome Zoomers that don't even buy
I'm
the
gonna
book.
kind of lose the audience with that one or whatever the
And
plot.
well, see, that's the problem. Is now we're the boomers. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. But you would use that as like that's the they've been using that with like Batman's been constantly a subject of the old man, and then he gets a new ward, right? And new wards,
Exactly.
and each new ward, because like people would stand for like Dick Grayson, oh Nightwing, yeah, but then people are like, ew, Nightwing. Dude, Damian Wayne, dude, like he's way cooler and way better. And you're like, oh shit, you're already showing your age and your not saying older people can't like younger people or you know what I mean, but like you
Well,
again,
but
you pick
to
and
be
then
objective.
what's the redhead from Dark Knight? I always forget her
Oh,
name,
I never fucking remember.
but like people could stand for her, like that's
Well,
my
yeah.
favorite Robin, and you're just like, oh yeah, okay.
Well, and
Um,
don't, I'm not totally against like a sort of creative reinvention just for the sake of, an interesting story or whatever. But we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We got plenty to work with.
there's a thing too where it's like I just find it's hard, more creatively challenging to just be like, oh, I can't make up characters and willy nilly things, right? To some extent, with
Oh,
this
right,
project
right.
in general or in mind.
Well, it kind of keeps that fan fiction kind of vibe. You don't want to throw too much of your own stuff in
Mm-hmm.
there.
And that's really where the challenge would be. And I'm like, oh man, this is what people would want to. I'd say I would want to hear this from people who are making Marvel content now. So maybe that's what it
Right.
really is. Is it's a project about being,
Expressing the way it should be
yeah,
done.
being 1 foot in. No, 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 no. This is what I want to do. This is what how it should be. And also, oh well, that seems fateful. So I can be basically lambasted for one thing and praised for another, all in one
And that's
project.
basically what they all want.
Hmm. So yeah, I was just using like Captain America originally as like focal point for like the early beginning, the origins of Marvel.
Hmm.
But I don't need to say like Marvel as like it doesn't have to be metatextual. It's just using
Within this
you're using the
context.
timelines and stuff uh as a what do you call it, as a template. So like
Yes.
the birth of a hero would be the birth of the Super Soldier Project that is successful in the Steve Rogers Captain America story, right?
Right.
So that's how you would, if I'm going to use the meta term for it or like the whatever, that's the answer for it in universe.
Yes.
So the Marvel universe itself existed before Captain America, so that you have the basis of like technically right now Thor still does exist because he is a god that is hundreds of years
Ooh.
old. But we don't
Ooh.
need to use. But I'm also trying to use those that as a more of a background that enhances as they become relevant players later
Detail.
on,
Yeah.
especially with the aspect of it being somewhat fictionally accurate. So like knowing that like
Right. Right.
if Thor is not technically created, quote unquote, in real life, after only after Captain America, then I can't have Thor predate Captain America, at least from
Oh, we
a
can.
he can't no, but I mean it's one and the same, right? So like when you said, oh yeah, like you have like World War I, you have like Thor. I'm not going to steal your thunder too completely to make a
Oh no, no.
there's a
You
pun
can.
there.
You can.
But
It's related into that later.
you were saying, oh yeah, World War I. That's when you see Thor, and then that inspires what happens in the act, in World War II. And I'm like, well, yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not where the story begins. I feel like that would be more referential and not actually like depicted.
That could be like a prologue type situation.
Yeah. So like to me, it's like
The story starts with Steve Rogers.
the answer is
There could
it's
be reference
yeah.
shit.
The answer is not no, but also in
But also I figured
yeah
we get into those
in
concepts
yeah,
later. Yeah.
yeah,
Again, this is
exactly.
yeah. You lay out the
So
general
I was trying to
synopsis.
really just try to get it as, and of course I'm going to be constantly going back and forth with the logic of that because my writing also will probably go back and forth between breaking it down
The
more
concepts as you're
better and
thinking of.
less. So then just writing in like things like his activeness in the story from like 1939 to 1956, and there's something about that that was a reason for that. Again, that this is me trying to think right in like my research for like, yeah, that's kind of like the timeline for that, right? Okay, or
Yeah.
whatever. Um, but then his like death is in like 1980s. Like I'm already jumping to that point where it's like, well, when he comes back, and we fit in and his resurrection? Can we when he comes back and is officially like what he's considered the modern Captain America of the current quote unquote current times, like
Right.
that would have, and this is also still technically like a historical thing because it's like there will be some timeline things where it's like I want that to meet up with a little bit with real world stuff, but I also kind of want to fudge that a little bit more too because he only
I think we should. Yeah.
yeah, because like Captain America only disappears like from like I guess what you'd say like his main story, like his when he gets frozen and when he gets thawed out. There's only a couple
Mhm.
years of that actually happening, like in the production of other comics being, till he comes back. Basically, when he comes back in Avengers 8 or 6, forget which
Right.
issue it is. That's when he officially is in like the modern Marvel canon. In the modern times, what they've depicted in the MCU officially now. Um,
Yes.
but that but it wasn't in the 80s. It was like in like 1963 or 4, like something like that. That's only a couple years after like the dawn of or the creation of all of those Marvel characters like the literal heyday, which is technically early, but in the timeline, but it would be somewhere
Right.
kind of decently in the middle in the story. So see how I'm
Right.
kind of tweaking it there, where you're like, well, it'd be kind of fun where he came back during like the 80s more than he did because if he only came back like a couple years after being thawed out, like I
That's a
think it's
fun sort of
I think it's like less than
timeline
a
to play
decade,
with.
like less than a
Yeah.
decade's worth. And I'm like, you're not considered like an old man in the Marvel universe if you've only been
Been gone
people
for like 8
normal
years.
yeah normal people can be in a coma for 8 years.
Yeah, there's
You
nothing.
were
It's
you
less
were
interesting.
super like you're in a superhero coma, which is way cooler. You should be like a good 15, 20 plus years, in the future.
Oh yeah.
Especially to add that, again that's where like
Well, that's
again you
why it
go back
works
to the
so much. It's so much
super.
more effective
Anytime you use the
in the
super,
MCU.
yeah. Anytime you don't just say hero, you always say superhero. Not just because they have superpowers, but like you always have to like it's like a god like
Supernatural
mythology.
elements.
Yeah, it's like mythology where you have to add that extra layer of like then he rolled literally a giant planet up the Cosmos Hill, and you're like, what does that even mean? Is he in space or not? Like, I don't
Like,
know. He literally lifted all of Atlantis and threw it into the ocean. You're like, what the? How does that work?
what a
Okay,
badass.
but that is literally though the history of that universe, so we have to kind of take it as so. Um, and of course, I'm going to say the N word a lot, not that word, but the other word,
Shit.
Nazis. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's fun.
The more I think about it, I'm like, oh, there's a lot of swastikas and like Nazi stuff in my content, and I'm like, a lot of
It's
comics
all
had a
history,
lot of
dude.
a lot of that stuff, and it's either
Yeah.
because it was cool to be like counterculture in the '80s, and I like the '80s like underground stuff. Like
I
almost
say
every,
it's just history.
I know, like, but then the other thing is like, well, there was a lot of Jewish people making comic books, and so like the irony of that is like,
Pretty good villain to go
yeah,
with.
I was to say I'd be doing what they were doing too if I needed to pick a villain for my superheroes. But then it's like you look at like Frank Miller and you're like, why does Frank Miller in all of his stuff have like swastikas? Like that's weird. What a
And you
weird.
know who he's fighting?
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't
It's
know.
good marketing. It
I don't
is.
know. His stuff is way too not as obvious. He'll have a character in Sin City with like earrings with swastikas on them and like why?
I
Like is like I love being kind of like a cringe lord too, but
think
like what does
the
that even
people would call
mean?
that an word. Yeah.
Like, okay, well then put a Star of David on someone's t-shirt or something randomly. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well,
But is
okay.
that
You got
not
a good
cool
point
enough
there.
though? It's not punk enough.
Oh,
It's punk to put a swastika on something, even if they don't like Nazis. Ugh, Nazis fuck off. Which again,
wow.
that's very punk
Dude,
too.
that's so
Anyways,
edgy.
and yeah, well, I was a little edgy boy, a little edgy punk boy, so I know.
I'd never believe it.
You know, it was only after I learned that emo was not as cool. I went goth, emo, punk, and now I'm kind of like an amalgamation of all those things.
You
Anywho,
just went plum. It's a good commitment.
you say womp, womp, womp,
I went full womp, dude. I turned
womp?
into a cubicle.
I didn't hear either I cut you off or the internet cut you off, and I heard womp like
I would float up in the air over narrow walkways and drop
yeah,
down on people. That's how it
womp.
was my phase I went through in high school. Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, no, like well, nerd kind of coats candy coating on top of all that. So it's like imagine a nerd who's also a little like cringe lord uh goth kid.
Imagine, if you will, a
Yeah,
cringe lord nerd. Hey, easy. There. Done.
yeah.
I know
Um,
what you're talking about.
but yeah, basically there'd be a lot. This says that fighting Nazis and creating superheroes, patriotism, Nazi creativity, humans meeting gods. Like those are like the key terms for like basing some of the like early lore of the world. I don't know. Whatever. Again,
Yeah.
some of the stuff I'm reading
Same.
and then just go, I don't remember what I meant by that. Um, just doing dates and stuff to try and use like dates as a way to like kind of lock in certain things. So like if there was a chapter, like and it was in it, the chapter was the birth of a hero or superhero or whatever, and just like, oh well, that's going to be between 19 something and 19 something, and that's going to be like the time, but also like the origins of that theme. So like, oh okay, well, they're always chasing the super soldier program, like bringing it back as like the perfect. What is it calling? What do they say that when they, obviously they're trying to chase it, but whenever some experiment is trying to be reproduced again successfully, like they're doing that constantly in the MCU, or I mean in the Marvel universe, where you're
I mean,
like,
they're obsessed with it. That's the
yeah,
word for it.
yeah, they're always obsessed with like we need to get another perfect, like, and they use I feel like they always use like the word perfect without any
Yes.
parentheses. Like usually you would say like, oh, there's parentheses there, like perfect soldier or perfect super soldier.
No, literally
But no,
perfect.
they literally want like another Steve Rogers apparently,
Yes.
and they never get that
Because he was the
apparently.
best.
Yeah. So that's always
That
that always
magic bottle
fascinates
right
me
there.
too, because then it's like, well, that's worth exploring in this kind of area. Um,
Absolutely.
so then, but then you're also highlighting things because also there's some retroactively like, oh well, we were talking about Isaiah Bradley, right?
Yep. Back him up.
He was retroactively added to the mythos. So he was created in like what, the early 2000s, but then they placed him in the late end of World War II in the Marvel timeline, going into like,
Just before Steve Rogers.
yeah, it was after Steve Rogers.
I thought it was
It was
before.
just I looked up after you mentioned it because I
Oh,
was like,
okay.
oh yeah, I do want to, because he is obviously a relevant player in stuff. But where I was getting
At
at
least
that
in
is it's
concept.
the idea that a writer wrote that in the 2000s to then retroactively add him to the historical timeline back in, because so it's a what is he's inspired by the Tuskegee experiments.
Tuskegee Air. Yeah, the
Yeah,
experiments.
that one.
Yes.
I just
The Tuskegee
there's too many
Airmen was a
syllables in that,
that was all.
and I just want to, I think people can understand where I meant go by that. And which is really dark because it's basically we're just going to give you syphilis and watch your symptoms for like
Yeah.
whatever, and then
I mean,
watch you
there was
slowly die.
more to it than that, but that's the worst end of it was like, yeah, we're
But I
just gonna
guess
lie
if
to
you were
you
going
and
to add a
tell you
horror, like a
how.
horror element of like, oh, that's the dark side of
Absolutely.
that experiment. His
And
again,
that is expressed in the Isaiah Bradley
exactly.
story too,
He has
because he
like all
was
those
mine.
deformities of the people of the each person taking
Exactly.
the soldier serum, which it was really fascinating because I've never really read any of that stuff, but I like when you read it like in a wiki
I have
style
one other
format.
comment. One of the issues you might have somewhere.
Yeah, but when you read it like a wiki and then you see some certain images, I'm like, oh, that's a really like strong image
No,
of like things
yeah,
that I'm like, okay, I can see why you would want to, like, maybe some people will be willing to add that to like retroactively again add that to the timeline where you're like, oh yeah, like why not? Like that sounds pretty Marvel to me. Um, but like there's a shot I saw, like it's like a photo of Isaiah Bradley and then some other like the quote unquote successful uh, subjects, and their heads are
right.
all weird and cartoony, long and squished and flat, like they're deformed heads. And I was like, whoa, that's a thing. Okay,
Yeah.
he's the only normal looking human in the center, and then there's these other gentlemen surrounding him with these
Well,
oblong
and again,
heads.
it's
And
sort
I'm
of
like, whoa.
that proto Weapon X type shit.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Well, then I looked into, and
Always
I
trying to
keep
be
forgetting.
super.
It's called Weapons Plus. Is the project overall like
Oh,
because what's funny? Every time I hear that, I remind myself, oh, that's right. A plus sign is just an X, you know, upright,
sideways.
and vice versa.
That's right.
And I'm just like, dang it! Why do I have to? Why does
It gotta be like
my special
this.
power? That's my special power is to. Ooh. The so Weapon Plus is the
But your
program that's
special
trying to make
powers.
the
Yeah.
next super soldier, and not until Weapon X, the 10th experiment, is it quote unquote
Oh, that's
successful.
right.
And then after that, they started calling it Weapon some, whatever, right? That's why they call it Weapon Plus, because it's your your all the characters are called Weapon something, but I don't know. It's, and then you can use like Alpha and whatnot. I'm sure as a also another way of like what's a
It's all Greek to me.
yeah, exactly. It's like using Greek words or terms or whatever to like, I don't know, whatever. I digress on that. But no, I was just doing that, and then I'd be like, okay, well then bring in Isaiah Bradley as a way to help elevate a time after Captain America is basically disappears or is gone. So stuff like that, or Blue Marvel, like those characters, I think are worth adding as. And it also just again, it contextually makes sense to where you'd want to be like, well, who replaces that? It's like saying not trying to get blasphemous here. It's like who replaces
Oh, here we go.
Jesus, right? Who replaces Jesus? I don't know.
Ooh,
Okay, well, we need to make the next Jesus, or we need to have some more. Like, we need to find, maybe that's where popes and stuff kind of come in. Where
we
you're
haven't
like,
got to Deadpool yet.
yeah, but yeah. So it gets to that point where you're like, well, we need the next Captain America, not just in the timeline of the fiction, where they're just trying to replace him. We always need a hero. We always need a super power. We always need an edge over our enemies. But also in our real world, when people are writing, sometimes they always are like, well, we always need our Batmans. We always need our Supermans. If we don't have Superman, who is the next best Superman? His Superboy, uh, uh, Nightwing. I don't, like you just try to think of uh, Shazam. I don't like you're trying to think of like a replacement for basically, like I said, that linchpin, that pillar that either will always be there, or if it temporarily is not in play, you need your
And if you
replacement.
can't find one, you invent one, and if people don't like it, you call them a bigot.
Sure. But yeah, then it would get into now. Then I started just trying to break up things like in the 40s. It's focused heavily on the World War II era, where like there's a little bit more heavy focus on setting up the Marvel universe, but also that's also like if you put a little more heavier context on, because also that was also during like a time when that's still timely, but that's also during the golden age technically. So the golden age of Marvel is timely comics.
Yes.
DC always was DC to some extent, like the name wise, in the golden age as well. So
Yeah.
you had mostly war comics and like the like the
Fitting for the
EC
time.
comic style stuff, but they were where it was like horror and war. That's where you get all those like crazy Captain America and like Red Skull like horror comics. You ever seen those?
Yes.
Like
Hell yeah.
there's that iconic
Those are good.
one. There's that iconic one where it's a very scary looking pre-code, obviously, like Red Skull, like a horror Grim Reaper looking
His
character.
character design is right
Oh
for
yeah,
horror.
and it's just so grotesque. It's scarier than usual, and
Yeah.
he's a big presence on the cover, and then you have like this little Captain America going ah, and you're just like, that was a thing at one point where it was like mostly either the war is mostly over, or they were transitioning in. Yeah, so they were transitioning
There you
into
go.
um, war into like the nuclear family post war like urban scare where you're like, oh, horror, and that's where EC kind of popularized like their like women wife bashing and stuff, but with a horror twist. Anyway, I love
It's in
EC,
line with
but
the time.
I can't make. Yeah, it's hard not to make a joke about some of that. Even though there's a really good EC comic that I really want, uh, just I mean, it looks really great. It's really well done. I don't know. I forget off the top of my head who's done it, like the artist, but this. And I'm going to spoil this 50-year-old comic or whatever it is, 100-year-old kind of.
Dang.
Um, but it's back. This is during again, and this is why it would be hard not to be political about a lot of this stuff, or like be kind of spicy with your takes, because the idea is that like I'm not doing it in like a mean spirited thing, but like it's still addressing real world
It's
stuff.
history.
Right? Yeah. It's like
Yes.
it's one and the same. Like you can be racist and mean and be wrong, but then or you can be kind of blunt and know that like that shit happened, and use how do you use that as to elevate
It's
something
like
that's
it's like
modern, you know?
Tarantino. It's like Tarantino using gamer words. You got to
Yeah, and
have the
then you're
right
like, oh, we can't
context.
hold him
You got to hire
against
the
him
right
on
actor.
that. We can with the feet thing, but not with the other stuff.
That's different.
Yeah, exactly.
That's freak
Or
shit.
or like the violence. It's like, oh, only those like ladies in the '90s yelling at him on like a news broadcast are the only ones that are
A
annoyed or
great clip.
offended. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Oh, absolutely.
The
No, it's a
the
fantastic clip.
classic clip of it, because it's so fun, Janet, or whatever her name
Yeah.
is. Yeah, it's so dang fun, Janet. Yeah.
Fucking great.
Um. Anyway, so that there would be like that thing where he, you're watching. It's a story about like a space man, whatever, sci-fi story, I believe this is EC and whatnot. And at the very end of the thing, he's like, he's monologuing and whatever, and he's like, I'm the last man alive. And of course, this comes out at a time around when there's still some racial prejudice and stuff. And this is like this is where I always wrap into like how like what's the kind of how important like, and I'm gonna drop this, but Night of Living Dead is, because it's like one of the first like
Yes.
black lead characters that it has nothing to do with his race necessarily, but people watching it can't help but recognize that.
You didn't see a lot of black guys
Yeah,
as the leading character.
without it being either like weirdly stereotypical or whatever, or
Yeah.
Manny stuff,
Well,
right?
the same stereotypes weren't really a thing back then.
No, and but I'm saying like the modern audience would be like, and they like,
You don't see that
I
every
could,
day.
yeah, but then also you're like, but it's small, it's always also a reflection of like what has come before. So like people are
Yes.
mad at racial stuff now. It's like, I mean, you're privileged to be in that position to pick apart that because other people have paved the way before you.
Exactly.
Like, if you really want to be, groundbreaking, like take a time machine back to, civil rights movements and join them. It'd be a lot harder for you to whine about it, very underwhelmingly niche, fickle things, right? Like human rights versus just like, I just don't want you to like hang out at me on the next to the bus stop or whatever. And you're like, what is it even? What are you even fighting for? I just made something up where you just it's a college campus like fighting
safe space mentality.
Yeah, it's the like there's a line to where you're like, okay, you're actually saying something that should be snuffed out from like human kind of nature, but the other things you're like, now you just want to just be weird about it. Okay. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
But again, Marvel also touched a lot of those types of subjects with their stuff. So like again, it'd be hard to be like, this kid knows what he's talking about, but also I don't know if a white guy should be talking about, spoilers.
No one knew.
I don't know if anyone
Spoils.
noticed I was white when when they see my hands in the shots all the time. But a white man can't be doing talking about this stuff.
See, that's you know, I think you can talk about whatever you want. In the summertime, you don't know what I am. I can say whatever kind of gamer shit I want.
In the summer,
I get a tan.
yeah. Hey, I don't see pigment. I just see people acting a fool.
I'll see pigment.
No.
I see ignorant.
There's a slogan,
dude. Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, but yeah, you're gonna have a lot of like 40s pro-war stuff. So like, I want that to be kind of like almost unabashedly like how you early started up, where it's like young Steve Rogers, blah, 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 and that thing, and then it's unapologetic, where you're just like, oh yeah, like let's just have the invaders. You have these characters that have existed during that time, but also like recontextualize like their motives and stuff, maybe to more than just. Again, I'd have to read every fucking comic on the planet in order to know what I'm really, really talking about. But I can't imagine.
Well, I think we can play. This idea works because we can play kind of fast and loose with
Yeah.
what we do know.
Well, that is the thing, where it's like, I'm assuming Namor knows why he's in a fight with Nazis. It's probably
exactly.
because he also is prejudiced, or not himself, but like he's being impacted by World War II.
Called it a world
and
war
we all know
yeah.
Namor is, and this is going to be a running, I think, joke, where it's like he's incredibly fictional. Like there's no, at least Captain America is technically just a soldier with superpowers. Like you just, he is a soldier. They existed in the war. Namor is like an Atlantean that like comes out of the water and like wants to fight for Atlantis. Like that doesn't exist unless you do subscribe to Atlantean real world things.
Oh, we can get more into that later. But like I said, it's
but how do you bring him in and have his like a legitimate problem with like
because there's
like
a
Hydra, for example, or whatever, right?
No,
and they never called it Hydra back then during that time. Hydra's is a new theory too.
There's a world war going on, and the seafloor is being littered with sunken battleships. That would piss me off if that was my front yard.
Exactly.
So Namor's getting involved.
And I imagine to some extent they do mention that, I'm sure, in a comic here or there to bring back like the relevance. But like I think you can easily double down on that and go, well, we know what Namor is now. He's also, for one, we didn't know he was a mutant, so whatever, we can work with that too.
Yeah,
Whatever, right? Like little things like that where you're like, okay, well, but yeah, that seems like a solid yeah, like character motivation
yeah,
and so on. So, then you have other characters that maybe I might not be able to write as well. And that's kind of why like some of this comes off a little half-assed because I'm like, well, when I get to it, or when I need to get to that
spitballing.
point, that's when I need to like I know who the Human Torch is technically. He's an android or whatever, or he retroactively became an
Chris,
android after he took his
oh
mantle got
yeah,
taken away. But he was an experiment. He was like a
yes,
scientist that just combusted and whatnot. Now he flies around or whatever, and there's Torchy or whatever his name is, whatever his side sidekick fire mini Human Torch. It's the Bucky of
Mark,
what?
marketable sidekick.
Yeah, exactly. Like I technically know like that's also one of the. I think that's officially the first Marvel superhero. The
Sure,
the first appearance of Human Torch, I
yeah,
believe, is the first official Marvel name. Like when they had that, let's see, uh, that would have been like 1939. Yeah, because it's
damn,
literally
that goes.
because the comic is literally titled Marvel Comics. Uh, where does it say? Yeah, Marvel Comics #1. Yeah, so he literally is considered the first Marvel hero, even though Captain America
Hmm.
predates him because he's again timely.
Yeah,
I at least know that much, or at least can get that squared away to where you're like, okay, well, these guys got to, I feel like, then really be sold as our cast for like at least this early inception of uh, Marvel characters because we haven't even got to like again where like the boom is. That's why like I was trying to think of like origins versus
mhm,
rise versus fall or whatever the words you want to use. Because then you get to like the 60s, and then that's when you get into more of the official like what we know today as like the Marvel properties like Fantastic Four, uh,
mhm.
Hulk, Ant Man, Iron Man, I, you know, Spider Man, X Men, Thor. They all kind of get just really quickly just get solidified and created in just that short amount of like string of like 3 or 4 years. It seems like because I was looking it up again because I always have to look at like again because it is referencing real life. So then I'm like, oh yeah, like from 1961 to like 64, like any just imagine like think of any like classic Marvel hero, and again I would say classic is only if an expert person who knows a little bit more. Like my parents would go Blade. I'm like, nah, he's more like 70s. Oh, okay. Well, Spider Man. You're like, yeah, yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Spider Man. I think it was it 1963's Amazing Fantasy 15.
Sounds about right.
That's me trying to do the thing where I'm like, I don't know most things, but if I can remember at least the year that Amazing Fantasy 15 came out, I feel like I've done.
It's all worth it.
Yeah, it's all been worth not having a great memory. But yeah, 1962. I also am really good at being like 1 year off usually. I'm like, yeah, it's like in 1963, and you're like, no, it was two, and I'm
That's
like, ah,
not a skill.
I mean, it's wrong still. Like I wouldn't have win any quiz shows,
It's
but
accurately
people would know. Uh-oh, I'm not going to reference this, or I'm only going to reference this. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's like when did this thing happen? And you're like, and then you're like, the game is if you get anywhere near it, you are not an idiot. And you're like, uh-oh, and they play it with certain types of people, and I'm only going to go that far with the what it's
oh
based.
my
It's a reference on
god.
something else. But the joke is like, when was like the Civil War? And they're like, oh, 19 something. And you're like, no, all right. Well, either the school did like the school system failed you, or that's not something you care to
You can't
learn.
say that. You can't say that it's perfect. Public schools are perfect. No, they're totally fine. It's working how it's supposed to. But
Yeah, but yeah, at the end, and then at the end of the day, I was just like, okay, well, let's just see how like in yeah. So the Marvel just timeline just speeds up as soon as we hit the 60s. So that's kind of where then I was
yeah,
trying to think of like, well, how do you get the story kind of to keep up with that pace? Because then Um, and I was just kind of firing off like eras and using that as like real world kind of timelining, but also when these characters kind of either hit their prime or when they kind of their official origins. So like technically like Luke Cage and like Iron Fist I think are like in the 70s at least, you
Yeah,
know.
sounds about right.
But then like you have like people like Daredevil and Spider-Man who are heavily associated with them, but they came out in the 60s. But you always call those guys like the Hell's Kitchen or like the city based heroes. So then
Hero.
see how you can kind of blur that line a little bit where you're like, well, they technically, you know, that's why I was talking with you guys with yourself and our other friend, the the like the beginning of Spider-Man's like origin can like be during literally 1962 where he's like, which I did the math I believe recently just to be like, oh okay, I got to be that guy that does this in the margin of my paper. I did how old would he be between like when suspectedly when he debuts and when he was born, and
Right.
I did the math because I think I had to use the Parkers, which is like the shorthand for his parents, um, when they met or when like they technically were created. Like it sounds weird to say it that like I don't know why I'm saying it like with special words, but like literally it's like when they made him obviously, but like also when like they have been most likely because this is also a retcon where like the Parkers are not heavily referenced in most of Marvel until like the 90s or early 2000s. Again, it's another one of those things where I'm not going to credit it, probably have the right person crediting, but like Garth Ennis, I'm sure does half of these things where it's like, oh, this is like old, like characters that we've only had peripheral like understanding of get a bigger like light shined on them. So like the Parkers were like really active in like the late World War II era, and they're heavily again I'm getting a little sidetracked with all these, but this is kind of where all these little gems came from. Where it's like, well, clearly Spider-Man has to come from somewhere. Clearly
Right.
we're talking about pre-Spider-Man stuff. We're talking about Nick Fury at this point. I'm going to get to a point where I start gravitating towards almost anything and everything can kind of begin and end with Nick Fury to some extent. And he's always been
Mhm.
such an intrinsic character that most people have even nowadays in modern times. Like you can't not think of Nick Fury without Shield either meddling with superhero related stuff or him as a whole, being intrinsic with the more upfront like heroes. Like you have like the Avengers are like the poster child. Nick Fury is like the secret, even though people probably know him, but to
Yeah,
some extent,
James Bond vibes.
yeah, he's kind of behind the scenes more. So he'd be like, oh, I'll create the Avengers, but I am not a Avenger. And you're like, oh, that's
Right.
weird. But then he recognizes himself as like the leader of like Shield, which is to some extent has to be obviously a public thing because how are they having these big giant things float around New York City without people going, who's that and why is that there? Like that's either got to be our government or I think it's a villain. So he has to obviously have some type of way of like, no, 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 we're like the CIA but with cooler gadgets. It's like, oh, okay. Well, then I won't freak out that you have giant airship crafts, flying around and whatnot. And you're like, oh, okay,
Right.
cool. So you have to have some type of like people have to not be scared that he's just some nobody that controls an org. That's usually for villains. You got to have the like the person in shadows is usually the manipulator of Hydra and whatnot. Even though there's been leaders of Hydra and whatnot. But anyways, but yeah, that was I was doing the thing where I was like, okay, he's got to be at least 15 years old in his first appearance, which is ironically, I think, also or not ironic, coincidentally, is also the issues number. So I don't know if that's either that someone did the math and did that and was like, haha, I'm a writer who is clever, and
I'm gonna say we did that on purpose.
I know, but I also just was like, wait, someone did make up the Parkers. They did make up when he technically was when they met in 1947, apparently. Um, I don't know the names of the. them. But
Oh yeah, I can't remember.
Male Parker, uh,
Mom Parker, Paul
yeah,
Parker.
yeah, Ma and Pa Parker, Ma, they met during being enlisted in the war. I think Ma Parker was in like a secretary or something like that, and then I think Parker was only like enlisted briefly, but not didn't get deployed or something. Well, that kind of thing, right? And then they had then basically you have to have that time for them to have Peter Parker so that you can then be like, all right, now they can die. Now they can die once the protagonist has been created, so we can have that classic orphan hero protagonist. Um,
Right.
which I guess there was a one-off, a spin-off of like it was called like the Parkers or whatever, and it was like a spy. That was an actual like a James Bond homage thing where they were
Right.
like like I'm pretty sure this is what the summary of the story is like Nick Fury like tasks the Parkers to like infiltrate Hydra or something, and then I was just like, oh, I'll just fucking literally put that into this. Like that's their origin story, literally.
Perfect.
Um, and then either on the mission they die, or through through the complications of like a mission gone kind of awry leads to their deaths, like mysteriously or something or whatever, right? Like that's how you can kind of wrap that. You can kind of trap it in that, and then
Yeah.
that's how you get again. Then that's how you get Spider-Man. You got to get Spider-Man somehow, right? But I just thought it was funny. I was like, oh, he's 15 years old in 1962 in Amazing Fantasy 15. Hmm. And then I haven't done the math since then of like, well, then he becomes more and more of a popular character. So it's like he does go from like we do kind of see through the like the teenage Peter Parker, then we see the college age Peter Parker, then we see like the adult Peter Parker throughout almost a real time kind of
The
canonical thing.
timeline works out pretty good here because his parents could have been involved in World War II and then had him when they were like in their like early 30s
Yeah,
in like the 50s. So he'd be a
yeah.
teenager in the 60s. He'd
Again,
be
he'd
going
have
to
to be
college
born
in
in
the 70s.
47 to be.
And that's perfect because then you get
Yeah,
like adult Peter Parker, photographer Peter Parker in the 80s when we're,
yeah, exactly.
supposedly going to bring Captain America
Well,
back.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, well, that just kind of
Yeah,
feels like that.
that
Even
works
if
pretty
that's
damn
like,
well.
well, yeah, like the two things merge, where it's like the real world and the fictional world somehow all kind of like that's what's weird about like I guess when you use a lot of like one or two things, like say like for example the allegory with like X-Men being like a civil rights allegory. You do the thing, you go,
There's an
well,
argument to be made,
sure,
but I won't
and
go
but
there.
you go, well, that's clearly gotta there's got to be a reason why you draw to that conclusion. You're like, well, it's the '60s, it's
The
that's
imagery,
yeah,
yeah, the
exactly.
imagery at the very least
Well, yeah,
is the
even
same.
even quote unquote like yeah the implications and what you're implying is like, oh, young group of kids who are prejudiced, being whatever being
Victims
ousted.
of prejudice.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Because they're mutants, and it's like, oh well, we got to use that word mutant as the key term to like separate
That's our
the
gamer word.
the fiction from the nonfiction. And even if that's not true, it's still there's enough of a line drawn there to where you go, okay, we can work with that, right?
But I will acknowledge, I
Yeah.
think we can both agree that telling somebody they can't sit in a certain restaurant because of their race is definitely objectively a bad thing. But if I decide that I don't want people who shoot lasers out of their eyeballs in my business,
I was waiting
I
for
think
it.
I'm allowed to draw that line. But
Yeah.
just saying,
You
we just
literally
dance around.
you literally throw up like acidic acid. I don't really want to
Yes,
sit next to you in a bar. You
you are a
might,
direct threat to all those
yeah,
around
you
you.
are like
So, different
you're like
context.
4 or 5 beers away from maybe dissolving my
Serious
arm
insurance claim.
next to me. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
a little bit different,
yeah,
but the imagery is the same.
when someone's skin color is not going to affect my enjoyment of a party or whatever.
Yeah, we can look back on
Like
history
so,
and
yeah.
shake our fingers, but in this context, we're gonna have fun with
But
it.
I also
So,
like that too because I'm like I don't know. I'd rather like that's why I like the what is it, the Matt Warner Wagner whatever Madman artist. I liked his version of X Force because they went back to like being like
oh
weird
yeah, yeah, yeah,
rejects, where it's like literally Dead Girl
good
or
old
Living Dead
vacuum
Girl,
freak.
Goop, Gulp. You know, let me
Yeah, just a second, I'll be right back.
yeah, let me slap some pictures on the just to add the extra little flavoring. Let's see, what do we got here? How do I just upload? Let's see. Some visual representation of characters that I've drawn. Let's see. And then I'll capture this maybe somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, I might as well add some variety to the consistently looping little video I have. This, I'll just hold on. I don't want to. I don't want to dox myself.
Oh, here we go.
Anyways, not really, but here we go. We'll just do this.
I don't think there's anything.
Is this popping up on the stream?
I'm seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything
No.
dangerous you're showing there. I think you're good. Nothing
No.
private being leaked.
Yeah, I what do you call it? Like I closed this little side thing with all the files and whatnot just to make sure. You can't see my porn files. Not really. It's not what I
Oh,
care
they're
about.
looking for them.
I know. Anytime you stream something, someone's gonna be like, "Got to go back to that guy's blogs. I know he missed something. We'll find out how much of a freak he is." It's like we're all freaks.
What kind of feet does he like?
The I was gonna make a joke off of that. The joke's on you. I don't like feet.
I'm European. I like meters.
But yeah, what was his name? Goop? Is that what that fucking character's name is?
X-Force? Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
Goop, I think.
Yeah. Where is he? I drew him. I was like, I might as well just show characters that I've drawn. There he is. Goop. 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 But yeah, like it's that era of X-Force, before they killed that whole they shut that whole thing down. They're like, Liefeld's not in X-Force anymore. It's an IP not worth investing
You
in
gotta draw
anymore.
feet now.
Oh yeah, going back to feet. Yeah, he's someone who he clearly must not like feet because
There he is.
otherwise he would draw it. Anyways,
Yeah, exactly.
but no, yeah, you could set up like Spider-Man being like, oh yeah, like his age is coincidentally like also adjacent to like the timeline. So you're like, oh yeah, like by the time the towers drop, there he's like
Spoilers.
Oh my gosh, it happened. Well, he did. That's not a spoiler. I mean, unless you've never seen that image of Spider-Man going, "Oh my gosh," when he sees it. Like that's
Well, yeah.
it's also an iconic picture or storyline or whatever. But yeah,
I was thinking about that today.
Obviously, he would. He would be really old, but
that first. Well, just as an aside, that first trailer for the original Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie, him catching the helicopter on the web between the two towers, that was like within a year
it is
of the attack.
That was 2001.
So, yeah,
the movie came out in 2002.
Perfect timing on that, especially for this concept. It lines up way too well.
Yeah, again, I was talking about that with the other parties, where I'm like, yeah, that's a thing. That happened. But yeah, I don't know, like things like that.
Well, that just happened.
So yeah, let's see, what else do I got? Now I feel like I'm getting lost in the weeds.
Having too much fun. Reel it in.
But yeah, there's just like little ideas where you're like, okay, well, you have like Captain America trying to stop Hitler. Namor joins. Like now, I'm just reading little bits that I was trying to think of. String of consciousness. Namor joins in a common alliance. I had the Thor summoned by the Nazis to take down the heroes. After he found who really was the villains, he would then stop.
Yep.
He'd help and stop the Axis. Then Victory leaves but then War is still around. So then you get like Isaiah Bradley, Blue Marvel, because apparently they're kind of in one and the same.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Again, Blue Marvel is part of a different project that like I don't think has ever been like tried to reproduced in this series,
Huh.
and it's like
That's a first.
yeah, because it's like I don't know why, unless like the person who made it was like, "No, well, I don't want to use other existing things." Basically, in short, it was him and his friend. They were the subjects, and they were using like antimatter or something, and they were trying to generate antimatter through a person, like
What could go wrong?
yeah, or something like that. So this is literally the classic case of the hero, Blue Marvel, is the successful like generator of antimatter or something, or positive matter or something like that. And then his friend
Oh,
becomes the villain, and he becomes literally like the embodiment of antimatter or something like that, like a black hole or something. I don't know. I've never actually read it either,
man.
but that's like the origins of that story, and that happened within, I think, like Korean War kind of era of time. I think is when that was supposed to be.
Yeah, no, that lines
I don't
up.
know.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, he saw war in Korea War. This kicks off the most exciting age of Marvel, and then I also was again doing the thing where like Nick Fury and his Howling Commandos, also a book that came out during that like war propaganda, like whatever, right?
It's all related.
And so he would also be a young Nick Fury, and you could do the thing where he's given like the tasks as the first mission for the. Again, I'm retconning these things where you're like, how would you make the first mission synergize with the rest of the timeline instead of just having like
Over just yeah, exactly.
because some of those it's like Howling Commandos in some generic fight issue 8, and you're like, okay, well, how do you just like we'll do their first mission is literally stopping Hydra slash Red Skull from summoning Thor, and joined
Hell
they're
yeah.
joined with the invaders, and so a young Nick Fury given the task with his group of Howling Commandos, uh, to stop. Like, it's a big enough threat that they've got because Howling Commandos are mostly just eccentric, normal humans.
Soldiers.
Yeah, soldiers.
Yeah.
So that would be like the fodder slash the everyman, the point of view, and then
Yeah, you could really,
yeah,
really manipulate the readers there, just killing these guys off left and right.
yeah, and then you like the joke is too. You can be like, well, you don't need no offense, but you don't need Dum Dum Dugan
Ah,
probably in most of
he's
the
World War II.
yeah, like
You don't need to bring him back for anything.
I think he is like obviously still a character that like is probably alive, again, whatever that into
But in
whatever
this
context.
context,
Yeah,
for us to decide.
like you can kind of leave some of these characters in their time period either for the sake of like, well, that's where they're like if we're not worried about we need to be able to make 1,000 stories with these characters, like how they would normally not kill off people most of the time. Like you can't kill Doctor Doom off if he's got we've got 20 more years worth of his of stories with him so that we can then stay afloat as a company. We don't need to worry about that. So it's like a nice middle ground where you're like, well, they get their little time in the sun and then they can fade off and have a better. And I think that's why the MCU should continue to work with that as a not as a crutch, but as as a plus, where you're like, no, like kill off Nick Fury. I don't like why isn't it? There's nothing wrong with killing a character off. I mean,
Corey in the chat had to correct us. It's Dupe, not Goop, and he's right.
oh, wait, was it Dupe or is it not Goop? Oh,
Dupe.
maybe I
He's a little booger man.
maybe
I'd call him Goop.
maybe I forgot it. Yeah, you're right. It is Dupe. Goop. I think I typed in. You know what I did? As I probably typed in Goop when I was naming the file, and then just thought,
oh, right.
Not remembering that he actually is named. Well, I'll change it. It'll go up in the list of alphabetical order that I have. So watch
an official retcon. Well, that's why you were looking for.
Yeah, now he's above. Now he's above Dragon Man. Dude, and Domino, and in between Domino and Dragon Man. All right.
But what a world we live in.
Yeah. Whoa. But yeah, you had that where you can have like the best, I guess, the best execution of that character's, I guess, origin slash. It's just like when you do that with like any large story, or like you need Qui-Gon Jinn's death to be a pivotal moment in the larger scale of Star Wars. You're like, okay,
Oh hell yeah.
there you go. Like, that's enough of an answer for then why we we get where we do with the rest
And
of
if the
the layout.
commandos get wiped out somewhere, that's you could play that in with the Bucky angle where the Howling Commandos,
Sure.
whoever's left gets wiped out and send one blast or something.
Hmm.
And so you assume Bucky's dead with the rest of them, but
Which
no,
I
something else is going
I'm
on
pretty
with
sure that
him.
you just described exactly how that I think that is depicted to some extent in
Yeah.
one iteration or another.
Oh yeah.
Again, these are not hard like things to
Oh yeah, it's
grasp
not
at
that
for.
original of a
Yeah,
concept. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Um, so yeah,
Fan fiction.
again, yeah, there is. I'm towing that line, but like then you get into like the what I was trying to think of, like the Atom Age, or like technically this is the Marvel Age, I guess, at this point, where you officially get the '60s Silver Age Marvel, where you Marvel's first family, which is Fantastic Four. They kicked off the, even though I just mentioned Marvel Comics. Actually, you know what? I don't. I just realized I don't think Marvel Comics is a Marvel print. It's just the name Marvel Comics. I didn't look at the article or the Google search it long enough. I think the name of the comic predates the publication name of Marvel. I think it was still timely printing a comic named Marvel
That's
Comics. I
not
think that's how it
confusing at
works. I
all.
think that's how it works. Yeah, it's not convoluted at all. I think that's why I'm just now stumbling across the thing where I go, well, why does everyone say that Marvel's first family is the first like Marvel like heroes or whatever, like Fantastic Four? Why are always the said to be the first? Um, and I think that's why.
I
Because
think
now
it's more of an honorary title. I think first family just
sure.
means
Well, I
like
mean, they
a
are though.
representative.
They
Yeah.
literally
Well, it's
are
like
the first. Like for example, they're the first
right.
like super team in the Marvel canon.
But I think it's similar to like the president's family you refer to as the first family.
No,
You know what
no,
I mean? Like first
no, I'm literally
first
saying
lady and
that
all
like
that.
the first like the Fantastic Four uh, comic like line is like the first to be like
Oh yeah, they were designed as it.
under the Marvel publication. Let's what how do we kick it off with the bang? Oh well, this thing called Fantastic Four. Okay, and they're literally the first family of Marvel. Even if like
Right.
even if you grandfather in like Captain America or like Human Torch or whatever, apparently, or even what something else. Like I literally think that like they're synonymous with like the beginning of that whole thing.
Yeah.
You know. So, anyways,
There's multiple meanings to that.
so with that, again, you go, okay, well, then now we're moving away from World War II. Maybe you can say like away from like that industrial age. Maybe that's also where you break away from like the more not really grounded, but like from a technological standpoint and where we're at, and try to like
Well, the
push it a little bit.
1950s, the 1950s is when Sputnik was launched. So we're definitely getting in. Literally, we're getting
Yeah,
into the space age
yeah,
in the
exactly. Yeah,
50s.
that's what I'm thinking. I was like, well, that's I think also why like maybe there's always there's always little kernels of like that's probably why they created these characters at a specific time in history, because it's
It
like a
lines
hot
up.
topic. It's a hot topic of that time. So like you're like, okay, well, when you see the first person go to the moon in what 19 when did the people when did the
The
US
late
go? I want to
60s,
say
maybe
late.
the
Yeah, I
early.
was gonna say 69, but that sounds way too late.
I was literally just watching somebody.
Yeah.
I was listening rather somebody talking
What's the
about
moon
that. I think it's the
landing?
late. Yeah,
19 is it 1969? Did I just
dude. Nah.
Oh, between 1969 and 1972. Wait, what? Dude, did
Well,
I
that's
just
when all the
randomly
different
pull that out of my
explosions.
ass? A moon landing or a lunar landing. Well, that's the first
No,
human
that's
made
the weird thing about it. We only did it for
okay.
like a few years.
The first human made object touched the moon in 59. Apollo 11 was the first crew mission to land on the moon in 1969. I don't know how I fucking knew that.
Nice.
It, it I
That's a
obviously
great
wasn't
number to be
alive,
able to
so I
watch.
have no concept of time when it's before my time. That's weird. It seems late. You know what I mean? Like I know it's during like Kennedy and whatnot.
When you think about it, though, is less than 50 years between the first airplane and landing on the moon.
Yeah, I'm sure someone said that literally, like you just did.
Yeah, no, it's
They're like,
that concept
they're
is
like,
it kind of blew my mind the first time I
you,
heard that,
you're like,
but it's
within
true.
50 years, we went from flying aircrafts to
Seriously, we
space
went from
travel.
two goofballs in what was it, West Virginia, wherever the Wright
Yeah,
brothers were, I can't remember. Two goofballs jumping off dunes with their
I was gonna
like
say,
balsa wood hang gliders
yeah,
to riding an
they needed
explosion into
enough
a fucking orbital
plateaus or
body.
something to ride off onto,
Yeah,
so that they can.
complete
Yeah.
blast off, literally blast off in technology.
Mhm. And
Crazy
again,
dog.
I think all of this is
But the
again, it always becomes intrinsically entrenched, if that's not redundant, in it one of its in itself. So you're like, oh, here's fiction and here's nonfiction, constantly colliding into each other. So by like 69, like we're well into like that's why I was not. That's why I would say like the space race kind of in people's
It's
minds. So you're like, oh
exactly
yeah.
what it
So like
is.
that's why you get like those like Fallout retro tech like like
Yep.
uh like
Same
uh
thing.
what do you call it, tropey things. You're like, oh yeah, like you literally put like a nuclear engine in a robot, and you get
Yeah,
what people thought you would have, like how you would have a robot in the 1960s. It has to be
exactly.
Rosie the Riveter, or not Riveter, Rosie the robot. I just realized they just share the same name, Rosie the Riveter and Rosie the Robot.
Rosie's a good name.
Anyway, where it's like, oh yeah, the Jetsons, the everything's created with like, not literally in the Jetsons, but like you can
So
make the
yeah, so
joke where you're like
somewhere between the
nuclear power.
Jetsons and the Apollo moon missions, that's what we're going to slot the Fantastic Four. That fits
Yeah,
really well.
but yeah, no, that's where I was like, okay, well then that's where you can get Reed Richards exploring the space, kickstarts the great boom of nuclear slash science heroes. And then of course then
You're
you
going
have,
to keep saying nuclear, aren't you?
and all this stuff is nuclear.
Nuclear.
What?
That nuclear is a thing George Bush said that people couldn't get over.
Nuclear.
I'm not gonna
Nu-
correct you from saying it anymore. I
Nuclear?
think it's
I'm not.
great.
I don't like enunciating
Nuclear.
that word.
Nuclear is a funnier
Yeah.
sounding word, so I'm not going to stop you from saying it, but I'm
Mhm.
just telling
I
you.
don't like having to put the nuclear. Like I have to sound like I'm speaking Russian or
Look, I
something.
don't like grammar neither, okay? I like talking like nonsense too.
Um,
I ain't gonna say no
but
to
these characters all would base themselves around like, again, the Atom Age, which is when they were, the Manhattan Project.
yes.
That's late. Obviously, that ends the World War II. So like that's leading into the 60s. So like these,
Yep.
like Reed Richards would be in college creating Fantastical Four uh,
He would
expo
literally
thing
be
at that point.
like he would be like 15. He'd be like the a similar comparable sort of story arc to Peter Parker.
Yeah,
He would be like a
I'd age him up
15-year-old
a couple
science
years.
genius.
Maybe he's like 18,
Well,
like an adult
you
officially.
could play him into the oh, that's a fair point. He could be like 17 right on the line. Because basically I like the idea of Reed Richards being so undeniably intelligent that they
Oh,
got a
at a young age.
teenager helping develop the atomic bomb and
Oh,
shit
of
like
course.
that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't think of it as straight as forward as he helped them create the atom bomb or
Or maybe
a nuclear.
indirectly,
Oh,
he was
indirectly.
helping
I
somebody
see.
punch the equations,
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was
and it
like,
turned out, yeah.
and then of course you have like what Stick has like him being like a child prodigy kind of at the beginning of the movie,
Yep.
right? So like you would need to kind of,
All works in.
I guess that would be funny. That's what you do. How he graduates from like he's a child prodigy that helps work on the Manhattan Project, like not directly, but like indirectly. Like he could be that'd be kind of funny. Where you're like the joke is that he was a pen pal with fucking like Einstein or something. That's like the joke.
Literally, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like literally a pen pal, and like, oh yeah, this young Reed Richards or whatever, blah blah. Blah. And then like that after that happens, he kind of gets into the like the business or like the
That's where he
like
gets his start.
essentially, hey, when you're an adult, come talk to me. We'll get you settled with like
We're gonna pay for
the
you to
best
go to college
university
and when you
on the
graduate,
planet. What's the
yeah.
what is the best university in America?
I mean that
What would
I
your
don't know, depends on
Harvard,
how much money you have. Harvard, Yale, one of those. I
Yale,
feel like one of them has probably got to be better at math
Oxford?
than the other one. Sure, why
Those are the
not?
three I always think of that I'm like, well, those are probably all competing for like like I came out of this. Oh, the guy that created something like historically
You might as
earth
well call it
shattering.
Harvard. Know
Anyways,
the difference.
yeah. But yeah, you'd be like, yeah, well, we'll just set you up with like all that, and you're like, oh, cool. And then that's where you can then segue to where that, however, that's written into this huge tome that is the story that we're telling, um, where you kind of like maybe allude to, or there's like a little like maybe there's just like a little blurb where it's like a young Reed Richards, like with everything, right? Where you just go a young whatever, and it's just like a little like blurb real quick to kind of sum up like, okay, and now enters Reed Richard like uh like stage left, like you have a narrator go like a young Reed Richards uh
Exactly.
is seen was jumped on the radar of crazy of masterful or eccentric minds of people.
Wackadoo, Albert
Yeah, of
Einstein.
people like Albert Einstein, and to a point where they became great pen pals on solving the to putting an end towards the war. And then it's like that's like a little blurb, and then it can just like cut to him being like writing like a little kid writing or whatever, and then it cuts to like uh, off the success of ending the war. Reed Richards throws himself completely into uh, research for the next big thing, and that could be where he's doing uh, you could make the joke because would be pre moon
We could
landing.
get real
This is
experimental
pre
with this. I
moon
mean,
landing. I think the joke would be
we could have.
what
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it definitely would
the
be.
joke would be it's still in the early 60s because I believe Fantastic Four issue 1 is 61,
Well,
62,
shit, that's a pretty good sort of.
and that
Oh, sorry,
so
we
that's the
ignored
origin right
Corey again
there.
in the chat. He said something about somebody picking up Mjolnir. We've said too many names. We lost
Why are
track of
we
the.
talking about you? He's really obsessed with picking up Mjolnir.
Hey, everyone is. Well, no, hear
I'm
me out though.
not.
So what if you had basically like a situation where you have like a young Reed
After a
Richards
frog
who
has picked it up,
basically.
I don't care where that story goes with that.
Hey,
With
you
that.
don't
With
say
that.
that. You don't talk shit about that frog. No,
I
I'm
don't.
excited.
I'm not. I'm
The
not. I'm
idea of
saying that
bringing
that's the
Thor
best.
into
That's the
this
best thing you
story,
can't.
I really like. No, I
That's
really like the way we've
you
incorporated
can't get
Thor
better
into
than a
this
frog
timeline.
picking up a mythical hammer.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
that
saying
piece that's right there. That's
who
it's
needs to pick up a
arguably
hammer?
shark jumping, but I digress.
Mm-hmm.
But no, what you could have is a
Who does?
situation where you've got a young Reed Richards who basically believes that he's helping to develop like a space age jet fuel, when in actuality he's helping them develop the destructive material that will go in a super weapon. And so after the way, it doesn't even have to be a bomb. Like we could really
Yeah,
play around with what exactly they cook up. But basically after the war, Reed Richards kind of catches on to what they did, and they reach out to him, like the government, military, whatever, reaches out to him and they're like, okay, look, we're going to pay for you to go to college, and after college you're going to come work for us in exchange for us like totally lying to you and stealing your shit. Oh, he's talking about Dupe. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, no, we do have Dupe
Duke
on the
picked up.
screen, so
Oh,
that's
I'm
fair.
sure he did. We do have a.
Um,
We are delayed by quite a bit, I think, latency wise. I'm looking at the
oh no,
stream.
yeah, no, for sure. Um, but yeah, you could have a situation where Reed Richards is sort of like unwittingly sort of involved in some development, but that being the case, that it sort of puts him in the government's good graces, so that they'll just kind of unquestionably fund his research going further into the future, which could kind of partially explain his sort of sort of wealth that kind of comes from. He doesn't need to be a businessman. He doesn't need to be Tony Stark. He just gets government funding for everything that he does. But that also kind of ties into, his motivations might be a little compromised in some situations.
Yeah, I literally just see it as a means to an end where it's like, oh, they do the thing where they fund his stuff, and then they become the Fantastic Four. They learn a bunch of stuff. So that's kind of where it also starts kicking off the alternate reality or the alternate timelines of like real life and whatnot. Where you're like, oh,
Exactly.
because like
Yeah.
they're still gonna like maybe they might go, well,
Well, I
like
mean, we could.
the idea is that the Fantastic Four are more futuristic
Yes.
than current
So I
time.
mean, we could really get
So
something like crazy here, where like instead of developing the atom bomb, he helps them develop like an orbital laser. He helps them put a satellite in orbit that fucking that's the weapon that they use to end the war. Like that could it's not
hmm.
that different, but it's different enough that it really sort of jumpstarts the sort of fantasy, or the sort of,
Oh, I see. Because
science
I was trying to
fantasy,
think of
whatever
like
you call
how do you get to the point where them being introduced to cosmic rays and whatnot, and then it's like okay, but then they're so
Well, they put a satellite in space first,
yeah.
and then they put people in space. But because this is, science fantasy comic book space, as soon as people get put up there, bam, cosmic storm, crazy shit happens,
Mhm.
Fantastic Four.
Yeah, and that's like
And who
where they're
knows?
like they're always going to
That
be
could all
one step
we
behind Reed Richards in like, and that's the joke, right? Where you're
right,
like, oh
right.
yeah, we're always going to be
Well,
one
and we
step
could get
behind him.
really crazy here. Like we could do some shit like specifically there's an experiment that Reed Richards is involved in, like up on a space station or something. And
Yeah,
something, with a cosmic storm, not only transforms the Fantastic Four, but it might even sort of like alter the ionosphere of the planet, and that's what
I was just thinking,
contributes sort of to the X gene that could bring about the rise of the mutants in the
sure.
next generation.
Well,
We
I
could
think I
really
think
like
that's
spice
just
up
more
Spencer here.
evolution, natural evolution. I think. Well, no,
Or
it's
no, but
not.
still, like
Those
you go,
Celestials
why weren't
created
there mutants?
created
You would,
created mutants.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Exactly. No, it could be like a Venture Bros thing where you're like, oh well, they had
Dude, replace Victor Von
they
or
were in space.
Werner Von Braun. Werner Von Braun. Replace him with Doctor Doom. No, that works too. Well, okay, we'll
They've been
we'll
in
get
space
back into
this
that
whole
because
time.
I have a lot of ideas. I have a lot of ideas
Sure.
about like sort of pre-World War II stuff, but we'll get into that later. So you can just
Yeah, I'm
go
just kind of
on
blitzing through things
from your timeline. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because I think the person who would really be in their pocket, well, not really, because they actually create an enemy of. Because we got to go back
Mhm.
to gamma rays are a heavy like uh Hydean problem, right?
The Jekyll and Hyde type
Yeah.
thing going on there.
Guess who gets dosed with gamma rays, which is an
Or
allegory
maybe
for
he could be
nuclear
our
power
stand-in
or bombs.
Einstein.
He becomes basically the opposite. He's like, I don't like this shit. Reed Richards is kind of a yes man adjacent, or like a he's
He's
gifted with
complicit.
he's
He
completely
doesn't really.
he's complicit
I
to
like
some
the idea
extent.
of him being a teenager because he doesn't quite
Yeah.
understand what
Well,
he's
no,
getting
that's what I'm saying.
involved in.
Him being in like the early adult age range, where
Yeah.
you have Bruce Banner, who would be
Bruce Banner could literally be like a military
yeah.
drafted scientist
Well, that's
that
what he
was
is.
like
Yeah,
there on the
he's more of
project from
he's
day
way
one.
more. His hands are more
Yeah.
tied to being kind of a yeah
He's
military yes
what's the
man
word?
scientist.
He's disillusioned. He's not on
Mhm.
board. He doesn't think he's saving the
And
world
then, of course,
anymore.
what it
Like
really
he's
tips him
seen
over the scale or over the edge of that, of course, is when they try
the
to
accident.
when they accidentally try to kill his best friend, and then he goes out to save him, and then it's just like, all right, well, now you just created basically your own a
Well, and
new
that really
enemy.
leads to a lot of he could have a really good character arc there because I know that in more recent versions of the Hulk stuff, they lean into like childhood trauma and shit like that with Bruce
Uh-huh.
Banner, and that's fine. But what we could do is a more direct narrative related thing where it's like as the war is progressing, he's just getting angrier at the fact that all the military seems to be able to do is produce more weaponry, and like he's trying to come up with like gamma rays. He wanted to use as like healing
Yes,
technology or
yeah, you
like
would use the thing where
ways to neutralize soldiers without having to
and see
kill
that
them.
would be like a
And the
big
government doesn't give
difference
a shit. They just
between
want to murder people.
yeah, that would be the big difference where you're like, well, all these projects, all these little secret things in the Marvel universe are like they always seem to want to like create a weapon that they can then turn around and do whatever they want with. And you can do the joke
Yes.
where you can have that like that reference where it's like, well, what if gamma rays, just like Pym particles or whatever, those are things that were like trying to be what is that called? Like how do you use that word for like it's not there's no real goal in mind. It's just
What a
like
MacGuffin.
no, like like you said, complicit and whatnot. You'd be like, well, Pym particles didn't come from like uh the idea that we need this to then kill someone or the
It was just a
government's gonna
scientific
yeah
discovery.
yeah
Yes.
it's legitimately like
It's like
um
atomic physics or whatever you call it in itself. Like we didn't
yeah
necessarily get into studying particles and molecules to make weapons,
yeah
but we just ended up in a
and I
situation
think
where
that's
the
where
military
you can separate
started
some
fundamental. Yeah.
origins where you have the gamma rays. Pym particles can be again. I'm trying to think of the word that's like they're not as like intrinsically layered in like a weapon or malicious in intent.
They're like an element
Kind
almost.
of again, we will also get to eventually Tony Stark's predicament, which is he literally created weapons that then he basically has to then atone for them being weapons, and he's like, nope, now I got to go police my own
He would fit
technology,
in Vietnam pretty good.
which ironically is kind of where he starts literally in Tales of
Oh,
Suspense or whatever.
what do you know?
But yeah, That's just how it is with a lot of those characters where, um, and I'm not, and it's nothing too like revolution. Like I'm not, oh my gosh, this guy really knows who Tony Stark is. It's like, I'm just telling you, like that's where they kind of aimed it at, where it's the story of a man who
We're literally just a couple of
builds
comic book
weapons, a company that
just
builds weapons, and then he now wants to. Then he doesn't like the way they use his weapons. Therefore, now he polices his own technology by now I'm going to take it into my own hands, and then bam, now you have a character named Iron Man who flies
yeah.
around in a bright red and yellow outfit and lasers people. It's like okay, so but yeah, there's always
I
that
mean, we could
solid
really do a
story.
whole. I like the idea. The more that I think of it, we don't we don't need to do it right now. But I do like the idea of sort of doing a breakdown, sort of rehash of the plot from the movie, but set it in Vietnam instead of Afghanistan because the
Yeah.
parallels are pretty obvious in those
Oh yeah.
situations.
Well, then that's also where you get the themes of like I'm assuming that's how writers would have looked at it, where the it's always about the traumas of those events that lead to
Oh yeah,
the character kind of uh like what
the
is that
culture of the
the
day is
travel. So
the
like
representation.
why else was like Tony Stark like the first character to really be hit with alcoholism at a point when it seemed like there was probably a lot of PTSD ridden Vietnam veterans and stuff. Like
For sure. Yeah.
there's clearly a reason why you bring that up at a time, and he's clearly adjacent to that, basically that the pulse of
In
that idea in
in
life.
general, a lot of hard drugs came out of the 70s. I mean, it
Yeah,
really sort of hit the apex in the 80s and
like you.
90s, but it started in the 70s. So you got a lot of drug abuse and
Mhm.
things, a lot of
Well, you would
stories
have
of
the
coming.
idea of like what a drug addict is slowly coming in.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
you would then uh,
That's
to enhance your
that's a
character. That's what your character gets. He becomes an
right.
addict.
Think
So
about I never really put
I've
that
never
together though.
I've never
In the
heard of I
60s.
mean, some of these characters that were pre like strong drugs. Captain America was never strung
Oh,
out on drugs,
right.
but I can totally
Well,
see
that
Tony
but then
Stark any time at
95.
any point being strung out on something, right?
But that's the thing I never thought about though,
See,
because
yeah.
there's like a hard line that's drawn because in the 1960s, that's Mad Men. Everyone's drinking all the time. Like they're clearly alcoholics, but it's like part of the culture. Whereas in the
Oh yeah, yeah.
70s, that becomes like this eye-opening, like, whoa, like this guy might have a problem. Like we need to really address this kind of stuff. Yeah, but Nick Fury and Tony Stark in Vietnam is a good
hmm
place for Shield. I would almost say like Nick Fury, he's like a comes well, they
Well,
would both, I think,
I
start
haven't got
in
back to
Korea.
where Nick Fury kind of plops back in again.
Oh, yeah, Nick Fury, I mean, really, that character we can do so many different things with. But yeah, keep going with
Let's
the plot.
see.
Did we hit the 70s yet? Because I know I kind of jumped into
Well,
Iron
I'm
Man.
also jumping back a little bit, maybe a little bit, just to kind of
Before-
go back to. Let's
Yeah,
see. Like I just did a thing
I
where I
mean,
just said like timeline, Marvel 60-year timeline book, and then each book or each idea stems from like
yeah.
1940s to the 2001s, like we've already hit. Like I'm just rereading stuff that I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Um, no, it's literally like bro history meets comic book nerd history, like writing. It's all kind of a mixture of the two. Where you're like, do you like history? Are you a bro for history? Are you a bro for comics? This is the
You a
best.
total fucking dork?
This is the best of both worlds, where you can be a nerd on both things. Heck yeah! So
You
because I
actually
just
have
real
a fighter
because I can't help but
school?
be like the whole idea is that like we're constantly bringing up like wars and like technological
It's called
advances and stuff.
history,
Yeah,
bruh.
I know,
It's called
but I'm saying
history, bruh.
the relationship between that.
Undeniable.
Um, yeah. So where was I? I was going to go to some of the ideas where like um, where was it? Like so, World War II would be Ranger Nicholas Joseph Fury assisting Captain America. Is kind of how I was trying to write him into it. Then he becomes
Hmm.
Colonel Fury for the CIA in the later half, like post World War II.
Oh my God, is Nick Fury just Herbert Walker Bush?
Yeah.
Never mind, never mind. We don't need
Anyway,
to get into that.
moving on. Um,
Okay.
and so like that's where he then enlists like the Parkers, and that's why I want him to be again. He's going to be constantly connecting. So he's connecting the Captain America, then he's connecting like I know Spider-Man, I know your parents and whatever. But then he's also then intrinsically like based in like oh well I always had my fingers in like the Bruce Banner's bullshit and whatever, and you're like, oh,
Right.
okay. And then
Oh,
finally,
and we could really do that too, because if like by the time we get to the 80s, Nick Fury's supposed to be like a 60-year-old
yeah.
man, but he could still be like in shape, like astonishingly in good
Well,
shape,
then also
because he's
there's
had
that
access.
the story or the idea that he's also like got like robot replicants or whatever they called it.
I was gonna
Like,
say 'cause he's had
yeah,
access to all the weird
hmm
technological
yeah.
advancements,
That's why
so
he's.
he's gonna live like
There's
a
why
normal
there's that
life.
story of him being like on the moon and he's like 100 years old.
He's
You
just
ever heard
had
of
he's
that
just
one?
had
I forget.
Android
That's one of the more
replicas.
recent stories too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
No,
like,
he's great. That's yeah, Nick Fury
yeah,
is a really
and of course they.
fucking
That's
bonkers.
the actual 616 Fury. That's the joke where he's like,
Right, right, right.
"Where's the white Fury been this whole time?" Oh, he's been an
On the
old.
moon.
He's an old man who's been sending down like robot. Like I don't even know what in that world. I don't know what they're
There's a
called.
specific word for those, like
Yeah,
the robot
I don't know if
those
they're like
duplicates.
Ultrons or something like where it's like a new like how
They,
you
they
how you
make them
use the
more advanced.
technology, but it also looks like Blade Runner where they're really human or
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know. Test tube
It
babies
was a
essentially.
life model decoys. They're called
Yeah,
life model
thank you.
decoys.
That's
Yep,
it.
yep.
I that's what he would have. Yeah,
You would remember eventually.
yeah. Let's see. Let me see if I can just type in old man Nick Fury because it's like it's the whole point of his character. Or I can just scroll through his wiki or whatever. But yeah, oh yeah, so yeah, early life. Like this is just me literally just doing exactly um what has come before me, obviously. So like his early life, and then it says World War II. So he was in World War II. I didn't make that up.
Yeah, no, that's pre-existing canon.
And there's something called the Infinity Formula. Okay, whatever. CIA again. I didn't make that up. I knew he was part of CIA. And then I think that's when like then Great Wheel, which probably looks like it predates Shield, but it's probably the inception of Shield because
That makes sense.
it's part of his brother Scorpio being, which is also like when he first becomes his own like what do you call it, like that's his not origin story, but his it, Corey's story or message was retracted. Oh no,
Wait, what? I didn't see it.
I don't know. Can he retract his own message? Can he
On
remove it?
YouTube? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he just was like,
I mean,
I changed my mind. I don't want that on there.
oh,
Yeah.
damn,
Then there's
son.
of course Secret War and all these other. Then eventually turns into like the names of the comics or whatever themselves. But yeah,
Mhm.
um, there's always been an argument for him being kind of intrinsically intertwined with everything Marvel,
Mhm.
either retroactively or uh, it's just been coincidentally like, oh yeah, well like if you have literally the quintessential like the like instead of the Watcher or the Watchers or whatever, it's like oh no, like what is like our version of a human Watcher where they've been intrinsically put into everything. It's like oh well, they were a soldier then, and then they became an agent then, and then they became a director then, and you're like oh, and like you just made a joke where it's like is it just what's his face or
Exactly. Oh, Corey said Peter Parker's dad could have been a photographer for World War II.
I think he was a photographer. I can't remember what his occupation was. It wasn't. I don't. He wasn't just straight
I'm
up.
not going to say no to that.
No, he just wasn't straight up like in the main the front lines. He was just like I don't know reserved conscript
I mean,
or
there
they
are like
they basically what I
wartime
the
photographers
really quick thing I read was
positioned in the military.
they basically they meet during like being enlisted in the war.
You're basically trained up like infantry, but your job is to document. So they're not going to
Yeah,
necessarily send you out to get shot
no,
up,
and
but they are
I
going to give
I'm,
you a right
yeah I'm pretty
helmet
sure
and
that's
stuff.
how I read the little literally it's just like a paragraph. It's like
Oh yeah,
such and such Parker meets such and such what her what's Aunt May's last name? The
uh,
Riley, really, whatever. Not that one.
sure.
The other one. Now I'm thinking of. I forgot her. She's not a Riley.
That's in the shadowy corners of my
Yeah, I
fan.
looked at a family
No,
tree of the Parkers. It's pretty interesting. There's a lot of characters. I was like, I don't even know half of these people. I was like, where's Peter Parker in this? It's like big enough to where I got lost in the names. And then I also remember. I
okay,
also
that's
forgot like Aunt May, you're like, oh, her name's like something May Parker, but it's not Parker. It's Riley, I think, or something like that. And I'm like, oh yeah,
Or
she's
maybe
so
she
then.
married into it. Yeah.
But then you have Ben Parker, Uncle Ben. He is the actual Parker,
Right.
obviously the brother
Right. Well,
of.
and that's the only way it makes sense for your uncle to, for you and your uncle to have the same last name.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's got to be a paternal family
that's
member.
why I was like, I had to look for those names. I was like, I had to find Ben and whatever his dad's name is, and then it like shows like uh yeah then one, what do you call it, one generation down, it's like, oh, there's Peter Parker. But
Yeah.
yeah, then of course then you have Mary Jane and her last name, and
She
then
ain't no
yeah,
hero.
and then May Parker, which is their child. Anyways, but yeah, I just felt like reading all this, it was like, oh well, that's clearly. I just realized this doesn't update. Why is this not updating?
It's a good question.
Because it's Goop is still, or Dupe, excuse me, Dupe is still on the screen, and I've been
Um,
changing it.
I'm I'm looking at I'm looking at Ben Grimm.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, maybe I'm just. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's just me
You behind, dog.
on the
You
main.
got to
Oh,
get
never mind.
live.
I refreshed. Never mind. I'm gonna not be on there anymore, even though it's fine because I had the chat in my OBS, so I'm not losing anything. Never mind. Okay, cool. I'm
Oh,
happy.
right.
I was looking at it on my browser, and then I was like, oh, somehow maybe live got broken. You know, like when YouTube does this thing where like live turns off, and you're looking down, and when you look down at the live button, it's
I
not
tapped
red,
away.
and it's like,
I
oh,
opened up another tab a second ago and it paused the stream, so I had to go back to live.
yeah. So you have to like.
But I figured it
I
out.
think that was
Figured it
I
out.
think that was the problem where like like it when I looked over, it must have, or I touched something or did something like you did, like you said, go to another browser tab or whatever, and it breaks it from being live. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of things with like, but then, so here's my new. I'm just gonna jump right into. Here's my new thoughts on like uh after like post us talking about this again, and I was looking into like, well, what would be like how do you bring in more, I guess bring in more details or whatever, more villains or whatever. And then I found myself going into vampire territory.
Oh
Vampires
no.
and Nazis, oh my. Or Hydra at some, or whatever, right? Because then I realized like there's like Baron Blood or whatever, and he's a vampire Nazi. It's like, oh, okay. And then we were talking, you said mysticism or occult or whatever, and that kind of made me think, well, yeah, that's like what Nazis were into, but also Hydra can easily be contributed to like
And other
real
characters.
vampires, in because there's real
And
vampires in
other
Marvel. But yeah,
characters.
but then I realized like then there's vampires that clearly they're like eternal characters, so like that's a joke that you can maybe like, oh well, there's where
We're not doing the Eternals.
no eternal in terms of, yeah, into the, yeah, immortal or whatever. Um,
Oh, okay. Everlasting.
yeah,
Like
everlasting.
Jesus.
But yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to think of like how would like I literally wrote vampires and Nazis versus everyone. Like that would be the two villains of World War II, I guess, or at least in this
I'm
time.
not saying that.
Um, so yeah, but then I went back to like writing in like 1940s, 1945, Howling Commandos, Invaders, take on Red Skull and Baron Zemo. I think what I did is I changed it up once you told me about uh, Red Skull remembering a story about hearing a god, like being summoned to
I just feel
Earth.
like, yeah, if anybody
It
on
would
like
inspire him
the
to
Axis
then
powers,
take
yeah,
on some
exactly.
other task. So I changed it from him just summoning, like doing, like I said, the Hellboy thing, where I literally just took a Hellboy's origin story and was like, what if Rasputin was changed out to be Red Skull, and then Hellboy is replaced with Thor, and then
Hell yeah.
the I forget the group, the American soldiers that show up are just the invaders and the Howling Commandos. But
Yeah.
I also thought there's maybe some other, maybe, I guess I was playing with other ideas where it could be the case of the first uh so that first mission is there's two types of people. There's Red Skull was trying to figure out the mystic kind of mysticism side, but then like Baron
Hmm.
Zemo or Baron Blood or whatever was trying to find out or trying to use the occult side of things. So like
Hmm.
there's two trains of thought where like you have a bunch of Nazi villains trying to come up with other like outlandish ways to like win the war essentially.
Oh yeah.
So you have someone who's trying to summon a god, someone who's trying to like make a like an army of vampires and so on. And I was like, oh, but this would be if I was to really like trying to like stretch out the just that one idea during that one period of this like timeline. But again, I don't know if any of this because then I had to do. Of course, you then have to do the research on like how does any of that correlate with each other. But then I remember,
We'll
well,
make it work.
again, Baron Blood or whatever is a Captain America villain. He constantly fights him, and he's a
And there's no
vampire.
reason on
So
it seems so obvious now. Red Skull, like that should have been like basically like an experiment based off information they got from vampires. You know what I mean? To turn him into this like undead looking, like
I mean, yeah,
blood red.
that's why I always said like
Like,
he looks
of
kind of like
course,
he literally
of
looks
course,
like
vampire.
a red version of the Grim Reaper, which is death.
Yeah,
So I
like
mean,
literally,
yeah.
of course, like some weird twisted vampire alchemy would produce that, but he would still be like super strong and fast and all that
Well,
shit.
he also is part of a different fucking super soldier project,
Right, right. But what I'm saying though is that project could have been based
the
on
Nazi
knowledge that
version,
they got
which
from
is
vampires.
always the fun one to say, where you're like, oh,
Yeah, but like they got their knowledge from vampires, and that's why it turned
yeah,
out the way it did.
yeah. Oh no, that's what I'm saying.
Makes
Like, let me see. I'm trying to figure out what the project was that they called the one that
everlasting
see like
godswappers.
red red skull super
We are the
soldier
music makers. We are the dreamers of dreams.
because I think that's how he becomes a super soldier in himself. Is it's like a bastardized version of like a
Yeah, well,
Nazi
exactly. Yeah.
version of a super soldier. So
Yeah. And bastardizing something like vampire magic, it sounds perfectly
mhm.
evil.
And again, it goes back to like I mentioned, the horror comic kind of angle that they went in
Yep.
the EC kind of era of spooky. Because I literally Captain America, like the title became uh, like a like a horror title after like the first few like, or at least till like maybe the war stuff kind of toned down because they're like, oh well,
Yeah.
we're either winning or have already won, so we're just
We need to
gonna
change the
yeah
propaganda, boys.
exactly to where you're like, what's cool now? I don't
Overlord
know.
World War II movie? Yes, yes, it does, sir.
Yeah, let me see.
Fun ass movie. Oh, and what's his name? Kurt Russell's son. He's in that movie, and he goes on to play U.S. Agent. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
The Overlord, that movie, with the World War II Nazi zombies.
Oh yeah.
It's got. I was just putting
Oh
arbitrary,
yeah.
drawing arbitrary. It's the same actor, Wyatt Russell. He's
Yeah.
in that movie, and then he is the Captain America show.
Heck yeah. I think that's what kind of put
It
him
is
on
like
the. I think that's one of the movies that put him on the map was that Overlord movie.
it was that and something else. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what put him on the map
yeah.
for
There
me.
was a
But
couple.
he
It was like that little, that they do that thing where it's like that little sweet time where you're like, there's like these 2 or 3 movies that really kicks off this person's
he's the new
role.
guy,
Yeah,
and they put him in like 2 or 3 pivotal
yeah.
things.
That's why he then gets roles like, an MCU role for the most part. Um, someone was doing like talking about like the fan theory is the reason Red Skull got deformed and Captain America didn't was bacteria because like
Hmm.
penicillin and whatnot, and that's like the joke is
Oh,
that like it's a
I'm just saying.
yeah
I'm just saying we take that and run with it and just
yeah
say fucking vampire
no I
magic.
know, but that's why like I'm like, well, someone clearly is talking about like how could something go wrong with his like his version of the super soldier.
He's a bad guy.
Yeah, so you have to have the bad guy version has to have and you can even the thing is with this you're obviously making a more intentional decision to go, well, it's a human And then of course this goes back to like why then Blade is so significant down the road, because you can say
Mhm.
he is a Daywalker, and that's not the same as what like Red Skull was doing. Like he wasn't trying to just
No, no,
be a
no.
vampire that could walk around on
The
in the
vampires
sunlight.
that survived, the
Yeah,
vampires that were working with Hydra in World
yeah,
War II,
yeah.
whichever one of those survived into modern day, like one of
They
their
use like
descendants
they're
led
like ancient,
a
like more in
like
immortal age.
Nosferatu,
I mean, imagine
Nosferatu era,
yeah,
like
imagine
old school
Nosferatu probably has
vampires.
a lot to say about things, and that would add to your research.
Just name drop him, put him in, pick
Yeah,
him up.
I wouldn't be surprised if he is like canonically in Marvel or something, or
But
like
he's in
because well,
everything.
Dracula's canonically in Marvel. There you go.
Yep. Yep.
Um, there's some other Vampire by Night or Day or whatever. What's that? No, that's Werewolf by Night. There's some like really obvious like Universal monster like characters in Marvel. That's
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
again. This goes also back to the
The
'70s.
irony of them being
The
called
'70s
universal monsters.
storyline. They might exist, obviously, but what really was popular in the '70s was like that exploitation, like monster
Yeah, absolutely.
comics and stuff like that. That's what, magazines. You can get. You went back to being like Marvel's kind of more mature with like things like Werewolf by Night and whatever. And what was that zombie one? But yeah, and then they, of course
Not sure.
those guys like the living zombie or whatever. He's cool. Um,
I'm
they
just
get
thinking of Dead Man now. That's not even
yeah, they
Marvel.
get like recontextualized obviously now where they're like, oh well, now they're called the not the Howling Commandos but the Monster Commandos or something like that. And like they're
Monster Squad.
yeah, but they're like the Howling Commandos if they were all the different types of like horror
Yeah.
characters.
Frankenstein, a Wolf
Yeah,
Man, a Gill Man.
I think that's the one where like Punisher's like Frank Castle's like Frankenstein looking.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
pushing it.
and then Man Thing is part of that,
Yep.
and he's cool because he also I just was reading X was it what issue is this X-Men 144, and they have a thing in a Man Thing guest appearance in it, and it always reminded me. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like you have some of those like horror spiritual whatever you call it, like characters like
Supernatural horror.
I think supernatural horror. So like Man Thing and like Ghost Rider have like the penance stare and whatnot, and it's supposed to like
Oh, dude,
whatever,
yeah.
right? And it's like that's like a whole motif with that Marvel like genre or like that well, I call it like that little area of Marvel where it's the mysticism and occultism. And I was like,
Mm.
oh, like and Man Thing's an empath, and with like negative energy and whatnot, it burns him, and it literally bursts into flames. And I
He's a
was like,
weird fucking
yeah. And
character.
I was like, that's really interesting because like I imagine like you do like obviously you have like Swamp Thing, who's also they always say that like they were created like a month apart or 2 months apart or whatever, kind of
Yeah,
classic which came first.
definitely. Chicken
Um
and the egg. Yeah, exactly.
but then you've like learned more about like Swamp Thing's a little bit more straightforward. He's more like a allegory for like Mother Earth and whatnot, like
Yeah.
the like I
He's
am
an
literally
environmentalist
yeah,
hero.
I'm literally the an environmental allegory gone wrong. Um, but Man Thing, I think, is more or less like it's more mysticism or it's more that kind of thing, and like he's constantly doing this empathic stuff, and it's really weird. But I like so this is going to be slight segue to my own original content because I was even talking about this again.
Uh-oh.
Pughead Joe might
Oh.
one day might literally burst into flames. So I'm stealing Man Thing's
Because of
powers.
negative energy.
No, it's like because his is like an empathic. Okay, so I don't know if I guess it Man Thing literally bursts into flames, but mine
That
would
is what
be
I recall.
yeah, mine would be like it'd be an extension of the Shine power, where it's more like a
Ah.
metaphysical like it's a like a psionic energy that is, but it's represented in like a maybe you could do it where it's not red flame or blue flame, it's like a purple or whatever flame, right?
Dude,
What
I'm on board. I'm
opposite
down.
of his skin, which just would because I'm just thinking of the color palette where
Sort
if you
of
see
pale green
yeah, because he's
with
pale
like a
green, So if he's bursting
To
into
go
purple,
kind of
yeah,
color.
purple flame, that's the
Red
complementary
and
color.
love.
And that would be his like Gear 4 like joke, like reference.
One Piece.
Yeah, it's One Piece. Um, anyway, another sidetrack. I just mentioned it to our friend Corey. I was like, yeah, so you know how I said shine is the name of the power? And then I told him, I go, you know what shines? Stars. And then I was like, you know what
Yeah.
like stars are? They're like celestial bodies. And then I'm like, you know what like usually that how that you can make like you can make the joke for like cosmic power or cosmic
Oh yeah.
energy or magic. Basically, shine is literally shorthand for cosmic power.
Dude, yeah.
So he's literally
Absolutely,
like
dude.
Silver Surfer or whatever. Just like a Jack Kirby joke.
Nothing
So
wrong with that.
that's where
Draw
then
that on the cover.
yeah, there you go. But then I was trying to think of like how do you like evolve the characters in my story because I'm getting now to the point where I'm like I just need to get to like I like also physical manifestations of like progress. So like that sounds weird that I just said that. But like instead of being like,
Oh.
oh, he's internally
Well,
tortured,
he
it's like
makes
no,
something as
fucking
subtle as a costume.
cut off that
It's
character's
more
hand. That's literally the
it's
the
more
the
interesting if characters evolve visually,
yeah.
even if it's something as innocuous as a costume change, just
Hmm.
like wear different clothes over time.
And I
That tells enough of a
constantly
story.
am dropping Star Wars as inspiration, so I'm like, he's basically just Luke Skywalker, even more so now because
Cut his fucking hand off.
he cuts his hand. I'm not saying that's going to be a full on
Dad
thing.
cuts his
Someone
hand
might.
off.
I'm
Canon.
think
That's canon.
no. I want him to have his hand cut off, Rick
By his
from Walking
dad.
Dead style. Like his what?
Oh shit. I said by his dad.
Oh, by his dad. I thought he's like his dad. I'm like, no, no,
No, no, no.
no.
Well, I mean, his dad also got his hand cut off, but it was both of them.
Did you
His
what?
whole arm. I'm being a smartass
I
now.
know.
I'm
Well,
throwing. I'm
you're
giving you
the
different
internet's
references.
cutting you off because you're like going low.
Oh,
So then I can't hear the word even if I'm quiet. I'm like,
my
are you
bad, my
talking? I
bad.
didn't know if you were talking about his wiener or whatever. I was like,
We're overloading the
when you
system.
rambled, I was like, huh? I'm trying to
Here, I
go with the
wonder. Here, wait,
flow,
wait, wait.
you know.
I'll if I pause the live stream instead of watching it, I wonder that might make a difference.
Yeah. No, you're just like, what about dead bed butt? And I'm like, oh, you kind of faded out there with your joke. Like, were you not super confident in what you were saying?
No, the internet wasn't confident.
Yeah. Yeah.
The connection wasn't.
Again, I have no problem just sidetracking, but I was like, oh man, it's like those things where you go, oh, this is an epiphany. The what I've been somewhat trying to, and maybe it is technically relevant to this kind of story stuff where you're like all you take all these things and you bathe literally you bathe in all this stuff. I know you
Yeah.
uh, in the knowledge in the concepts of things, and then either over time like connections will be found to then be like eureka moments, right? Where you're like, oh yeah, of course, poof. Or the chain of like that's a of course I'm saying this sarcastically, but that's a genius thing. Oh my god, of course.
That's Jason Bourne.
Yeah, exactly. There's that one thing missing that daisy chains the rest of the stuff. So you're like, or at least maybe for me, it's more like, oh,
It
I
rhymes like poetry.
if I need to like argue someone like, well, I don't really understand your character's power set and where it comes from, the source of it comes from. And it's like not saying that like that needs to be answered, but some days you're just like you just wake up and you go, you know what? I just happen to like the word shine. That's my new like, and it's technically somewhat of a ripoff of Stephen King's like telepathy
He
stuff,
doesn't own that word.
but he doesn't really own it. But I'm saying like I'm clearly self-aware of that. But then I'm like, well, what's the Force? The Force is also kind of a sci-fi mysticism, telekinesis, telepathy stuff, right? Then I'm like, well,
Well, I
then,
use both those words in the RPG stuff that I've been working
mm,
on. I use force, shine, and shade. Those all three of those are different like
oh, shade
elemental type
and
things.
shine. Oh, I didn't even. You know what? I never thought of. I never thought of shade. You might have just gave me
Yeah, yeah,
another idea.
yeah.
Like that, like basically
All these
the
things
dark side of
are
the
all like
Force, right?
yeah.
The
That's exactly what it is.
the yin and the yang of these
Yes.
powers sets.
Yes.
Because I've only been thinking of shine as just like the one thing, like, and then like,
Yeah.
and then are like making something else up for another power set where it's like mushrooms. Oh well, mushrooms are going to be more Gaia Earth based and more wrapped around that.
Yes.
So it's not anything to do with the cosmos, with this. And of course, now I'm just thinking it's all like elemental stuff that I'm just trying to like sound original with, but people are like, oh, you could really
Well,
reduce it
that's
back.
it's all
Just like
the same
anything, you can reduce
concept
anything down to like very primitive, like me has
concepts.
superpowers, and you're like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, it's very easy to reduce
like
the
fire,
source.
ice, and lightning,
Yeah.
earth, wind, water, all that shit.
Well, no, what you do is you go, I don't want that. I want cosmic Gaia and I don't know, death or something. And you're like, whoa, that's weird. Those are
Yeah,
your elements, or those are your
yeah,
power your three intrinsic powers. What do you call it?
trifecta.
Yeah, the powers that fight each other, like the rock paper scissors effect. Because I kind of want to do
Yeah,
that, where
I
there's
mean that's a solid concept for a reason.
yeah, and that's where you're going. Oh well, then there's your power set for your shonen manga,
Literally.
right? Yeah, like and I'm so I don't know if I tell this enough to my audience, but it's like I'm intrinsically hero's journey, obviously, and Star Wars is intrinsic of like the motifs and some of the oh, that just so happens to be like a just a retexturing, a reskinning of that. And then the other part's like,
Hmm.
well, also I'm heavily inspired by like the sequential storytelling and the the way a mangaka would execute their stuff. So then how do you mix
Hmm.
the two? How do I take my American cinema and, you know, lore and mythos, and how do I then mix that with like the Japanese manga? Sometimes there's no fucking rules when it comes to anything, and that liberates then to have a far more what looks to be on the surface a more unique and special twist on something. Like people would be going like, oh, my hero is just a better version of the Marvel or super American superheroes, and you're like, well, I
Isn't
don't know
that
if you,
the idea?
I don't know, yeah, but I wouldn't also go that far. Like the way that's phrasing it makes it sound like the one is intrinsically better than the other based off of. You're like, well, why my hero is going to be better is because it's made by one person consistently, canonically consistent. If like going back to the Marvel thing, if you consistently kept all this lore and like trying to wrap it all into one nice thing, it would this here's the joke. Now here's where I guess where the fight is. We could put up a fighting chance with my hero with this story with Marvel because we're trying to make it
Oh yeah.
all canonical, all connective. It's not a series of random business decisions with hundreds of different players, which I'm just using as the term for the people hired to make this. I
Right,
mean,
right,
yeah,
right.
sure, Jack Kirby and Stan Lee made probably like a good chunk of what is established for the the world that is the Marvel, universe. But at the
Yeah.
same time, I'm like, people always argue like, oh, where do I start with Spider-Man? And you're like, you know what? You're right. I don't know where you start. You just pick up a comic, and which is to me is like to some people like maybe to beginners that's pretty intimidating. I would hate to just be like, yeah, but you just pick up any comic. It's easy answer, but it sounds kind of like
Convoluted.
yeah, yeah.
Not
You well
convoluted.
you
It sounds like
no you
basic.
make it sound like it's less of a piece, or like it's even worth picking up. Like, well, if he just dismissively just says we're whatever, go into your local comic shop and pick up a Spider-Man issue and start there. It's like, well, yeah, like yeah. I don't know what like yeah, and then you go, well, where do I start with my hero? Number one, and it's a very factual, almost there's no confusion about how you start a manga. So that's where I'm always at with like if you could start with like Marvel, literally if it was just called Marvel number one, you're like, yeah, just start with number one. You'll tell you all the stories about like, whatever. There'll be some things that might be left because like I'm assuming just like anything, the idea of a world is that there was a history before the current like timeline that you're currently depicting. So like everyone should
Right.
have that at least loosely in the back of their mind that like if it's especially if it's very fictional, like very like Middle Earth has a huge history that expands probably more than just what happened with the hobbits and the ring and whatnot, right? I don't know that universe very well, but I'm assuming that's just one of the
I mean,
many it's
there is a history to it. It
yeah.
was like, yeah. They call it,
kind
like
of
the
like
Silmarillion or whatever,
why
the
would you start with
referential.
like why do they start with that set of characters in Game of Thrones and not with
Well,
the very first humans? You know, it's like, well, because that's, I don't
I
know.
mean that's fair.
It's
Starting
that's
every
like,
story
yeah,
at the beginning.
exactly. Like, do we have to start with the most primitive, like, first human in, and especially if you subscribe to like a very, I guess, more like traditional, like, it's an Adam and Eve, so you literally have to start with the Adam and Eve characters.
Everything is a Bible story.
What?
Just everything has to start with a Bible story.
Yeah, like you really have, like, it has to come from like an incredibly simplistic, primitive beginning where you're like, in one day Bob was created, and you're like, oh, okay, Bob's our main character, and it's like, well, there's no history to then learn anything prior to Bob, so we'll just follow Bob from here on out. But if you have Bob set in year, and I'm using like Star Wars again, where you're like, before the Yavon or whatever fucking fight, BC or whatever it's called, how they make
Yeah.
the first setting of like timelines. They're like, oh well, there was stuff that happened before the Yavin whatever Death Star whatever, and you're like, oh, but then just like BC or in our world, it's like before Christ. If you subscribe to the idea that that's how we we date our literal existence, 0 BC. Oh, okay. Well, if you say like Pog C, I don't know what it is, the Pog age. You're like, yeah, what's that? It's like, oh, nothing came before it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll never have to then guess what.
Nothing that the
Yeah.
story cares about.
Well, no, it just means that you wouldn't have to then think about like, oh, well, then I guess there's no lineage or a history to these current characters that I am told they're significant uh, to take on, to follow their story. So I'm always like, because I have technically I have like, and I'm sure I've told you this, but like pre Poghead Yo history that I've like that is far in the future
Yeah, at
or far in the past,
the
and
very
then
least, it's like how the world ended up the way it
yeah,
is.
like that's like the super, like, from here on out, you probably should just write off any preconceived notions of what anything life is after that. But then
Right.
there's also technically like a prequel series of stuff that happens before Proghead Yo himself is literally born. Like, so it'd be Proghead Yo or BY whatever, right? I'm not, I can't do it in my head. But before Yo, and it would be based around his dad or his mother. And you're like, oh,
Fair
okay.
enough. Yeah, yeah.
And it would make sense. He has a mother and a father. Okay, well, they had to clearly come before him. Succeeding and proceeding clearly exist within a story. So I don't know. I guess I sometimes get in the weeds about it where I'm like, well, I really only care about this as a current like pace that I want to, or like momentum that I want to keep. So right now, that's I guess that's, maybe I'm just like doing the duh thing where it's like, well, that's why a main character needs to be established. Otherwise, you just get stuck in your lore, in your world, and
Exactly.
you don't know when,
Exactly.
you don't know when something started or finished, or if there's, you need to.
But in this instance, I kind of feel like the character is the Marvel Universe.
Sure, but you're also then, I guess, still always subject to going, well, Norse mythology is not a made up thing from Marvel. So like I can see why you wouldn't want to
Right.
emphasize everything
But
about
at the same, we're also
Thor.
picking the specific setting
Yeah.
of the 20th century because, like I said, I mentioned this the other day we were talking about it. Otherwise, you would have to go all the way back to like ancient Egypt and start with Apocalypse
Yeah,
because
and
that
I
was
even thought of that and I
technically
was
the
like,
first.
well, technically that could
I
be
wouldn't. I
relevant
wouldn't
in
want to do
a,
that.
well, I would say it would still be relevant. You could still have the character whenever he debuts in our timeline. It doesn't mean he did not exist in Egypt. Just like
No,
probably
right,
how they
right.
created him in the
You
first
don't
place. Yeah.
literally have to go. No, exactly. You don't literally have to start the story like in ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
We'll just when
Well,
he comes around, we'll
at
get
least in
back
the
to that.
context of how I originally was trying to create like a base for like a Marvel, like historical, like vaguely timeline, but it's like, no, I'm I'm intentionally sticking to just that 1 century for the most part, in hopes that
Exactly.
it's kind of like when anything happens, right? Where they're like, well, uh, what was it? There was, I think DC has done this where like the joke is, and I'm only using that term because I don't know my DC lore as much, but like they said that like meta human stuff only was at the rise once like Superman literally like landed on Earth. And I don't know if I'm making this up or if that was just one way someone was trying to articulate their own, like their own like excuse for like why their spin-off multiverse, the other one of the other Earths, because DC does Earth. They
Yeah, but
don't,
that's okay. Oh well, yeah.
where it's like, well, so you what you do is you go, Superman is literally Adam, and he becomes he's the first thing to then after that. Of course, there's things before this. Ma and Pa Kent literally existed before him or whatever.
People like Wonder
You know,
Woman or
the
Martian
yeah,
Manhunter,
exactly. Yeah,
those guys.
there's uh, Amazonians existed clearly before Superman, but there was like
Right.
like it's like the I guess it's a probably a real world
But
theory
you literally you
where
don't have
what's the
to
where's
start
the
every Superman story.
it's kind of like when people said, oh, you know what probably the first arguably what would have been the first time maybe aliens actually gave a shit about, like, if I was to subscribe to this idea, right? But this is a real world thing. I think people say. I don't want to blame anyone if I just made it up, but
Would.
real aliens would not care about us until we achieved a certain level of technological slash
Yeah.
intellectual
I could get into a whole
yeah.
thing about that. We
And
can't start talking about aliens
sure,
now.
but I know, but the argument was they said, well, where would you have thought that they would have basically, where would we all of a sudden appear on their radar? It'd be like, oh, probably when we created the nuclear bomb. That's not, that's literally
Yeah.
like how some people would say, oh yeah, because like it's such a the in way in the way it was
Although
established or
the
designed.
popularization of the things like the Foo Fighters, that comes out of World War II, and that's like
Mhm.
one of the earliest modern instances of UFO sightings.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the conspiracy people that talk and whatnot, they always say like, yeah, it really stems after that, like that timeline, and it only
Mhm.
ramps up since then. Like before that, there's either very little, or maybe even
Very
surviving.
sporadic.
Yeah, survive. Like, you might even not have a whole like a That's the thing too, where you're like, there's no
A
surviving
couple of weird
documentation of it.
well, there's just like a couple of weird Renaissance paintings, and that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, and
I'm
again,
not saying that's nothing, but it's not nearly the
yeah,
same thing as it is
that.
now.
But that's the thing too, where you go, I don't disagree that if the Aztecs, I guess if you ask the Aztecs, oh yeah, we were visited by God, like a god,
Yeah.
and it was just an
But
alien
the
that
way that's expressed is in like
once.
a statue carved into the side of a rock, and here we are
Mhm.
1,000 years later just trying to figure out what it might mean
Yeah, well,
because
that's
they
why.
weren't quite sure either.
Yeah, that's where my concept of it is like, you go, okay, well, you go, the early days of human, it was like, oh, look, it's like an amusement park. Let's fly down there and check them
Yeah.
out. Now it's like, oh wait, now we have to take them serious because they actually know how to like actually
Well,
get off their planet. And
it's a
if I
lot
was to
like,
subscribe to such things, that's where you can argue, you know, that, which I don't even know where I'm
well,
going with that.
it's like, North Sentinel Island in the Indian Ocean, where there's like it's like cannibal, like tribal cannibalistic, like primitive people are the only people that live on this island. And like they'll like fly over it with like a helicopter, and they'll start
Yes,
like shooting
that's
bows and
yeah.
throwing spears.
They're
We're not gonna land there.
they're
Yeah,
the
no,
they're
we're not
the
gonna.
what do they call it? They call it, they're like the most untouched civilization on
Yeah,
Earth, like
exactly.
but they're the
But
last.
we're not gonna fuck with them until they start like I
Yeah,
don't know some like
I heard
crazy
stories where
shit starts
they
happening on that
still
island.
don't understand a lot of the outside world around
Yeah,
them, even to this
there's
day.
spears. There's Stone Age. There's Stone Age technology
Hmm.
still.
Yeah. Well, that's like us making fun of like Amish, and you're like, I don't know,
That's a little different.
that's
That's a
way
that's a
different.
deliberate choice.
Yeah, I know, but like that's also a thing where like you can't really,
Yeah,
like, if yeah, exactly, you said, like if it's deliberate or if it's like a religious thing, like
yeah.
there's clearly
No, these
parameters.
people are
Like
like
it's
isolated in
yeah,
the middle of the
no,
ocean.
it's far more fascinating to go. No, these people literally just have just been isolated on this island for so long that
Right.
literally time forgot them. But then
Yes.
somehow we know about them. Like at some point, either they come back into, especially obviously in a modern context, you're like, well, we fly over their fucking island so often, and we look down, and they're looking at
That's
us.
what's crazy about it. Yeah.
They're literally trying to throw spears into the air. You're like, that's so much weirder than if you just said, oh yeah, uh, like if Napoleon or whatever just went to somewhere. he's gonna think everything's like new and fresh and everything, and
Well,
he's
that's what I say.
technically considered
It's
like, Columbus
it's
or
like
whatever
a
is considered an
UFO
intelligent
flying
man.
over. I say it's the same equivalent. Throwing a spear at a helicopter is like us in the modern age launching a missile at a UFO. Like, there's no way we're going to hit that thing. There's no way we're going to damage it. But we got it to a situation where it's like they're paying attention to us.
Yeah.
They're watching, but they're not going to land and introduce
I,
themselves anytime soon.
I will just say there's clearly, like, you use obviously real world, like you use the human experience is based around like external components and everything, and you just kind of
Yeah.
sum things up based off of that kind of research. So when you see to this day a primitive like tribe, like you said, throwing spears at like a helicopter, who's to say that there isn't a bigger version of that, and that's us doing that to UFOs, like you were just saying,
Exactly.
like
Exactly.
like so if you can see, like, basically like that, if you see that in your own like real world, like there's a real tangible example of that usually. And I don't know if this is like one of those theories that some philosopher has come up with, like, and I'm just spacing their name and I should be giving them credit for it, but it's like if you
Mm.
see that happen on a smaller scale or on a more specific scale, then the general scaling has to either exist prior to that clearly, or does currently uh, exist, consistent, whatever the word I'm thinking of, like, where it's like, oh, so like this happening, and it's like a weird little cat, like, oh, that's kind of a weird little like human history thing. Oh, this the the humans that time forgot, But then you're like, wait a second, if that exists, then like, and I'm assuming that's how you would, how a philosopher would then go, well, that's called the whatever theory, where
Oh, those, yeah,
you
yeah,
can use the
exactly.
same kind of experimental, like, or the same parameters to then draw to other conclusions. And that's like, because Corey and me were just talking about, like, yeah, I don't really believe in like ghosts, like religious like angle, like, how you use like spooky
Like a lost
ghosts.
spirit.
Yeah, but like, but what is, like, if like the joke is that like what we're experiencing is like how like objects can kind of create their own frequency, and and there's
Like
this,
a
like,
psychic
yeah,
echo.
like it's an unease that like something so bad and traumatic happens in a room that the room itself resonates with this
Resonates with
energy.
that energy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's kind of like, because we started off saying like, well, you can like put like, you could put like a dish, like a ceramic dish, on a record player and it'd still make a noise. It's not going to sound like music, but it has a, but it
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
clearly the whatever material it's made out of will create some type of frequency, sonic impression on your ears. It's not going to sound good. It's going to
Right.
sound like, again, nails on chalkboard or whatever. But there's clearly
The
a
fact.
reason for why vinyl, a primitive, like, like, what is it, oil plastic hybrid thing that they now, I don't know what it used to be, wax or something, but now it's a plastic hybrid. Um,
I think that's what it's always been.
yeah, you're right. I think it probably has, because it can melt in in the back seat of your
Yeah, it's a
Pinto.
plastic, exactly. Yeah, it's a real
Um,
thin plastic.
but yeah, it's like,
Or like
if
wood.
that can create music, clearly you could put anything on, and like how like people say like, well, you just, all you got to do is just uh, shoot like an electrical pulse through this and it'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, uh, if you wrap a bunch of high conductive mercury or whatever, that's literally what a battery is. And you're like, oh, okay. It's nothing. It's not
Like
magical. It's not something
hook a
extremely more
stake up
complicated than that.
hook a stake up to a car battery, it'll start twitching.
Yeah. Well, that's also because it's electrical pulses uh, firing back into the muscles, because that's how muscles
Yeah.
move, is from your brain, literally. And that's why like people think that like electricity and stuff impacts us so much, because it throws off whatever electrical impulses we actually naturally create in our body.
Right.
So like to kill someone with like the electric chair is kind of poetic in that way, because you're just like, oh, you're just,
Oh, yeah.
or like
You're like
when people get hit with like
overloading your mind,
lightning. One, you can
like
survive
the
getting
output
hit with lightning, not just because you're grounded or whatever, but because literally our bodies are composed of of some type of electrical
energy.
energy that allows us to survive. Otherwise, we would just be like, it's like, if like, I guess the idea would be like, well, if the glass is just standard glass and it's just a hammer, those things will, like the hammer will always break the glass. But if you create the glass to be tempered this way, the hammer will never be able to break that glass, or only in a specific way. So the same thing with that, where it's like, well, we are to some extent created with water and have some electrical impulses or whatever. So like the irony of us surviving like a thunderstorm is kind of poetic, you know, or whatever,
Oh yeah,
or how Frankenstein can be created with a bolt of lightning. It's like there has to be some type of correlation in our minds that are like,
something
well,
to that. Yeah.
you wouldn't just say, well, because I would say if Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was created way earlier than it was, it would have been it's magic. Lightning is magic. It's God's magic raining down. No,
Touch.
but this would be during a time when the science and religion was still heavily contesting each other to where you're like, you know, no, like there is some logic behind why you would shoot electricity through someone to like kickstart their heart again. And I'm sure that again,
Yes.
I'm not a medical technical person, so I don't know if that's what CPR machines do or any of those things where they just I'm
Well,
assuming it's an
if I'm
electrical
gonna
pulse of some
believe
sort or
if I'm gonna
it's not an
believe that
ultrasound.
Ben Franklin flew what was it, a fucking key on a kite
Yeah, there you
and
go.
discovered whatever that bullshit is.
Yeah, I
I,
don't
I
know
would
what that
definitely
is. Yeah.
believe that somebody who was probably considered dead, or maybe even was dead, could have been struck by lightning and like restarted their heart. That definitely could have been observed somewhere in history to
And then
kind of
they and
get that
then
idea.
then things are conclusions are drawn where you're like,
Right,
huh,
exactly.
well, if that
Spark
happens,
of God.
well, I think that's why it's funny where like eventually these things like we were saying like either are the and that's what I think where like I maybe my the core of my brain when it came to creativity was like, oh, people aren't just willing to just kind of fully embrace the giant wave that is creativity or whatever that is needed to just be kind of passively like just come at me, bro, like of to
I'm gonna
then
imaginate the
yeah.
shit out of you.
Well, you just let it consume you. You don't have any prejudice or preconceived notions. Like, oh, my religion will allow me to then make this new experience, and that's why I always think that's why scientists tend to be very open-minded about such things because they have to basically
Well, they're
allow.
supposed to be.
Well, I know. I'm not saying
Some
that
of them are
it's
ignorant
yeah.
turds.
It doesn't matter. Like there's all types of people in that regard where I'm like I allow there to be some wiggle room, but I imagine the best like conduit is to just be allowed to be completely open to anything, and then you're like, okay, I biased aside. Will that solve this problem? It's not about me going, I don't believe in God. It's like that's not the point. Point is something a germ of an idea just came across and it went, ooh, what if they're just like maybe what it is it's just primitive man trying to comprehend something that we can as modern man to f- finally I guess for a joke to be able to conquer the elements to be
Yeah.
one more step closer to literal godliness is us just breaking away from our like prejudice or like a lot like a I don't know, but and that's why you get mad scientists where they're like, ooh, at all costs, and you're like, ooh, that's kind of ethically a problem there. But at least when you think about it, you're like, oh well, if I just think ghosts are this, and you don't go into more about it, you might not actually, or you might be surprised how much you might be cutting yourself off from like
Right.
discovering something else. I guess I don't know, but yeah, but that again, that's the folly of man as well, where it's just the ego sometimes gets in the way of progress or whatever. So, and that's why it's sometimes funner to write about that than actually try and be smart enough to actually achieve such a thing. I love to think
Just like
I can.
look at it, point at it.
Yeah, I'm way more. I find it more enjoyable to be like it's a case study or a character study about something that is actually legitimately kind of a concern or potentially kind of scary or fucked up. But I'm just writing a movie or a book about it, so I don't care. Like the larger implications don't seem to scare me because I'm not worried about like my mind is not I
Don't give a
think
shit.
set to where I can create a cure to something or whatever, but um, I can at least write something about exploring that idea. Like the next best thing. Anyways, um, so yeah, I don't really have much more to say about that.
That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Like when it gets into like the 70s and 80s and 90s, I kind of start to fall off on my the Marvel
Oh,
stuff.
well,
Like
the '70s is Vietnam.
the end of Vietnam, yeah.
So no, that was like through the '70s. It was Vietnam, yeah.
Well, Vietnam started like in the 60s.
No, actually, you're right. Let me think about that. Yeah,
It's like one of the longest wars unnecessarily, like
just
modern ones,
dragged out. Yeah,
where you're
that's a
like,
good
why?
point.
Like I think it's literally like unnecessarily, like almost like I think I looked it up the other day where I'm like, why is it close to like 10, 15 years? Like that seems weird
That's
for a
how
modern.
long. That's literally how long we were just in the Middle East for.
I
So
know.
that
Well,
kind
yeah.
of checks.
Then you realize we've done that with the last one, the last
Yep.
thing, conflict, as they say.
Well, that's what the '70s is leading into the Cold War. That's what that is.
Well, that's also yeah. All this stuff,
I mean,
all kind
it
of
hit its peak in the
coattails.
'80s, but that's kind of where that started. Yeah.
Yeah, this literally says 55 is when we is to the fall of, or no, the conflict in Vietnam, 1955 to 1975, 20 years. I was gonna say 50. I was like, it's even closer to more
Yeah,
50s.
sounds about right though.
But that seems like an unnecessarily long amount of time for arguably what
Oh
everyone
yeah.
considers the lamest war that we've ever
Oh, dude, it was
taken
super
part of.
kick ass.
Yeah, you might be
But
thinking of
that's a
the
good
Korean
spot
War. The
to.
Korean War was like like 3 years of just
That was one and yeah,
yeah,
that was one and done.
yeah.
Yeah,
Where it's like
definitely.
we're just gonna go try and you know wipe out a
Just gonna
whole
just gonna
country
fuck
or
up
something.
this small fucking nation of ill-prepared foreigners. And then what's the problem is Korea gave us the fucking ego to go try it again in Vietnam and it didn't work.
Oh yeah. Well then, but we are also riding the coattails of World War II, so it's like, yeah, we really aced that one. So let's go
But
on.
yeah, that was
We're moving on to the cold because
military industrial complex was in full
uh
swing by that point.
yeah, Norman, my grandfather, he was in Korea. He wasn't old enough to be in World War II, so yeah, which is ironic because it's like you think it's like that's kind of a weird consolation prize, especially if you're either super patriotic or you're like don't want to be in any of the conflicts, but you're like, at least I wasn't in Vietnam, but I wasn't in World War II. Like, what a weird consolation prize. The war in between. But also sometimes you just need to enlist to then also then be out, get out of it. Like
Yep.
most countries, you are obligated to at least be part of it, but you don't actually like. It's not like they just send you off to like to die. They just no, you just have to be part of the
Well, I
military up
mean,
to a point. Not all countries, but like ours is kind of built that way right now a little bit, where it's like, well,
that's because
you can enlist, but
we do war
you don't need
profiteering.
to also die for us. Like it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Anyways, I don't know why.
That's because yeah, because most country, yeah, that's a whole other thing. It.
How long, much more longer are you able to stay up? Because I thought it was way later than it is.
Well, it's like two.
Yeah,
I can go for a
dude,
little
I thought it
longer.
was like 4.
No, 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 we're doing all right. Yeah, I can go for a bit longer. I don't want to be up too late. I do have to get up earlier, not tomorrow, but in a couple days, so I don't want my sleep schedule to be too far off.
Mm-hmm. Because like right now, I don't go to bed till like 6 or 7 in the morning at this point. So
Yeah, no, I don't want to be
I'm
up that
right in
late.
like my stride of being up.
I mean,
No,
basically, we did a pretty good job laying out this timeline.
yeah, no. Cold War was
We got,
85 to 91.
oh,
Rough.
really? I thought I considered it.
Okay, hold on. That's that's modern because they say that like it technically started in the 40s and it ended in the 90s. It's like, well, yeah, I know shit. Who's been the longest running villain that we've had to fight
Yeah.
for almost
Well, yeah.
50
Never
years or
actually
whatever.
like definitively beat them, just constantly competing.
Hmm. Like, there's a reason why like you can have like the joke of it being like Russia goes in and out of being the villain for an action movie depending on what
Oh yeah.
year it came out in. So like you're like, oh yeah, like it was really cool to have Russians be the villains in our '80s movies because that's when it was really just at its peak
In vogue.
popularity of it being uh, impactful to our modern society. But then you're like, well, yeah, but they technically also fucked with us wait, before that. And it's like, yeah, that's right. And they was, but every other country kind of goes in and out of favoritism with each other. So like, you probably put a
Oh, but
true,
yeah, but there's
you did the
being yeah, there's
truce
definitely
during World
a
War
long
II,
term.
but you're like, but World War II started
Yeah,
this time,
exactly.
and we were fucking with them before that or whatever. So, yeah. Unless you're talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is completely different, but it's Cold War adjacent.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's definitely the 80s.
That was still part of the nuclear threat that is now that everyone, but everyone has, not everyone, but more people than America have nuclear weapons. Oh no! But yeah, all these, of course, then once again go back to it being a relative, uh, like a significant point in the Marvel uh, character, writers and artists like lives. So it's hard not to be like, well, Jack Kirby was in World War II, literally was in World War II. Um,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
you know, then
Right about their
I'm pretty sure
experience.
I know why he probably was the creator for Captain America. Like it kind of all that kind of makes sense. It's not like a
Yeah.
it's not just like, oh, well, it's not just propaganda, even though I was using that word, but it's like he probably was a bit more biased, obviously, clearly being part of the conflict itself. Um, but then you have like Stanley, who says like, I think he said he technically like was just posted somewhere in the middle of nowhere for like a couple years, and that's his version of being enlisted. I've been reading his like little comic book biography that I'm not entirely sure if it's 100% truthful, but because most of the time those things aren't truthful
Embellished.
if it embellished if the creator themselves was kind of involved. Not saying like I mean I wouldn't put it past someone to be like, I'm not going to embellish my story. Like that's why you need to have someone completely unbiased go, all right, I'm going to go check into this person's life and say it with and depict it as how it actually was versus, hey guys,
Right,
I
right,
I
right.
just made what is it, autobiography, and you're like, autobiographies might be subject to more scrutiny. So all right, but yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like all these characters kind of come off of like, oh, there's a threat of nuclear war. Well, all right, well, what if a character literally kind of like created like a nuclear engine reactor in his chest and then blast people that also happen to be very pro socialist, uh, fascist, whatever, right? It's like,
Oh, right.
that seems pretty straightforward, and I don't want to have to paint that up more. And that's what's kind of fascinating about when then, like, how do you pull out some of the more obvious characters like that out of that so that they can become more timely or timeless? So it's like you just said, it's like, well, we're not going to put Tony Stark in or early 2000s Afghan. We're going to put him back
Yeah,
where he
put him in
belongs.
Vietnam.
But also,
Thematically, it still
I can
makes
also see
sense.
why people would try and go, well, it is 2006, five, whatever it was when the first Iron Man came out. Um,
Somewhere around there, 2005 maybe.
it was definitely,
Was
I,
it
I
no,
remember it being,
2006?
that being shown off at one of the what's households a
Right, right,
lot
right.
during high school. So then I was like, oh well, high school for me was like,
2005, 2006,
yeah,
that
my
lines
high
up.
school for me was 2004 to 8. So it clearly was in between that period of time when it
Yeah.
was really cool to show off uh, the first couple Marvel movies in your house theater. Um, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense of like, well, I don't have any problem with MCU's Tony Stark just because it's not historically accurate. But then you wonder, well, like, how do you, with some characters, you don't go, well, how do you make Radioactive Man or Titanium Man or literally Crimson Dynamo? How do you make those
Yeah.
characters? And then you're like, I guess the next best thing is how fucking Black Widow movie made Russian, I guess, based characters, where it's like, I don't know how successful. Not saying that like every Russian character is a villain, of course, but then you're like, I don't know, like what? What are we doing? Like, do,
Well,
do
I
we
mean,
do we like this
historically
character or
speaking,
not? I mean, obviously, if
well,
he's like
well,
a
that's the thing
if he's an
out of the
anti-hero or whatever, that's one thing. But if it's like most
we'll say
most Russian characters either are Colossus, who's a good guy for sure. No one's ever really. I mean, well, there's been some recent ones where he's kind of been a bit of a dickhead, or scarier than he is, or you're literally straight up just a bad guy. Russia is kind of, you know, I guess, versus all the other like nationalities where you're like, it's seems to be more easier to just go, oh, we don't even think about it as like villain coded, right?
exactly.
I mean, at least the like the further I think about it, it's like, well, we kind of tried to do that with, like you said, going back to like modern politics, where you're like, we were trying to use the Middle East as a villain,
But like
but then like Mandarin technically
Vietnam is a
existed
well, that's
before I don't know, like, but there's like, was that a Vietnam like dig at Vietnam, or I don't know, like, see how I'm like trying to grasp at straws when I'm like, well, then
well,
what does
Mandarin
a
is
modern Mandarin look like? He looks like Ben Kingsley, and you're like, what? No, I mean,
well,
no,
see,
no,
but
get
again,
it?
dude, we're
That was a
drawing another
joke.
good parallel here.
Say,
We're drawing another good parallel here because Ben Kingsley's character, even though he turned out to be his bullshit,
yeah,
what he was advertised as is like a Middle Eastern sort of, for lack of a better term, terrorist style character,
yeah,
like a cult leader. And what Mandarin was a manifestation of the sort of vague enemy at that time, which was communism and communist China.
yeah, and
So that's
which
why the
yeah,
Mandarin was what he was.
you know, it's again, communism is like the short answer for like all the other nationalities or all the other like
Right.
flavors that you add to it. So you're like, well,
Well, like
we
you
didn't
can't
like
say,
Russia
"Oh, we're
or
fighting the
China, and
Chinese now,
they're both, you know,
and they're
that, and
communists."
yeah, they're both
Right.
communists. So there you go. But it's
Well,
like,
we need an well, now the Soviet Union has disbanded, and China, all of our factories are in China, so they can't be the bad guys anymore. Well, now we're gonna pivot to Middle Eastern, but rather than making it a
yeah,
race-based thing, we're gonna be like, "Oh, well, that's terrorism." There's a lot of that going on in that region, and that's what we're fighting.
the
So it's
radical,
the same thing
they're
with
more of a
Mandarin.
radical uh, in nature based off of
Exactly.
the way
Yeah.
they carry themselves versus like it's just a
Well, it's
conflict that we all agree to fight
yeah.
against.
If we don't go over there and take care of it now, it's gonna spread out type situation,
Yeah,
and that's the same
and it's
argument
always
they
funny.
use
It's
for
like,
communism.
oh my gosh, can't we believe we're talking about this? But it's like, oh man, it's so hard to not. I like constantly now I have to think about it, and I know Marvel in itself, like that's what Stanley always kind of pride himself in, is the realism of his universe versus
Oh, yeah.
when he made fun of like, well, I don't know how Superman flies. At least with Thor, you throw his hammer and he propels himself, and it's like, wow, what a straw man to, I guess, to fight on. But I guess I do appreciate
It's an argument to make.
that it's worth, yeah, it's I guess worth arguing if you are the said person. But I don't know, like that's where I always kind of remember my like, and then of course you're like, well, what about all those cosmic stuff? Like that has nothing to do with the real world stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, there you go. See that then it you go back to like, well, I told you, there's a lot more to it then, you know. But I don't know. It's just it seems like it's easier to write that off when you're in the DC world because it's about more about the ideals and like was it uh how do you say this word, optimism, or what the other word is that's kind of like the ideal whatever, and then it's pretty easy to go, well, it's bad versus good and whatnot. And sure, you know,
The,
altruism, I don't, that word,
altruism.
yeah,
It's kind of
that word
that's
is too close to optimism that I'm like, wait,
yeah, exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
getting my words mixed up. That's why I draw, I don't write, because it always,
I know words no good.
it, I can look like I know what I'm talking about when I have enough time to spend 2 hours trying to write a single sentence. Not really, but I mean, it feels that way. Where I'm like, ah, yes, that sounds like an intelligent line written that also hopefully has the illusion that I've only spent. You know, it's kind of like why I'm like, I would be a comedian if I didn't have terrible timing. It's like, oh, well, then just be a comedic writer. You have all the time in the world to be funny, but on stage you're like, no, just hurry up, get to the fucking jokes, dude. You're rambling or you're not
You're
making any
killing me,
sense.
Smalls.
You're killing me, Smalls. But yeah, I don't know. That's how I always kind of always remind myself that like Marvel tends to try and like connect itself in the real world, where DC tries
Well,
to
that's what we're
feel
doing.
mostly in its own universe, even though like because that's why you'd say like that's again going back to like Stanley would go, I would place it in Manhattan and not you know not Gotham, and then like they would then people would go, well, Gotham's like Detroit, and it's like, but it isn't literally Detroit. So one of two things:
It's a fictional
you can
city.
either
Yeah.
get out of any like characterisms that would either alienate or piss off a Detroitian or whatever they call them, um, or you can then say, well, it's not Detroit, therefore that's why we can have XYZ and people can, but then you're like,
Right.
well, if Marvel makes Manhattan blow up every couple of years, like we know it's fiction. It's like, okay, see, again, straw man. It's like an
Yeah.
argument for like,
Well, but
you know,
I would argue for creativity, I think it's better to have your own settings, like original
yeah.
settings.
Well, then, yeah, and then you have full exploitation of your own. That's how I say
Yeah,
it
exactly.
of that. But I don't know. It's just it is constantly a contention between the two where you're like, well, this one's always bathed in like myth, as like a mythical, Greek mythology esque vibes. Versus, and then only until they got to like the 90s did they go, oh, well, or 80s or whatever, we're gonna go a little edgier. We're gonna get a little more underground, a little bit more gritty and real.
Yes.
And Marvel was like, well, we've always kind of like touted that we're fairly realistic, even though again I keep going back to reading like an old Marvel. This is where I know my tastes are changing. Where I'm like, I don't hate this, but it's like this is for babies,
Oh, yeah.
and I have to remind myself. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not a baby anymore, but I'm also not like disregard. I'm not even disregarding it either, though. Like, I mean, I guess I understand the irony of it, where you're like, okay, well, at a certain point, I guess I do have to kind of just be like, well, it is just a Spider-Man story. It's like
Mhm.
that's not a good.
Oh, yeah.
I don't find that to be always the best like excuse. Like I feel like that is trying to like I don't know undersell because then I'm like, well, why do people like this contemporary piece of art that feels like it's got a lot of weight to what it's saying? Like, and yet it was still also created by the same people who created this cheesecakey fast food story too. So see how like it can constantly get you in trouble where you're like, dude,
Reconcile.
Watchmen is such a seminal a piece of literature and whatever, and then you're like, well, yeah, but then like I don't know, then there's also like something else that you can then
It's
turn and go,
seminal.
yeah, um, that's why I like maybe that's why I like the like a good middle ground where you're like, okay, Batman the animated series, it's gritty and somewhat serious, but they're still towing the line of like Condiment King, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Or like that kind of energy, right?
Exactly.
Like they made so it's funny that they made a Z-lister, Mr. Freeze, one of the coolest in my opinion, one of the coolest villains
Absolutely.
in DC at least, if not all of comic books, like uh, American comic books. And like he was nothing, and there's been a couple other characters like that where they pluck them out of obscurity, and just by the sheer
Really bring
talent of the people who want to recontextualize the character makes you go, yeah, no one's ever thought of Joker not being cool or not being a pivotal, you know, piece of Batman mythos. You're like, I don't know, maybe there was that. Like for a hot second there, they were like, whatever. And then as soon as it got popular, and then he got his own title and whatnot, and you're just like, oh, well, all right. But then you're like, that's never going to happen to Kite Man. But now even Kite
it.
Man is like
He's
being
making
pulled,
a
yeah,
comeback.
being pulled out of obscurity for the sake of like either it being a running joke.
This is also the age
Yeah.
of we don't know what the fuck we are doing, so we're just gonna throw everything at the wall and see what
What's really
sticks.
fascinating is this is a hot take. I think we're in a new it's a redux of a remix of the counterculture. We're in another counterculture period where it's not about like in the like Generation X and like 80s, like counterculture was to be like edgy and like fuck the system and whatnot, and that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Now that we're back in that same thing, but since we don't subscribe to a lot of that, it seems like sillier than what we would, I don't know, maybe thought of, I guess you know what I'm trying to
Oh yeah.
get at. Where like that's why you have like the college campus kind of energy that permeates the average young adult. Probably was something that was scaring people in, again, the 80s or whatever, when like they needed to like rise against the machines, kind of thing. Or rage,
Oh
excuse me,
yeah. Yeah.
rage against the machines. I'm thinking of a fucking Terminator movie or something with Rise. Um,
We don't think of that.
but yeah, it's that kind of thing where you're like, it was cool when like we had like 80s like counterculture, but like 2020 counterculture is kind of lame. And you're just like, oh, which
Well,
I do believe that
that's a
is to some
stance.
extent. But again, it's just like saying, well, they're bringing back bell
That just means
bottoms.
you're
It
too
it doesn't
mainstream,
matter. I
man.
mean, bell bottoms had their day. Like, I don't know if you need to like they're just clothes. Like, I can see why you would bring that like fashion back, but like we're always and
Well, I mean,
we're, and we're always kind of uh, retreading similar, I guess, human. Like it's kind of like when they say like, "Oh, hard times make hard men," and you're like, "Oh, right now it's a soft time making soft men." And you're like, "Are you just jaded because
rock hard.
you're currently in that soft era, as you say, or are you actually genuinely trying to say something there? Like it's not like
Oh, it's like one
unironically."
of those sentiments that's been repeated to the point that it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's almost like now I don't really.
You're that aware of it. Why don't
Yeah,
you do
now I
something
don't
about
even.
it?
Yeah, now I don't even really know what that means, because like you almost could argue, well, isn't that just what like modern commodities and like things could make everyone, like, I bet we're really a bunch of losers compared to like the frontiersmen of the Wild West.
Oh, of course.
Granted, we lived longer and we probably are smarter and smell better than them, but they probably could kick our ass when it comes to the
Barely.
survivability and the sheer grit of a man of that era, right?
Of course.
So you're like, it's a give and take, right? Like, I don't mind being like, yeah, I can't really live without my phone. It's like, I don't think that's really gamer wordy. Um, but at the same time, I'm like, it is kind of gamer wordy.
No, I would say that is pretty bad. I think there's a certain level of modernity that speaks truth to that. You don't have to be able to like wrestle a bear and eat its fucking testicles, but when
Yeah.
you're like
Oh, I don't
at
know.
a
Some
certain
people, I feel
point,
like that is a
at a
thing.
certain level of
But again,
dysfunction,
that's
your favorite
every
sucks.
there's a person for everyone that way, or every time period has probably the guy that goes, "Oh man, I wish I was in ancient Greece," or in the Marv. Again, I have to bring it back to comics because that's where I go. It's like Marv, where he's like, he'd be happy as can be, throwing you know chucking an axe into someone's face in the
Right, right.
gladiatorial whatever they call it, games, because
Arena.
they called them games or whatever back in the day. We just call that like fucked up, but yeah, gladiatorial games. It's just like, yeah, I guess there is to some extent like why we probably should be okay with that, because like we've grown, I guess, as a people. I don't know, but like then you just forget like, human nature tends to kind of also then throw all of that logic out and go, me, kill you, and you're just like, oh yeah, lizard brain energy. That's right.
It's all there.
And some of that's, I don't know, some of that you can go, you know what, you should be, shame. But then other times I'm like, so maybe that's where the fall of the real, what modern man is acknowledging it and then going, I don't fucking care. Maybe that's what maybe that's what we're all destined to be. And that's why the AI
It's
needs to
really
hurry up
cool.
and mature so that they can then just make us into their own pets. I don't know. Apparently, that's scaring people. I don't want the
I'm pretty
robots to
sure most
rise
people
up
do.
and make me a little flesh slave
Yeah,
to the
fucking
robot.
whatever. No, that's exactly what. Are you kidding me? People absolutely want that. They
Oh, I
complain.
know.
They
Well, I know that
advocate for
people
the
want
cruelty.
that.
People absolutely want to fold over and be kept in a cage. People have proven that.
Oh, just that in general. Oh,
Oh
yeesh.
yeah, they don't want to be in charge of
I'm
anything. They
doing
want
a.
somebody else
Let
to
me
decide what
hold
they're
on.
gonna
I got to
do.
do a little Rodney Dangerfield like pulling at my collar. Ugh.
Yeah, because it's fucking real, dog.
Is that a kink, or are you just making an
No,
observational
I
joke?
couldn't. I mean, it's an observation. I don't even know if it's really a joke. It's observational,
Well,
almost
observational in
fact at
general. Yeah,
this point.
they want
Yeah,
to be
people
basically
people
they
don't want to have to worry.
subservience.
It's easier. People have decided that it's easier to sacrifice your freedom and let somebody else be responsible.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I think going back to the argument of like that's what um that is what some of the counterculture is like
Hmm.
giving some autonomy away for whatever, and then other people are like, oh no, I that we got to resist that. We got to.
Uh,
It's like okay, well, I
I mean,
don't know.
I agree.
Each
We
their
should
own.
resist it, but people like it too much. Well, I mean, I
Gotta
guess
be
it's one
careful
thing
if you
if
like
you
it too much. Don't want to. You can't be.
exactly,
Don't
yeah,
get turned on by the thoughts of complicity and subservience to
yeah. That's not a
the
good
AI
attitude.
overlords or whatever joke I'm making. I always think it's funny where like I can say that stuff in like joking, and then I'm like, oh, there is someone out there that actually legitimately thinks that, or is like that's how you would that's how they would describe their existence. It's like, oh, that's me in a nutshell, and you're like,
Yep.
okay, well, I meant it really ham-fistedly or whatever, like ironically or whatever, but it's like,
I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, but I
yeah,
understand if you don't like what I just said.
no, not even that. It's like you hit it, you hit the nail on the head right there. Like you accurately described me as a person. You're
Just
like,
undeniable.
and then you're just like, whoa, that's weird. I was making that like that there can't possibly be a person that exists that way, or if so, it's there. It's not such a crazy enough of an impact that it would um like paint their whole existence as that. Like you know what I mean? Like where you can say, well, I'm religious, but I don't believe in. It's like getting into the nitty gritty of specifics. It's like, oh no, you literally just believe that one sentence I just made in passing, and it's weird that you can summarize yourself in that quick of a idea, I guess, or exist like your literally your existence exists as far as
Yeah.
that surface level uh, uh, observation. So, anyways,
Um, the 80s. Look, we're talking about the 80s.
huh.
We're talking about Russians and how they're the bad guys, but then they're not the bad guys anymore. Well, part of that in the 80s had to do with the dissolving of the Soviet Union, which that was
Yeah.
like the big scary communist thing on the horizon. And that dissolved into a bunch of different independent nations.
Oh, Russia. Let's
So
see. Let's see. Where we got?
it's
We
kind of
got.
a different animal at that
I
point.
think I have Crimson Dynamo. I like him enough.
Exactly.
I have. I like him enough to draw him, so he should be right here. And then I also did Titanium Man. I think. But yeah, there he is, and there he is. I picked the OG versions of him with just
Hell yeah.
a slight tweak. I really like the kind of OG Titanium Man design where it's like almost like a completely across the whole faceplate is like a line, and then like of course then I think maybe that's maybe a reference towards like because they're all like all technology based around the Iron Man technology to some extent, so like
Yeah.
they all kind of share a similar
But that also
aesthetic.
makes sense if we're putting Tony Stark in the 70s, it makes sense that there'd be a bunch of knockoffs in the 80s.
That's probably when like bootleg toys and stuff were really popular.
Tons of bootlegs. When eight, it's anime got popular in the 80s because of bootlegs.
Well, they just were yeah making a bunch of VHS tapes, burning VHS bootleg copies of yeah stuff, and then
Hmm.
shipping it over here. But yeah, this is like I think
Yep, yep.
closer to the original Crimson Dynamo as well. I think where it's like visor, pretty straightforward visor T, a lot of T shapes, a lot of visors, very the shape language that. And I wouldn't be surprised. Like it's always funny where I go, and I wouldn't be surprised if like almost every design that I either like or would homage with like is probably a Kirby design to some extent.
Oh,
So like I
absolutely.
wouldn't be
Oh
surprised if
yeah.
these are all Kirby iterations of the what do you call it? The Iron Man villain. Let's see. Let's do because I was trying to think of all the other ones. Iron Man, Rogues Gallery.
There you go.
Oh, that reminds me. I also have Radioactive Man as well. I drew him as well because I really like their designs for how they're not spoken about as much. I feel like these characters don't get enough. Like Iron Man is now like getting all the other like
More
original.
obscure stuff.
No, he's getting all the other original character like Spider-Man and Captain America's like Iron Man somehow like adopted. There he is. Looks like he's glowing. Woo, woo, woo. Like he adopts all these other ones where I'm like, that's someone else's villain. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, not saying they can't share, but to some extent, I'm like,
Right.
I don't feel like I see like Whiplash is like the only one I can think of that it's like, yeah, no one wants that character. He can have Iron Man can fight him. It's like okay, even though I'm sure at a certain point, a lot of these characters obviously all fight each other, are all kind of interconnected. But like
uh,
when you think of Spider-Man's Rogue Gallery, it's pretty uh
Animal people.
yeah it's it's what is it experiments gone wrong with animal
Oh
based
yeah, yeah, yeah.
features. It's all mad scientists fucking with nature and ironically then turning into an animal themselves.
Yeah.
I always boil it down to that, even though I'm sure that's wrong, but whatever.
I mean, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah, you have a lizard trying to like fix his arm by using the reptilian kind of way to regrow their tail, and so it's all mad scientists going, "Oops, that was my." I mean, it's not a broad. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Like thinking about like that's why people keep making the joke with like lobsters. Like we if we could learn how to take the DNA of a lobster, we'd be immortals. And it's like, oh, okay, like so like
Man,
obviously that's like a modern meme right now, but like that I'm assuming that's how most people thought
big difference. Yeah.
back in the day, where it's like, oh well, lizards pop their tail off out of defense if a like to give basically to the predator so that they can then escape, but then they can regrow it. Well, what if a scientist was like, I have a missing arm. As a human, I can't grow it back. So what I'll do is I'll splice some genomes and DNA and whatnot with this. Oops, I turned into a giant monstrous, lizard. And so most of
What's
Spider-Man's
the doodle?
most Spider-Man himself is that too, but most of Spider-Man, like I think I've told you
Oh,
that,
right,
where
right.
I was painted them all in their own genres. So like
Yeah.
Spider-Man, even though they're all superheroes, Spider-Man is based around like the Jekyll and Hyde horror like novellas of like someone Icarus flying too high, close to the sun with their experiments or with their research, and
Right.
then one of two things either happens: either you become a good guy or a bad guy based off of your traumatic, superpowered, experiment gone wrong or whatever. So Dr. Ock's like, no, well, the neural whatever connection between my brain and these robotic arms, and blah blah blah. And then it's like, oh well, what if that like thing breaks? The little like in the movie, if the little chip breaks in the back, it makes you kind of go crazy. Ooh. It's just like, okay,
Now you're a bad
now you're
guy.
an octopus. That's bad. Um, but yeah, the same with like again going. I don't know. I forget what Rhino's like lore is. Like
I think it does the suit. The
I think it's
suit's
literally a suit.
indestructible.
Yeah, I thought it was just a
Yeah.
suit he'd wear.
It's similar to Juggernaut, but with less of an explanation. He's just got
That's what
a
I thought. I
suit
always
that
thought it was
lets him run
underwhelming. I'm
through
like,
shit.
Rhino's cool, like aesthetically, but like I never thought of his.
Very
I can
simple
never think of his
concept.
story past. Yeah, I think he's just wearing a big old Rhino suit. Um,
Yep.
but then you go, well, like Sandman, you're like, oh well, he literally can like is like he is like the sand, but he also
But
controls
still,
sand. So it's
he's
like,
still sort of he's not an animal, but he's still sort of a representation of nature.
yeah, like
So
well,
that kind
yeah.
of plays into it.
I guess you could argue like the joke is like fucking with nature, experimenting with
Yeah.
nature, because like Hydro Man's the same way.
Yep.
Electro technically is again, these are all elements. Messing with the elements leads to, oops, I became the element itself, and either I can be bad or good about this, with this outcome.
I'm definitely gonna
It's
rob
it
banks.
it still leans into the core thing I always make. Why I've always said Spider-Man is like, again, is like, the science project gone wrong. So, but yeah, there's animals, nature. It's all science based. Um,
Hmm.
and then you have things that are like, oh well, this character's universe is more about horror, and it's about like mysticism and cultist things, and so it's usually the answer to the themes, the thematical like portrayal of characters is
Right.
coded in that. So going back to like our like the timelines, it's like, well, 70s seems like it was a big time to explore like exploitation films meets like like I don't know, horror movies for some reason. Like that was they were getting really popular by like at that point. That's when you really kick off the modern like horror cinema kind of boom. Then you're like, oh, that's why like Blade and all the other like Ghost Rider, and then those characters are all cool because it's like, dude, Ghost Rider's a motorcycle drives a motorcycle. Like that's cool. That was always,
Edgy.
dude. Was it what is it? Satan's Angels? What's the classic biker gang? I always think of the wrong one. Death's Angels? I don't know. Whatever that is called. Something Angels.
The biker gang?
Yeah, everyone knows
Hell's Angels.
Hell's Angels. Thank you. Hell, I said Satan's Angels. Hell's Angels.
Oh,
Like that was what was like. It was really cool to talk. To have like that like that kind of aesthetic in the 70s. So of course you'll have
bad
it.
boy.
You're gonna have a stunt man, like biker meets, uh, you know, Satan. Satan gives the powers to a stuntman. Like that sounds so of its time, 70s. Martial art films were really hitting big in 70s. So
Yeah.
why not have Master of Kung Fu,
Jesus.
you know, basically Bruce Lee around every corner in terms of its, you know, so that's where I would say like almost seems like 70s, even in the Marvel world, it'd be like almost like if movies had like pop culture had a huge like either meta like literally a meta impact where you're like, oh well, there's vampires, there's kung fu masters, and it's like it seems like all exploitive cinema meets kind of this thing, and you're like, that's weird. That like uh, black exploitation is where I kept saying exploitation because like Luke Cage is kind of an allegory for like that a little bit, where it's like when a black man is can't stand no more, he takes
Yeah.
action, even though he's also technically experimented on too, which then leads to his bulletproof skin or whatever. So it's always like, huh, sweet Christmas. Anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah, you have a lot of that going on, and then that's also kind of where you build up. Like that's when like the X-Men kind of come back in fashion and coolness is late 70s,
Hmm.
and that's actually like when like instead of it being kind of like a quaint little team and whatever, you're like, oh, here's some more like realistic characters, more international flavor. Like we're finally now
Roots.
we're actually kind of cool with like the Germans, so that's why Nightcrawler is a German. We're kind of cool with the Russians. That's why we have a Rusky on our team. Uh, you know, it's like that kind of thing where you're like, oh yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. So yeah, that would be a thing too where you go, well, the I always say that and that's why I've been reading X-Men, and I only have so many X-Men comics I can't like that I physically own. So I was trying to
Shitload of
so I was trying to figure out how do you read X-Men in the context of like, well, if I just read every comic that ever existed, I like say I just owned them all and I just read them from like it sounded like the 60s, even though they were like the dawn of the X-Men, even though that's where like
Mm.
all the key issues are for like the first Magneto and whatnot, it sounded like they were all fairly milk toast, where it was just pretty Saturday
It
morning
got interesting
cartoony
later. Yeah.
esque. Yeah, and it's like only until like they decided to like put more. I don't know. At this point, I'd argue better writing. Like
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I almost want to double down on like, I don't actually, as much as everyone likes Stan Lee, I constantly am reminded that I don't always feel like he
Because so much of those storylines were just
actually,
written for kids.
yeah. But then, I mean, which is totally, that's why I always keep reminding myself, well, I'm not a kid. I can understand why I kind of immediately rebel against
Yeah.
or it falls apart. The logic falls apart.
Totally.
But I don't know. That's why I kept always going. Well, I can always gravitate towards the art because I always thought sometimes the art was more mature visually than the writing, and that makes me think:
Right.
does that mean Stan Lee either was inherently always writing for kids forever, like
Yeah, oh,
always,
absolutely.
or was he always a very unoriginal writer to where he only knew how to write kind of
I mean, I guess you
unoffensive, like like Dr. Seuss, I bet could probably write a more offensive story than
you could really take that
Stan
either
Lee.
way.
It's like saying like Bob Ross. I don't think could make an offensive art, but or like a story. But then if you, but I think,
Jeez.
I think Mister Rogers could be offensive. I don't know. See what a weird. This is a weird little side tangent, but you know what I mean. Like when there's a picture of Mister Rogers flipping the camera off or the studio off,
Yeah.
that makes me think he's a little bit more of like a real like I do technically have a job in which I need to like be like this this character for kids for children, but I'm also a
Yeah.
man like a regular dude, so I'm gonna flip off the staff or the crew behind the camera that are fucking with me.
Right, it's like Bob
But Bob
Ross
Ross would
is
just be like, yes,
I'm grappling
you
with
know.
insane PTSD from being a sniper in Vietnam, and I'm trying not to let the cracks show.
Yeah,
I'm psychologically
that's
fighting a
true. Yeah.
battle at the moment.
It just seemed like he would be less likely to uh, be a real one, as they say, right? I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe it's just I'm only pointing out these as kind of like not full cracks in the armor of these people that
Surface level
yeah,
observation, yeah.
but it's like it's like surface level observation for the character versus the man. So when you have like we all expect Johnny Cash to flip you off on a and that's why
Exactly.
we have that image, right? We all expect certain characters to do that and be like, oh, that's totally on brand. But then when there's one where you're like, I see kind of the line being blurred, and that to me always reminds me of how like a like what do you call it, like a Stan Lee esque era of like yeah, there's optimism and altruism and whatever and true believer and Excelsior, and you're like, well, I guess if you always say that and always write
Certain
that,
more in depth.
I start to lose the complexity or the nuance of a man's writing or thought
Yeah.
process when you have to
There's
just remember, oh,
always
it's for kids, so I
a younger audience.
Spider-Man's always going to get in trouble, and then whatever, and you're like, oh, I guess you always have to like remind yourself to boil your creativity back down to that
Boil your
formula.
underpants.
What?
And boil your underpants.
Yeah, but I guess that's always reminds me of like why I constantly like have conflicting feelings about like a Stan Lee's like him being the Captain America poster child boy, and then like Jack Kirby being the fucking Punisher and being like, fuck it, I'm just gonna draw and enjoy whatever I do and not, whatever. I don't know. I just and a part of me just maybe also sees a little bit of myself in like Jack Kirby where I'm like I'm doing a job, but like also I'm better at it than you, and I also don't treat it like it's
Jesus.
weird. I think that's those two characters have like a weird. That's maybe why I do have a center
Dissonance.
like a complex between the two where I'm like, yeah, you have optimistic, altruistic, Stan Lee and whatever, and it's like that's kind of contagious and compelling. Then you have like the just like fuck this, I'm gonna draw badass things, with Kirby, and I'm like, I kind of respect all that to some extent. Or like if I was, if my two dads were fighting, I wouldn't know which one to pick, kind of energy. Um,
Yeah. Goddamn.
Even though I always tend, I'm far more of a Kirby stan than I am a Stan. Anyway, Lee Stanley.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
No, anyways, so I don't know his resume or his portfolio always kind of stands out more as a like I can always be like compelled or captivated by like the art of Kirby and literally the storytelling of pictures. When
Right.
anytime I look at other stuff that has Stan Lee, I'm like, well, I have to read the text, so it takes some extra steps to like not immediately have a, which is I mean not it's not a bad thing, but like it takes an extra step to kind of okay, let me hear you out. Literally, I have to hear you out. Okay, read it. Okay, where maybe that's why I'm tend to be more of an artist than I am a writer sometimes, where I'm like, I want to hit you in the face with like an image that speaks 1,000 words, as they say, versus going, don't you love how cool my character is? In like one little caption at the end of the book, and then you're like, shut up, Stanley. We can make up our own decision if we like this character or not. Like, I don't know.
You should tell me.
Tell me. No, but they have yeah, like going back to Iron Man has uh like the controller apparently and Blizzard. It's like, huh? Like no one wants those characters. They always
Yeah, no, guess
Dread
not.
Knight apparently. He gets Fing Fang Foom. Everyone likes Fing Fang Foom just because
Oh,
of how
of
wacky he
course.
is. Firebrand. You're like, oh, he's just a fire power character. What do you do? Ghost. That one's a hard one because like modern Ghost, I'm like probably pretty cool, but like I don't know, Ghost. No. Killer Shriek. Who gives a fuck about Killer Shriek? Not enough for me to draw him, but speaking of, I have one of the cooler designs that is where I don't even know where he is. Everything's alphabetical order, so I'm like trying to like blast through images while also trying to catch a character's name. There we go. We're in the L's. Living Laser. That's another one character that no one cares about. That's an Iron Man villain. And
Living Laser. That was very Stan Lee sounding.
I love his design, but he literally is just like Electro to some extent, but probably just a
Mhm.
Rusky or something. It's like he's just
Real
Electro if he was
politics.
Russian. You're like, okay, give a Russian electricity powers versus some New York guy.
Nuke.
Um, obviously Stanley created Machine Man.
Jeez.
Machine Man's
Seeing a pattern here.
I love Machine Man. Machine Man's awesome. Modoc, I don't think anyone can draw a better Modoc than Jack Kirby.
I think
Uh,
it's a law.
yeah, I think Jack Kirby created Mole Man as well because he's in the first Fantastic Four, and that was created with Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. I don't know. Here's my attempt at Red Skull. Skull. Here's Rhino. There's a character that never gets talked about very often, if at all. Ruby Thursday. And
Damn.
don't ask me what the character is again because I forgot, but it's wacky as fuck. Um, she gets her like head cut off or something, and then puts a fucking ball on top of it, and it's like a magical thing. It's bonkers. It's awesome though, because I like the idea that it's just a scantily clad woman with a fucking giant red like shiny orb head. Like if I ever have a type when it comes to drawing sexy women, it's just drawing a hot chick body with a big lollipop head.
And an object head. Oh, it's
Yeah.
got to be a big orb.
I don't know why that sounds fucked up, but it's true. It's fun.
I regret it.
Scorpion is another one where I think it's mostly just a suit. Shoot, just a shoot, stabs
Yeah,
you.
he's trapped in it or
But yeah,
something.
I think there's like like the caveat that's like, well, he's
You don't
technically
have to have
trapped in it though. It's like okay,
yeah.
okay. That to me at least that is actually is a little bit more of a valid point because then you're like, okay, I would probably go a little mad if I was permanently stuck in a big green scorpion outfit.
Be
uh,
fucking pissed.
yeah. What else? You got the vulture. He's a bird. He's an animal.
But yeah, he's another one.
Yeah, he's fun. He's also one of those ones where you're like, I'm trying to balance, like, always constantly get my youthful either appearance or just being able to do things when you're younger, like more able-bodied. So it's like I always find that kind of funny as like a thing. Where it's like that does sound kind of a bit like a mad scientist villain like problem, where it's like, ah, I'm always old. I'm always getting like,
Yeah.
I'm always kind of reverting back to an old man, and so now I need to do something. Which though I always have a problem with, like, how does he get the youth part back? He's not like a vampire or something, where that would be like the quick answer. But it's like, what does he do to become young again? If I even know if that's a thing, like, huh? Like, that's my real. He's not a real fan. He doesn't know how Vulture becomes goes from an old man to a young man. When I feel like he's very infrequently
Yeah,
portrayed
there's
as
something about
portrayed as that as his gimmick. Because I always feel like every
yeah.
time I see him, he's always the very cartoony. It's the fucking Sinister Six meme. You ever seen that one where
I mean, I,
they're all
I wouldn't be
smiling?
surprised. Oh yeah, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like another like serum or some sort of scientific thing that he
Yeah.
develops that makes him
Well, then
younger, or
again,
he stole
I always forget that, like, Osborn always has like 6 or 7 different revolving origin stories or like things, and
it. Yeah.
either it's because
Well,
it's in another
Oscorp is
universe
always putting
or
together
whatever.
weird
Because
projects.
he's become like Demon Goblin, or not Demon Goblin.
Exactly.
He's become like the literal, like, he looks literally like a demon, like that the Ultimates one and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
I know those are different technically Osborns, but it's always like, how are they always able to like tweak the kind of the mythos of that character? Like, he's constantly, and he always looks a little different. Like, he's either literally a goblin or he's just dressed up as a goblin. Like, huh? Where's good old Green Goblin? I like my drawing of kind of classic Green Goblin. Got to put the
Oh yeah, I like the mask.
you got to put the mask and the big old goblin. I don't know what is that called. Like a medieval cap where it's got the long tail in the back. That's always good times.
Okay, cowl. I call it
Yeah.
a hood.
I just call it,
Definitely very
I
stylish.
consider it like a cap because it's not really. I mean, unless it is a hood like attached to the back, but I always consider it
No,
not
I think
attached to
it's
the
like
back.
no, it's not attached, but I think it's
Okay.
still considered a.
Oh yeah,
I think.
yeah. And then you have Hammerhead. Who the fuck's Hammerhead? One of the more mafioso, like, him
Yep.
and Tombstone, which I also drew. Because again, you really got to like sell me on the design of the character. Like, yeah, they can have some really great origin stories and shit, but it's like, you got to look like this. Like, you got to look like a albino freak. Come on, that's so much cooler than if you were just. That's why I think I always kind of am underwhelmed by, like, yeah, I guess I understand why the mafia characters in like Batman are all pretty human and they're not like a Dick Tracy character.
Yeah.
Basically, I guess is the argument I have. Where I'm like, I like the Dick Tracy, like No Face and Squish
Well,
Face
and
and Baby Face
The
and
Batman
Upside Down Head
criminals are
Face.
meant to be a bit more realistic.
But it's always like Falcone, and I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for like a slightly like Dick Tracy-ian design or something where it's at least
Well,
more.
they're not supposed to be
But I
like
know,
cartoony and
but it's at
whatnot.
least
They're
more
supposed to be
engaging
more
aesthetically.
realistic.
Like, not, it doesn't have to be outlandish. It just has to be like, oh, that's a
Oh
very
yeah, no, yeah,
very
yeah,
iconic
we're
face.
pitting them against a man in fucking bat pajamas. So yeah,
Yeah.
you could
Well,
make the villains more
like, for
interesting.
example, like, here's how I'd argue it.
But that's where you get like
Like,
the Rogues Gallery. Those guys are all wacko.
you basically you pick like really iconic faces of actors. They're not freaks. I would never say Willem Dafoe is ugly. He's not pretty, but he's not ugly. But
Look,
his face is iconic. So it's like, why not put him as a mafioso character that
yeah,
uses his eccentric or his unique facial structure to elevate what would be a generic pretty boy or bland ass face person, right? Or it's like, I don't care. But then you're like, you're like, Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell has just enough of a unique face where it's not too weird, but it's just iconic enough to be like, his face.
father's enough.
You put him in a suit, you make him a bad guy. You know what I mean? Maybe you got there something there. You Ian McKellen or Kellen or whatever. Like, as he's gotten older, I feel like he's just has like that face where you're like, dude, that's a mob boss you don't fuck with. Like, aesthetically, his face, he'll fuck you to death.
Detective Magneto.
Um, yeah, exactly. Like, that's why, like, he sells Magneto more than just the outfit itself. Like, which is ironic because like most of those outfits have always looked like dog shit in the movies. The helmet's just barely gotten
But
to a point where it's okay. No offense to Fassbender, but I don't find Fassbender aesthetically any more engaging. I mean,
it doesn't have the same impact.
him as an actor, of course, phenomenal. It is definitely a movie. Like, so you have to kind of put the movie part of it, and he's got to be like in sex sells essentially with like a movie where it's like, oh, uh,
Oh, of
you
course.
need the hot young people to play those characters, and then you're like, well, at a certain point, I'd rather look at Beast as a blue monster 90% of the movie than Nicholas, whatever his name is, right? I'd rather him look like a fucking albino.
Like he's supposed to look.
Yeah, I like him. I like him looking like he does in fucking Fury Road than he does as a real
Oh yeah.
person. No offense, but that's I've always gone. And again,
Yeah,
maybe that's my Kirby coming out where it's like, dude,
I want to
make the
see more
character,
interesting
yeah, make
character.
the character look way cooler than just some white dude. Like, yeah, I'm really compelled by like the white. Again, this is a joke more or less, but like the white uh, action hero of the '80s. You know, like Arnold's a big white dude. Uh, you know, John McClane
Well,
slash
big.
Bruce Willis. You know, are
They're
is
big, tough, bombastic. Yeah.
basic average Joe man, but it's like their character that they either add to it or on top of the writing, like
It's over the top.
accentuates that than just, well, they're good looking dudes. Maybe again, maybe that's maybe also me thinking about like, well, I'm not a very good looking guy, so maybe that's why I'm a short guy that's making fun of has to make fun of tall people kind of energy. Little
Not
man
necessarily.
syndrome. So I'm ugly man syndrome.
If that's the case, then you would be arguing against the Schwarzenegger types. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he still is very iconic aesthetically, at least. Like
Like the
I would,
stereotypical
yeah.
action hero.
For even it being stereotypical. I mean, that's it. I would say like Stallone is like the best of like actors on top of being a little fugly. Like I like that he's got like I don't know. Maybe that's just like that's how my aesthetic is. Where like you get a little bit of everything. It's like a unique look, really good character, like all kind of goes well. If you just make like a really bad character and he looks like a pretty boy, I'm probably not going to give a shit about that character.
Yeah.
Um, even if I mean I know we're talking about real people, but like I am extending it to the parasocial kind of context of it, where you're like I don't know Arnold specifically or personally, so like I'm not
Yeah.
judging his, even though I could, but I'm not in this context. His, you know, who he really is. I just
Yeah.
rewatched Last Action Hero. Um, you've seen that, right?
Classic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What do you think about that movie?
It's fun. It's kind of one of the earliest instances of like the meta type
Yes, it
comedy.
absolutely is. Yes.
It
Mhm.
works in a lot of ways that I think if a movie like that came out now, I think I'd find it exhausting.
That's
But the
exactly what I
fact that
read.
it's
Of course, this is how I rewatched it. I watched a video essay on it, and and they were saying the exact same thing. Where they're like, now with like post, basically there was a post Last Action Hero. This would be exhausting. Like I literally think
yeah,
you just said exactly how they summed up that.
like I just quoted the
Yeah,
article.
no, yeah,
That's
the YouTube
hilarious.
video, yeah. Um, because he was mentioning like how Deadpool like manages to be like one of the only good examples,
Yeah,
or arguably
it's a lot.
one of the better examples of current modern meta stuff. And then I was like, well, there is things like the end of like Ferris Bueller where he says like, "Hey, go home." Like that to me,
Like
I want
breaking the fourth wall,
yeah,
that's one thing.
sure,
Last Action Hero, the whole thing is
true.
predicated on a really sort of
The
ridiculous, like,
actual plot is to be
yeah,
like, oh, I'm just a character, and the real guy in the real world is,
exactly,
you
yeah.
know, that kind of thing. Yeah, the dawning of that versus uh, looking at the camera and winking. You know, it's like some movies do that, but like, do they do that to the audience, or are they doing that like to like I don't know, whatever, right? Because like Ferris Bueller's the movie itself isn't self-aware or meta. It's just the funny thing where you're like, that's like the early example of like bringing the audience in on the joke for like whatever, you know, for purpose. So like in this case, it was very unlikely for people to sit at the very end of the credits in the '80s. So then why not have a comedy point that out by having one of the earliest versions of after credits or post credits or whatever, scenes.
Exactly. Yeah. At the end of
And
the after credit.
He-Man also had that same one of the. It was also I think that one's touted as the first after credit
I'll be
scenes.
back.
Yes, exactly. Of Skeletor like coming back out and going, "I'll be back," and then I think after that it was
Absolutely nothing coming from that.
yeah, which I love when people mention that they go, and nothing came of that.
Yep.
But again, those are the two earliest examples of that, and those to me do feel like it's the predecessor of like maybe what's the next step. Oh, what about a whole movie that's kind of meta? Oh, okay, here you go. Poof. So like
Last
this is a
action hero.
bad string of thoughts, but it's like He-Man and Masters of the Universe movie and Ferris Bueller had to crawl before Last Action Hero can run, right? Or no, walk. I'd say walk, because
Yeah.
because
And then
then
the MCU could
yeah
run.
yeah. So then Deadpool and stuff can run
The quippy, self-referential,
like in
everything's a related
nausea, not like like.
DMCU.
I realized how well. I also realized Last Action Hero is like 2 hours long, like 2 hours and 10
Yep.
minutes. That's a long ass movie
It's got good
pre
pace.
MCU. So I was like, damn, this is even way more self aware. I'm like being way like I'm like a conspiracy theorist connecting like was the Last Action Hero like one of the like weird like again uh the early days of that to then manifest in. I mean, granted, this is a movie about the Deadpool movie, and those don't always correlate. Like for example,
Oh yeah.
Deadpool in the comics what didn't start out as this, only slowly manifested that way. So I'm
Exactly.
only drawing those conclusions where it's just literally another movie making another movie that happens to have other origins that would make it. That's why it's not as cringy because I guess there's some better build up to like, oh well, we all know Deadpool breaks the fourth wall in the comics, so why not in the movie? Oh, okay, I guess that's why it's not weird that they just picked. And granted, She-Hulk also did that as well before Deadpool.
Yep.
She-Hulk, John Burns,
Well,
run was far more self-aware.
they
That
really squandered that character.
what?
Like She-Hulk, she really hasn't been used very well, like in a
I
long
don't think
time.
they like anyone's ever had a good idea, and I've never seen a like books aside, like movies or I don't know, like I've never seen a good portrayal outside of the comics. Like maybe
Yeah.
cartoons, but even then I'm like,
But even the
I don't
comics, like
know. I don't
they
know.
it's a fun enough portrayal, but not a lot of interesting stuff really happens.
But it's hard because I think like even like when how do you constantly try and bring Howard the Duck back into relevancy when it's like he's kind of a one note
Yeah.
joke? Like,
I mean, it depends on how you write them.
well, I know, but like how many times can you constantly bring back Howard the Duck without either fully reconceptualing I don't know what I'm saying idea where it's like, oh, he's a space duck or whatever, and he's it's about it's like Mad Magazine or Cracked Magazine, but for Marvel. You're like, oh, that is a very specific one note because I don't know if you've ever read like a Howard the Duck book or comic.
Oh yeah,
It's
they're
basic. It's
ridiculous.
basically just the closest thing you can get to like Mad Magazine or like I don't know
Yeah,
Playboy
they're
comics and stuff,
parody,
where they're mostly
super parody.
yeah they're kind of parody slash perverted pervy exploitative comedy thing, right?
Mm, oh, definitely.
So then you're like, huh, okay, well, you can only do that so much, and to some extent, like I'm glad they didn't overdose us with MCU Howard the Duck because I feel like that's I don't
Yeah, it
know.
could have gone. Well, we'll
The
see. There's
only
still
reason why
time.
that worked, I think, is because it's like, oh, guess who brought him back into that universe? The guy who uh, used to work for Troma. So I think if anyone's gonna make an obnoxious duck, it's gonna be a Troma-ite. Troma-ite? Is that even a thing? Anyways, but
It
I also
is
like,
now.
but I'm also very uh, have strong feelings on Troma, where I'm like, it's someone once said it was cartoons in live action, and I'm like, you know what?
Eh.
that's a little too on
I
the
wouldn't
nose,
argue that.
at least in terms of its the way it how it manifests itself in
Simplicity in description.
yeah, well, and just in its how you go, well, the in 4 seconds you're gonna have a fart, then you're gonna have a topless scene, and then you're gonna have someone's head cut off, and you're like, well, that sounds like a very like adult version of a cartoon because those are all kind of cartoony esque shenanigans.
Oh, absolutely.
Like nudity, yeah, that's adult. Gore, yeah, that's adult. But the fart is definitely like a kid joke thing. But adults love farts too. Like, see how like you can basically just try to summarize it. It's to for your sanity, be like, yeah, it's just cartoons for adults. You're like, or well, that's actually what it is. Live action cartoons for adults, because
There you
obviously,
go.
because otherwise he could just do like what they did with like Toxic Crusaders, where it is a cartoon show. But I also
Yep.
think they would have. I think that's also an example, though, that they actually of during a time when they could raise up the crazy, they actually toned it down because it is actually aimed for kids, ironically. And I don't I miss those days where we tried to advertise or R-rated movies and like fucked up things to like kids. I miss those
Oh yeah.
days. I loved my Terminator toys
Totally
and
inappropriate advertising.
aliens, xenomorph toys and stuff like Predator
Yep.
and
Marketing,
Commando,
marketing, marketing.
uh, Ghostbusters. It's like that one even was kind of considered too adult to then be advertised as
Oh,
like.
that first movie especially, yeah.
I know. I know most of these things turned into like cartoons because they were popular enough. But like even
But that's still a weird
but the
term.
but the cartoons at least boiled it back down or brought it into a kids. So like the new or was it the real Ghostbusters is not like the movie Ghostbusters.
No, it definitely does.
So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Where it's like, oh, I can see them advertising toys for the real Ghostbusters, but not the live action stuff. But I mean, obviously there's NECA now where like they don't care. They'll like, it's a slasher that we made a toy out of. You're like, that's sick. Either they would have done that and tried to aim it towards the kids and would have failed, like the Freddy doll that Hollywood of Super Effects, whatever, this discontinued toys line, and people thought it was really distasteful to be like, you're aiming this at kids, and it's like you,
Oh yeah.
and it's a child murderer
Not a movie for
as
kids.
and like they were gonna do I think they were gonna do a Jason Voorhees and something else. Oh, and then they were gonna do like Universal monster characters. It's like,
Yeah.
but since they started with Freddy in the '80s, uh, Moms Against cool stuff definitely was at a high point in that time. So then you're like, yeah, that's when they started actually like even though they were doing that in the '80s and '90s, there was still a little bit of like a people trying to like curb some of that. Where it's not a perfect
Right, right.
example. Like clearly, if I was being advertised RoboCop in the '90s and Terminator in the '90s, which clearly those movies eventually ended up in those eras, even though they started in the '80s, I don't think there was enough people like being like, stop making these things. But then it's like, oh well, if you make a Freddy Krueger, Krueger doll or whatever, like that's a step too far. And you're like, what? Those are all still all all of those are all rated R-rated movies. Like, what's the
Yeah.
what do you? But again, I can't. Maybe that's just me thinking about the specifics where you're like, oh, it's a child murderer character. Terminators didn't kill children, even though they tried to kill a kid. Oop. But RoboCop's a good guy. But I don't know. See where I'm at? Like where it's like you try to draw all these things to where you're like, either it's the it almost becomes the it's all okay or none of it's okay kind of energy sometimes with that. I think there's even weirder ones like Dune. Dune even got its own toy line and fucking failed
Yep.
miserably. And it's like, for one, why? But also, it's like, well, ever
Marketing.
since Star Wars was successful in toys, anything sci-fi and anything had to be toyified. Basically, that is the origins of anything like that, where it's like at least Star Wars, you could say, oh yeah, well that makes sense. That's for kids, the movie, and then, but then the toys would also then be for kids. It's like Dune. It's like I don't think any kid would even understand or even know what Dune
No,
is, like the origins of what
no,
that is, let alone want a toy of a fat bloated man.
not yeah. They have Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, just imagine that. Like they rip open their presents Christmas Day.
I got Jabba the Hutt.
What it
I
was it?
got the fat guy from Dune.
Yeah, that sounds like a fucking Family Guy joke.
It's funnier than anything I've seen on
What is it?
Family Guy recently.
I not a what is his name? What's the Dune guy? I gotta look it up. Bad guy's name. I I only can think of Paul Atreides. It's the only character I can ever remember.
Oh yeah.
Uh, Paul Abdib. Oh, I got Baron Harkonian. Oh.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But that's how I would imagine it is. It's like, I got Jabba the Hutt. Awesome. And it's like, oh, I got Baron Harkonnen. Uh, anyways. But yeah, maybe that's where I'm at with that too, where I'm like, that's probably why I like Lobo and like Judge Dredd more than I
Oh yeah.
like the original or like the early like I don't hate it, but it's just like I can definitely tell, like I said, going back to being a little goth kid that also happens to be nerdy, I'm gonna like
But it's
Lobo
that 90s era too.
more. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm also that's also where I grew up. I didn't grow up in the '60s, so I probably
Yeah.
maybe I would have liked the Silver Age of Marvel. I mean, it's not like
Oh,
I
but that being
don't. It's not
said,
that I
like
don't.
the 70s, if we throw Frank Castle in the 70s, if he's a soldier in Vietnam,
Yeah, he's a
we could have
Vietnam. Yeah.
grizzled, yeah, we could have like grizzled old 40-year-old Frank
See that,
Castle by the
but see how
90s.
you can already get to a point where some of these things just easily slot
Just
themselves in.
lines up.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
it's not. I don't know if I'm just doing the thing where like they're constantly reminding the audience that it's a duh. Like well, of course that was by design, or it's just a happy accident, or like a you know. So to me, part of me kind of constantly wants to reiterate, like, is that just a coincidence, or are we just
Mhm.
big braining it right now?
Dude, every minute, dude.
Yeah, because I'm like, well, because then it makes me go, well, as an adult, I'm starting to go like, I kind of like you know, the Punisher stories more and more, and I'm stepping away from like Spider-Man. And it's like, is that like what you would do in like how
You're
Marvel?
growing up.
Yeah, is that how Marvel would also then do the same, where they're like, okay, well, some kids are growing up fat, to like this, or adults like. I mean, not saying adults can't like anything or everything, but like you just feel like we're gonna have to like pivot to where like there's a little bit more mature material and whatever, and the death of innocence essentially is now enough to where we need to now expand on our ideas. And by the '70s, I feel like that's when it really starts to kick off. Like
Exactly.
it's like when like the '60s was considered like the altruistic, uh, you know, think of the all the potential, and it's almost kind of fairy tale esque again, going back to like
Oh yeah,
DC
absolutely.
trying to
Oh yeah.
write that. It's like, oh, look at all this. This is, and of course it's heavily imaginatory, where it's more about like, I want to see fucking Jack Kirby try and convince me like that there's another dimension in another through in on paper. Like that's fucking impressive to be like,
Oh yeah,
whoa.
yeah, yeah.
Just like when you write something and and someone reads it and they're like, whoa, I totally am inside the mind of this writer and can explore this world that feels very lived in. Um,
Oh yeah.
and then they're just like, okay, or we can have Punisher, who is like PTSD, like out or something, and obviously the stories are going to be more mature, but it's like grounded. It's like, oh yeah, he's just going to be talking to like the strung out guy, and then this other giant Russian, literally called the Russian, comes up and tries to kill him, and like he shoots him with the machine gun. And you're just like, oh, now we're starting to head into the '90s, where it's just like, just imagine like fucking guns and belts and muscles and
Oh yeah.
backgrounds that make no sense, and you're just like, yeah, all it's what is this? It's like all fun and no substance or whatever, right? All
Oh, definitely for sure.
which again, I grew up at that in that time, but as I've gotten older, I can still kind of register some of the like the hang on, like sure, I probably was like, what is it, customer number one when I was a kid, but I'm not jaded to where I'm like, yeah, these are pieces of art. But again, I also a '90s kid stuck in the '80s. I've noticed because it's like all the stuff I like is
Well, that's
is
pretty
in the
easy to
'80s.
do, though.
Anything in the '90s is just either trying to one up the '80s or try to like reinvent the wheel to where I'm like, oh well, you gotta wait till like the 2000s for that to kind of actually kick back in with like I don't know what is considered like the modern age of like comic books, where like there's some stuff that still came out of
Yeah,
that.
but I think for the sake of this timeline, though, I like that it ends in 2000, 2001.
Oh,
Like that's I
no,
think it's a
yeah,
good spot to wrap it up.
and that's also the thing too, where you can kind of yeah, like you said, wrap it up in a bow where it's like you have like maybe a fully adult Peter Parker kind of being like, you know,
He'd be getting kind of old at that point.
yeah, exactly. He'd be closer to like what my grandparents' age would be at that point in
So
time or whatever,
if
right?
he was born in 55,
47, I think, is what it
by,
said.
let's
My
see, well,
grandparent
no,
was like born in
based
like
on this
30s.
timeline, so that he could be a teenager in the 60s. I guess he'd be
Yeah.
born in like the early 50s,
So
late 40s, maybe. But by that point, he'd be in his 50s
yeah,
in the
exactly.
90s.
He'd be closer to like his 50s, which would be, I think, again, that'd be
And that'd be
yeah,
kind of fun.
no,
We haven't really had too many instances of old man Peter Parker. Like he's not really
yeah. Like
gone
they
that
always kind of
far.
push it right to the edge of like, well, there's the mentor like angle with him and like Miles, and I'm like, but he always never looks
Right.
old. He always looks like
He's not much older.
he looks like our age.
Yeah,
Like
literally.
like he literally looks like a 30-year-old man trying to teach like a 20-year-old man, like a 18-year-old man, like how to be Spider-Man. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. Like there's not
Not a
enough.
big stretch.
Yeah, either not enough. Like it's like saying like you always go back to like, dude, you need to have fucking Clint Eastwood talking to fucking go, talking going back to Dune. What's his name? The main character, Paul actor. I lost
Oh
his name.
Christ.
It's like that gap.
Chalamet.
Yeah, it's like Charlemagne and Eastwood. If
Yeah.
Charlemagne was like the new ward or the new man taking on the mantle, like it would make sense that fucking Eastwood be like, yeah, I'm pretty much dead. Basically, the Batman Beyond kind of angle where you really push. Terry McGinnis is like barely in his like like he's literally in high school, and then Bruce Wayne's like fucking 60, and it's just like at least, and you're like, well, that
Yeah.
makes that right there. It's a or
That goddamn Steve Rogers would
uh,
still be going strong.
yeah, he would. Oh yeah, no, I mean, then of course I have to be like, well, hold on, I gotta bring back or I have to reference Doc Brown and Marty McFly, like that age gap, like that is
Yeah.
a mentorship, and that totally make that. Just imagine that, like Back to the Future character, but you add it to like the Marvel universe
But
somehow.
also just the idea of Peter Parker training his like protege and he's in his prime. It's like, dude, why would you stop being Spider-Man? Like you're literally at your best. It like doesn't make sense for him to be
Yeah.
doing that so
Well.
young.
Oh yeah. That
Like
yeah.
if
You
he's
mean
in his 50s,
yeah.
that kind of makes
There you go.
sense
Yeah.
because it's like, oh, he's getting
I
old. He
caught.
can't
Yeah, I
keep
caught what you
doing
were trying to
this.
say. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um. Well, then of course you always have to write in like, I got super cancer or something.
He's got spider
I got
cancer.
spider cancer
Can't
of the
stop shitting webs.
thorax, and you're like, what does that
His
mean?
ass is swollen. He can't stop shitting webs.
Yeah, you're like, how you just like sometimes you just can't control when the webs
He's
come out.
literally
There, and someone's like,
he's just cutting
no.
rope. He's
Well, no, it's
literally
like
shooting rope.
no, it's like an old man thing, right? Where you're like, oh, my prostate's getting so swollen, I can't even hardly pee. It's like the opposite, where he's
Oh
just like,
god,
oh,
man, we just took a turn.
I just can't.
Wasn't prepared for this.
I was constantly I'm constantly afraid of fighting crime
See, but
while
also you could
my
do something
pants are
cool in the 90s.
my outfit is full of
If you
webs,
if
gooey
you
webs.
introduce the symbiotes, if you introduce the symbiotes in the 90s, that's a good angle too, because you give Peter Parker.
Excuse me, the symbiotes were created in the 80s?
I don't. That's not what I'm saying. Fuck
I
them.
know.
I'm
Hold
saying
on. Yeah.
introduce them in the 90s.
Well, they became way more prevalent and more what's the word where you go like you introduce something in like 80 something, and then by the
They
90s,
tease it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like you have a Black Suit Spider-Man. It was in the 80s, but Venom wasn't until at least the late 80s to early 90s. So like,
Exactly.
but that's when the symbiote's got its stride going, where it's like then Carnage has to pop off, and then all the, uh, oh, I always forget something Syndicate Family. What was it called? I just looked at it and I mentioned it to a coworker, and then I realized something. I don't know, whatever the Venom's family uh, offspring,
Oh yeah,
because almost every the character comes from basically Venom.
yeah.
Oh, let me see what it was called, because uh, there's like a name for the project that created the Venom characters, because Venom himself didn't create the. I mean, he
No,
did. Yeah, like I
it's
think
like
he.
a Gremlins kind of thing. They just spawn
Yeah,
off it.
not all of it, but like a lot of them are kind of derivatives of that. So like Carnage, I think is like
Yeah.
was like
He's
a.
literally a piece of venom that
Mhm.
fused with what's his name's blood.
Yeah, yeah, which is like a very specific scenario versus the other ones where they were more, what do you
Like
call
an
it, like,
offspring.
no, they were more like intentionally like made like out of like experimental thing,
Oh,
because
okay, I see
there's
what
like
you mean.
five of them, and they're just a thing. They're
Yeah,
not like babies or anything. They're immediately just
their own thing.
scary symbiote experiments essentially.
Spooky, scary skeleton symbiotes.
Because like I think that was funny. Someone was ranking all the uh of all the like symbiote characters, and like some of them they're too new, so then they are pretty low on
Yeah,
ranks. And then other ones, it's like, oh, they didn't give them anything too unique or special that they wouldn't either stand out amongst the, like, for example, their parent, which is like Venom, or like it wasn't cool enough or extensive enough to be like Venom just could beat him. It's like, oh, okay. So like uh the Life Foundation, that's what it's called. The Life Foundation is the
Jesus.
five children that were created from that, the
Yeah,
Life Foundation specifically. That's like the project. Carnage is his firstborn offspring, but he's not obviously attached to that. Um, and his is like, he would be like, for example, he's like obviously like a good example of like could surpass his father essentially, if you were to use that kind of terminology.
right, right, right.
Um, to succeed him or whatever. But at the same time, you're like the other ones. It's like what is it? So I'm looking at him, like Lasher has like tendrils, but it's like, don't they all to some extent? But like his is more. I don't know, but it's like, so it's like not good enough, and
You
it's,
really only take the idea so many
yeah,
places.
and then it's like, well then this, like, Scream is technically the strongest because she can do stuff with her hair. It's like Medusa, and you're like, yeah, but you
Yeah.
know, but then it's also like they also have like things that you can't tell visually from, where they're like, yeah, the power they have is pheromone, manipulation or whatever. And you're like, oh, that's different than the next one, which would be whatever, right? So some of them have just ever so slightly, like, a slightly better power set essentially than the next one,
Right.
to where either obviously it makes them unique from each other for the sake of it being like, why would you make five characters? But then at the same time, you're like, well, but we're playing off some like other things, like I think the weakest one I think is Riot. He's just the big version of them all. He's just like, I'm just a big guy. It's like there's nothing fancy about him. It's all the other offspring that have like at least like an extra thing. Like I think
Hmm.
is it I think it's is it Agony? There's one that can like resurrect like corpses by just being in like
I'm not
like
familiar
covering them
enough at
up.
all now.
Like there's a point where I think, oh no, no, that's a woman, a girl. I don't think a girl, quotations. Um, I just remember there's one. Oh, is it Phage? Phage, I think, is the one.
That sounds familiar.
He's the yellowy one, spotty yellow one.
Yeah.
There's like a scene I think where he's able to like go into a dead dog and then like control it like a
A dead
puppet.
dog's asshole.
Dead dogs. uh, if you ever want to just be insulting, be like you're like a dead dog's asshole.
It's perfect.
It's a really good way to just really hammer in how you feel about someone.
Well, I like this timeline thing, but I'm getting pretty beat. I gotta wrap it up
Oh no, I
here.
know. That's why I'm trying to
But
like. I was almost like you brought it back, and I'm like, oh, I was just trying to ramble on for a little bit till.
no, I'm thinking I want to hammer out a more complete timeline and maybe put like a visual component, like give you an image of a timeline that I could, if I could strap one together, and maybe
Sure.
we try this again and have more of a visual cue to go off of.
Well, that's the thing too for me is like you'll do like the if you do the big large area like what do you call that, like the big anchoring things where you're like the years and the
Yeah,
people and whatever, but then you're like
you can go back
but then you have to
go
get
into
like to the
detail.
minutia where it's like plot lines and connect how you connect all those, so it's like
Yeah,
there'd be like
bullet points.
well the thing is it's like it'd be like four like projects put into one bigger project kind of essentially, because
Yeah,
because
yeah,
what
yeah.
you'd be doing is you'd be doing well mostly World War, you know, era, so like that's got
You
so
could
much
basically
more,
just do
there's so
chunks
much
of
more to
25
that
years.
than, and you're not even touching the 90s, and the 90s still have plenty to do, so you
Right.
that's why I kept thinking like this project could get easily out of hand
Well, here's what I
if
would
you
do
don't
is
just use
we're doing
like
100
a Nick
years.
Fury as the main character to kind of use as like diaries of, you know, the
Okay,
captain's
here's how I'll
log.
break it down. I'll let the timeline kind of tell its own story. We'll just see where the the fault points lie. But I'll just take that 100 years, 1901 to 2001, and I'll just cut it into chunks of 25 years, and we'll just
Yeah.
see what
Well,
events
yeah,
we line
and
up.
yeah, you're just basically you're slicing down those sections into more detail. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like
Yeah.
it gets really involved. That's how I just started to feel like, well, this is kind of intense, and this project would only be worth it if I was getting paid by the people who have this
Nah, I'll do it for
trademark.
fun. I don't give a
No,
shit.
no, no. I know. I know.
So,
But I mean, I don't know. Going back to Pagaggio, I'd rather be doing
dude,
Pagaggio than
honestly,
this.
if I took the time to put together a timeline like this and someone at fucking Marvel decided to rip it off, dude, I would still be benefiting
No,
because it would be a
no,
better story
exactly.
than anything else.
I don't have. That's not a problem I have either. Where it's like I don't care,
Yeah.
but sometimes it's like that's energy I could be using unless it's help. Like unless it's
On it.
exercise. Like if it's exercise, it's
Anything.
fine because like exercise leads to the Olympics or like practice leads to, you know, right. So like if this stuff
Yeah,
does help me become a better writer, or like if I
for sure, for
if I
sure.
sound like
It's
I
an
know what I'm
exercise.
doing, yeah, then people can go, you know what, I might actually want to check out his comic book, the one that actually he does own the rights to.
That's a good point. That's a good
So
point.
that's all how I always reflect it back to like it's practice, but also people know, sometimes they just know that, so they'll just know that like, oh well, I know what Marvel is, and they seem to do know what they're talking about, and then it's like, how do I, you know, just, you know, to sum it all up, it's like how do I then like you know, help them financially, because like then you're like, oh, I guess you could spend money on, you know, or at like bring that back around to being like the views
Yeah.
and whatnot on the channel to facilitate not just, oh well, this guy just talks about Marvel and never about his own stuff, and it's like eventually it's like, well, then you
Nah, this
slowly
is like a
what you do is you
just one big thing
slowly
project, and
trickle
that's
in
it.
your own stuff where
Yeah.
come
Honestly, I don't even consider it that big of a project. I could hammer out a concept in a
sure,
couple hours.
sure,
Yeah.
but like the idea of like being like, well, there's these, it's like a big video essay thing, right, where you're like, okay,
Yeah.
here's how we kind of do this, and then everyone starts, basically everyone kind of buys into the idea and go, oh, that's kind of cool, and then you know, there you go, there's that's the that's the product that is being featured on for the example, this channel is, that's the some of the product you're totally willing to spend your time and energy,
Exactly.
and then it's like, but on top of that, if there was ever another revenue area, it's like, well, I also make my own comic, I also know how to draw, so like how to's and stuff are still clearly a thing. So it's
Hmm.
all synergistic. Don't know if that's, I think it's a
Sure.
word,
I'm not
right?
gonna say no to that.
To where you're like, ah, yes, they- they're breaking down the Marvel universe into one giant biblical Dojinshi, and then also he does also like show how-to videos, and then also he has his own comic, and all these are
Yeah,
options to then either just continue to just be a fan or be like a customer, and then that again that also
absolutely.
kind of goes back and forth. They're like, all right, cool. Like at a certain point, people want to, no matter how like I guess how simplistic the idea, like I'll throw these people under the bus, but it's like Game Grumps. It's like they do a product, they have a
Shots fired.
yeah, they have a thing that they want to do, but it's like, but do you have like do you have anything I can actually purchase, like or like a product? And it's like, well, no, it's just like it's entertainment. It's like, oh, okay, so like you
They
have,
got like T-shirts and shit.
yeah, exactly. At a certain point, you're like, well, maybe there is merchandise at some point, and you're like, okay, well, like basically, you slowly try to,
It would be
uh,
different if like they were focusing on doing Let's Plays and then they made their own video game.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
That's a
they
different
do
beast. Yeah.
sometimes you do kind of stretch yourself out a little, where you're like, oh, well, we'll dabble, like, but a lot of times people then,
Whereas
oh,
in this instance, specifically, we're doing fan fiction for comic books, and you're also working on your own comic
yeah.
book. So like, there's a through line there.
But sometimes there's also the backfiring of when you go, oh, I review movies, and but then people go, oh, let me see a movie you made, okay, and then they're like, ooh, maybe you should go back to reviewing movies,
Well, hey, that's how you find out.
So a part of me is like, maybe you should just go back to reviewing other comics, you idiot. You're like, oh.
And we'll worry about that part later.
No, I'm not. No, that's not me getting in my own head or anything. It's more or less just a joke on, again, shots fired. It's on other YouTubers who
Yeah,
they
you
go,
got to. You
they try to expand,
got to mark your territory. You got to stay in your ground.
and either they're right or wrong. I mean, at this point, I'd say be damned with, like, it's hard to say that. It's like be damned of your audience. Like, I don't care. It's like, but yeah, I mean, but you still should just do what you want to do. So like, yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's like the thing where you go, like, your audience might waver a little, like, oh, well, he's better at doing YouTube stuff. It's like, well, he still does YouTube stuff, so that's fine. And you don't like his movies, that's fine. But like, I don't know, it's weird. It's trying to like find a balance there with that. So it's like, well, I like them just deconstructing the Marvel cinematic or comic universe, but his comics dog shit. It's like, okay, well, that sounds like a
Hey, what
good
do you? That's
compromise.
you win some, you lose some.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Where I'm like, okay, well, that's fine with me. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's
I
kind
gotta
of
take
the.
a shit. I gotta get out of here.
Oh yeah, that's usually
Um.
how most what do you call it, Discord calls end. You're like, dude, I gotta take a large one.
Ooh, they sneak up on me. All
Yeah.
right, we'll plan to do this the second round though. We gotta do this one more time. We'll have
Yeah,
a
maybe the second time there might be a little bit more of an audience or something. I don't know.
it'll be well. I mean, we'll have something a little more coherent to put together. Like this is more of a practice run than anything.
Sure. I mean, yeah, there might be a video kind of setting things up to then
Component.
making what do you call it, like creating intrigue for the next stream of consciousness that is literally being streamed.
Ooh.
So,
That's how you do it, man.
yeah. All right.
All
Well,
right,
thanks
I'm out of
for,
here. I'll talk to you
yeah,
later.
talking to
Yeah, I guess yeah,
me.
it's your stream. I'll let you wrap it up. You can handle your stream.
Yeah,
You know how
yeah.
to do that.
So yeah, I'll we'll do this again, and
Oh yeah.
my people will talk to your
All right, talk to
people.
you soon, dude.
Bye.
Always. Peace.
All right. Well, I don't have much more to say other than this has been a fun little test, and that I'll be continuing to expand upon this idea and more, and always got more things in the pipeline. And thanks for watching. Uh, yeah, and stay tuned for the next exciting idea that I myself or and others might have featuring on this channel. Four Eyes out.